I tried to force the main villain to be my girlfriend, but she refused. So, as the school bully, I had people beat her up every day until she would agree. By the time I had fully absorbed the school bully's memories, the villain had already been getting beaten for half an hour. The system suddenly alerted me, "Host, if you don't go save her now, the male lead will arrive shortly, and the situation will become irreversible." I had no choice but to step forward and yell at the group of thugs, "All right, that's enough. Stop hitting her." Mu Wanning was covered in dirt from the beating, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and she stared at me with a dark, gloomy expression. At that moment, I heard the system's notification, "Villain's favorability score, -91. This was no ordinary villain. The moment her favorability score for me dropped to -100, it would be my time to die. I took a tissue from my pocket, wiped her face, and mumbled with feigned displeasure, "Who are you talking to? What's all this about?" Mu Wanning was no fool. I had to steel myself and continue the act. And just like that, I heard it again, "Villain's favorability score, -92. This was truly like dancing on a knife's edge. I turned to the thugs beside me and said, "You can all go. I'll handle this myself. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." Villain's favorability score, -93. Was this even working? Why did her favorability score keep dropping? I was starting to get nervous. Could it be that Mu Wanning was already planning to strike? Clutching the tissue, I didn't dare to make a sound. I watched Mu Wanning's unsteady figure and frowned. I quickly took a couple of steps forward to support her. Mu Wanning stopped in her tracks. Her voice was filled with disgust. "What more do you want?" I tugged at the corner of her clothes, the pathetic look on my face entirely genuine. I was truly terrified. "Mu Wanning, I know I was wrong." Mu Wanning slapped my hand away. I persistently got in front of her, tilting my head to ask, "Please, just give me a chance to make it up to you, won't you? Switch to the kindness routine now. Gu Xian, aren't you disgusting? If you truly want to atone, then get out of my sight. Better yet, disappear forever." Mu Wanning's eyes held unconcealed hatred. I was about to say something more when I saw a few young men notice the situation over here. The moment I looked, I knew something was wrong. The official male lead had arrived. "Gu Xian, why are you bullying people again?" Naturally, I wasn't in a good mood. Mind your own business. Villain's favorability rating, -96. Warning, the villain's favorability rating has dropped critically to the brink of collapse. The host is advised to prepare for the worst. I gritted my teeth. Hearing this warning, I abruptly turned my head to stare at the expressionless Mu Wanning. My remark made Lin Zixuan's face flush red. Fearing I would do something to Mu Wanning, he immediately stepped between us, spreading his arms like a mother hen protecting her chick. "I don't know what happened between you and Wanning, but as long as I'm here, you won't be hurting her again." Villain's favorability rating, -97. Enough. This was directed not only at the system with its annoying reminders, but also at the meddlesome Lin Zixuan. It's not like I'm inexperienced, but running into a tough character like Mu Wanning on my very first challenge level mission was just my bad luck. The worst that could happen was failing the mission and getting kicked into the original system, then having to climb my way back up from the very bottom. It's not like I haven't been reset before. So what if Mu Wanning is going to tear me to pieces in a month? Back when I was just cannon fodder, there wasn't a way to die that I hadn't experienced. I have a temper, too. Trying to step on me to boost your favorability with my target, not a chance. Since I had hardened my heart, I dropped all pretenses. Not caring about the consequences, I grabbed Lin Zixuan and shoved him aside. Mu Wanning bit her lip tightly. her gaze deep and dangerous as she glanced at Lin Zixuan, who was staggering after being pushed. I looked at Lin Zixuan with disdain and sneered. What business is it of yours? I'll bully her however I want, and I'll bully her for the rest of her life. You don't even go to the same school as me. How can you stop me if I bother her at school? If you want to protect her, you need to have the means. Anyone can talk big. By that logic, I could just say that as long as I'm around, no one else can even think about touching a single hair on Mu Wanning's head. After I finished that long speech, Mu Wanning's favorability rating had plummeted to rock bottom. But seeing the horrified expression on Lin Zixuan's face made me incredibly happy. My original mission was to save the villain. Now, I feel like I'm the real villain myself. I glanced down at Mu Wanning and, ignoring her thoughts on the matter, began to drag her away. Lin Zixuan stepped in my way once more. He looked at Mu Wanning with concern and said, panting for breath, "Tell me, what will it take for you to leave Mu Wanning alone?" "Leave her alone? I wish I could, but will the system let me go?" At this point, I was like a fish on the chopping block, simply waiting for Mu Wanning to meticulously orchestrate my demise. I said fiercely, "In your dreams. If I'm going to die, I'm taking Mu Wanning with me." I shoved Lin Zixuan aside, but I couldn't control my strength, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Mu Wanning stopped in her tracks, trying to wrench her arm from my grip. Tightening my grip, I forced a smile devoid of any warmth and threatened in a lowered voice. "You like him, don't you?" Mu Wanning's body went rigid. Her reaction was to be expected. After all, in the original story, Mu Wanning was the female supporting character in Lin Zixuan's life, madly in love with him. Smiling, I continued. "His dad's company works with ours, but a small firm like that, my father could crush it with a flick of his finger. If you want him to suffer because of you, then by all means, don't come with me." For a moment, Mu Wanning's eyes were like daggers, as if she wished I'd drop dead on the spot. Once out of Lin Zixuan's sight, I stood by the road and called my family's driver. Clutching her school bag, Mu Wanning asked me, "Can I leave now?" I refused without a second thought. "You're quite unappreciative anyway, but luckily I've found your weak spot. You wouldn't want others to suffer because of you, would you, classmate Mu?" Mu Wanning's brow furrowed tightly, and she spoke in a hoarse voice. "Gu Xian, how can you be so cruel? I don't know Lin Zixuan, nor do I like him. You can't threaten me." I raised an eyebrow. "Oh really? Fine, I'll call my dad right now. I've found Lin Zixuan annoying for a long time anyway. Since you don't like him either, it makes no difference." When Mu Wanning saw I was actually about to make the call, she quickly grabbed my hand to stop me from dialing. Her entire body was trembling as she asked in a shaky, hoarse voice, "What is it you really want? What's so great about me that you insist on clinging to me like this? You like this face of mine, is that it?" Mu Wanning suddenly clawed at her face as if she had gone mad. I rushed to stop her, but Mu Wanning shoved me away. She said, "If I destroy it, will you let me go?" I knew from the start that Mu Wanning was a madwoman, but I had never experienced it so directly. I asked her, "What if I say, I like you for who you are? Are you going to kill yourself then?" Mu Wanning stared at me for a long time before saying, "If that's what you want." I grabbed her hand and said in a harsh voice, "Don't even think about it. If you dare to kill yourself, I'll go after your mother when you're dead." Mu Wanning had a weakness, and her mother was her greatest one. Her legs grew weak, and she nearly fell to her knees, her voice pleading, "Gu Xian, stop this, I'm begging you." The driver pulled the car up. My mind was in turmoil, but my face remained cold, so no one could discern my thoughts. I pushed Mu Wanning into the back seat and spoke to the driver with a blank expression. "Go to the Jiangcheng clinic and have my private doctor come over. Mu Wanning remained silent the entire way, her face deathly pale as she stared out the car window. I rubbed my chin. This wasn't quite aligned with my original plan to win over Mu Wanning. I thought back on what I had just said. It was truly vicious. But I had no choice. At worst, failing the mission would mean being reconditioned, but if the target died, I'd be deemed negligent in protecting them and have my consciousness erased. Right, without consciousness, I'd be like a walking corpse. I shuddered. In my mind, I silently asked the system, "Am I doomed?" The system gave an honest reply. "Although you, host, have been outrageous, you face death either way. You still have a month, so try a little harder." I didn't want to try anymore. I just wanted to be a slacker. I slumped in the car, silently resting my head in my hand. Why did I have to bear the consequences of the original body owner's mistakes? When assigning the next mission, could you give me a naive villain to win over? I handed Mu Wanning over to the private doctor and collapsed onto a long bench, clutching her tattered school bag. It was hard to tell how long the school bag had been used. There were even signs of mending on the bottom. In truth, Mu Wanning's life was quite tragic. Mu Cheng, the head of the Mu Corporation, had abandoned his first love for power and married a wealthy heiress, completely unaware that his girlfriend, Yi King, was already pregnant with his child. Taking pity on her unborn child, Yi King carried Mu Wanning to term and, against all odds, raised her entirely on her own. However, the heiress somehow caught wind of the situation and, upon discovering Mu Cheng had an illegitimate daughter, secretly took matters into her own hands. When Mu Wanning grew up, she and her mother moved to Jiangsheng to start a new life, only to encounter the original owner of this body, a tyrant who gave them no peace. Just as I was contemplating my next move, my personal physician, Zhu Zhu, emerged with the test results, her expression grim. Fearing those people might have seriously injured her, I had arranged a comprehensive physical examination for Mu Wanning. Seeing Zhu Zhu's somber expression, I had a bad feeling. Zhu Zhu handed me the report and explained. She has numerous injuries, both old and new. She's also had a broken rib before, and it appears it never healed properly. Her overall health is also poor. She's very weak. Whose child is this? Haven't they been feeding her properly? Her stomach is in terrible condition. I fell silent. Zhu Zhu asked, "What happened to her? How did she get these injuries?" I didn't dare to say. Zhu Zhu asked again, "Is she your classmate?" I pursed my lips, then bowed to her and said, "Thank you, Dr. Zhu. May I take her with me now?" Zhu Zhu glanced at her watch and said, "I'll put her on an Roman 4 drip. It should take about an hour to finish." Zhu Zhu studied me for a moment, then frowned and said, "Gu Xian, I know your family situation has affected you deeply, but I hope you don't fall into despair. The college entrance exams are coming up. Keep fighting." My eyes darkened. I nodded and said, "Aye." Outside, the sky had already grown dark. When I came in with the plain kanji I had bought, Mu Wanning was lying in the hospital bed, hooked up to an Roman 4 drip. The wounds on her face and body had been treated, and with gauze taped to her forehead and the corner of her eye, she looked almost comical. I tiptoed over, placed the kanji on the table, and squatted down beside her meekly before speaking. "I've thought about it today. It was my fault. I truly know I was wrong. My original intention was just to get you to notice me, but I can't possibly justify the awful things the previous owner of this body did." Frustrated, I ran a hand through my hair. "I give up trying to explain," I said, then changed the subject. "Dr. Zhu said your stomach is weak. Have some kanji. It's easy on the stomach." I opened the lid of the kanji and pushed it towards her. Mu Wanning smiled and said sarcastically, "Is this the carrot after the stick? Do you think I'll be grateful to you?" "That's not what I was thinking," I denied. Giving up, I said with self-abandon, just say I had a sudden attack of conscience. You're right to hate me, so just keep hating me. I've given up anyway. My words didn't stir the slightest ripple in Mu Wanning. I lowered my head and said apologetically, I won't let anyone hit you again. I know you hate me, and I know you want me to disappear forever, but can we please discuss it? I asked tentatively. If, and this is just a hypothetical, if you really want to do something to me, could you use a more gentle method? I'm afraid of pain. In the original book, the process of my death wasn't described, but the ending alone showed how horrifying it was. Dismembered, body dumped, and torn to pieces. Mu Wanning would derive immense pleasure from it, thus setting her on a path of no return. This mission was also rather nonsensical. I clenched my fists and heard the system's prompt. Host, why would you say that? What if you gave her the idea? I was making a betting that if I exposed Mu Wanning's thoughts, she would be less inclined to have similar ideas herself. Mu Wanning turned her head away, the coldness in her eyes undiminished. I don't understand what you're saying. I scratched my hair. You don't understand. You don't. Fine then. Although I knew Mu Wanning was pretending, I had to see the act through. In the end, Mu Wanning didn't drink the congee. After the nurse removed her Roman foredrip, she walked straight outside. I followed behind her. Seeing that she was about to walk home along the main road, I paused and asked, Where are you going? Mu Wanning turned her head and glanced at me. I gritted my teeth and said, Let me take you home. Mu Wanning said coldly, No need. I can take the bus back. I was about to say something more, but when I thought of Mu Wanning's deep-seated pride, I held my tongue. I simply said, I'll go back with you. Awkwardly, I insisted on staying by Mu Wanning's side. With my head down, I queued listlessly at the bus stop, kicking at the gravel. When Mu Wanning looked down, she could see my messy short hair. Before, she had actually felt a hint of affection for this man. Thinking of this, Mu Wanning despised herself from the bottom of her heart. Back then, she had just transferred to the school. She didn't have a uniform, and the clothes she wore were faded from washing, giving her an air of poverty. No, middle school was the best in Zhongcheng City, and naturally, it carried an air of wealth and influence. With nothing impressive to her name, the mid-year transfer student was placed in the worst class. But this class was also a gathering place for all the slackers and delinquents. They all talked about her in condescending tones. Only I approached her with a smile to strike up a conversation. At the time, she had thought it was a kind smile. Little did she know, it was just a front for ulterior motives. Sensing Mu Wanning was looking at me, I hesitated for a moment, then looked up and frowned in confusion. Mu Wanning parted her lips to speak. You want me to be your girlfriend, and then what? What is it you want from me? The girl unexpectedly closed in on me, shortening the distance between us. If Mu Wanning had a knife, she could have easily slit my throat. I rubbed my nose and said worriedly, I don't want anything. Besides her frail body and pretty face, Mu Wanning had nothing. Mu Wanning gave a sarcastic laugh. So you just want to use me for your own amusement. You don't need to be so hypocritical and play these pointless games. If you want me to be your girlfriend, fine. I almost thought I was hallucinating. The bus slowly pulled to a stop in front of me, and Mu Wanning immediately started to board. I hesitated for a second before following her up, asking uncertainly, Sorry, what did you just say? That question was a bit out of character for me, but I was anxious for an answer. Mu Wanning's lips twitched as she said, I'm telling you, you've already got me. I'll do whatever you want me to do. You should be satisfied this time, shouldn't you? Mu Wanning sat in an isolated seat in the front row. There were no empty seats around her. So I simply stood beside her, holding onto the grab handle. In my mind, I asked, "System, isn't this plot a little off?" "Yes." I then asked what her favorability score towards me was. The system said the villain's favorability score was -100. Hearing this hopeless response, I frowned. Then what does she intend to do? The system immediately said, to view the target's inner thoughts, you just need to. I refused at once, for no other reason than that I had used all my points to unlock the advanced mission. With no progress whatsoever on the mission, I was completely broke. What does it feel like to be in a relationship with someone who harbors a deep-seated hatred for you? I watched Mu Wanning limp towards the dilapidated tenement building, a sense of melancholy washing over me. In the original book, Mu Wanning did indeed have a hard time during this period. The reason was simple. First, there was the pressure of the college entrance exams. She wanted to get into an excellent university to change her destiny. Second, it was to ensure no one would suspect her after she killed me. But she had never considered getting involved with me, fearing it would cause complications. With that one sentence, Mu Wanning had completely deviated from the established main storyline. I was somewhat at a loss. I gritted my teeth and rushed over fearlessly. If I couldn't figure it out, I would just ask her directly. After all, I was a dead woman walking. I had intended to tactfully probe Mu Wanning's thoughts, but the moment I opened my mouth, I wanted to strangle myself. Because what I said was, "Didn't you say you'd rather die than be with me? What made you change your mind?" Mu Wanning shot me a cold glance, and without a word, continued on her way. I quickly tried to salvage the situation. What I meant to say was, Mu Wanning abruptly pinned me against a lamppost, her voice as cold as ice. "What on earth do you want?" Her hand gripped my collar tightly, her voice filled with disgust as she said, "You said you wanted me to be your girlfriend." "I'll do it. What more do you want now?" "Gu Xian, you utterly disgust me." The grip of her hand grew tighter. I was not a delicate person, but her grip was so tight I couldn't help but frown. My expression was somewhat grim as I looked up at her. Mu Wanning never hid her disdain for me. However, seeing this rare expression on my face, she was suddenly taken aback. Keeping my voice low, I said, "Can you let me go? I've told you before, I don't like being treated this way." Mu Wanning released her hand. With a cold expression, I said, "There's only 1 month left. I will compensate you." After saying this, I turned and left immediately. It was terrifying. From the look on Mu Wanning's face just now, she seemed 1 step away from strangling me to death. Forget it, I'll just take it 1 step at a time. As soon as Mu Wanning got home, she tried to hide in her room, not wanting her overworked mother to worry about her anymore. However, fate had other plans. The moment she entered, she saw her mother holding a cross, Stitch, sitting under a dim light and wearing reading glasses, her fingers weaving ceaselessly through the embroidery cloth. Clutching her school bag, Mu Wanning froze. Yi King looked up, and in that moment of distraction, the needle in her hand pricked her finger. She drew a sharp breath and quickly put the bleeding finger into her mouth. Standing up, she asked, "Did you get into another fight?" Mu Wanning pressed her lips together, her eyes downcast. Yi King quickly examined her injuries, her heart aching with distress. She dared not make any promises, only saying weakly, "What are we going to do? Mom will go talk to your teacher tomorrow. The college entrance exams are coming up soon. This can't go on." Mu Wanning adjusted her school bag and said lightly, "No need, I can handle it myself. It's already very late, you should get to bed." Yi King paused. With her head lowered, she asked with difficulty, "Wanning, do you hate Mom?" Mu Wanning's chest heaved. To say she didn't hate her would be impossible. But now, with a rare gentleness in her eyes, she said, "No, you're overthinking it. I'm going to do my homework." Yi King sighed, rubbing her sore eyes, and said, "I'm hungry. There's food in the kitchen. Heat it up yourself. Mom is rather busy." Mu Wanning paused in her steps, but ultimately said nothing. Instead of rushing to do her homework, Mu Wanning opened her desk drawer and pulled out a knife. This knife was a symbol of humiliation, and also the force that drove her to strive for more. Back then, she was still a child. Her mother had brought her to Longqing to eke out a living, running a small vegetable stall all by herself. Yi King was very beautiful in her youth. Other children would envy her for having a pretty mother, and she too had once felt proud. Only later did she understand that a beautiful face was not necessarily an asset to be flaunted, but could also be the origin of disaster. That year, when she had just started elementary school, Mu Wanning came home to witness a local thug forcing himself on her mother. She screamed and cried, struggled desperately, and finally knelt down to beg for mercy, hoping he would spare her mother. But the man could easily pick her up and toss her out with a single hand. The thug was arrogant. Before shutting the door, he tossed the knife to her. He said to her, "Little girl, you're not strong enough yet. If you want to kill me, you'll have to use this." Pain flickered in Mu Wanning's eyes, pulling her back from the memory. Expressionless, she looked at the knife before placing it inside her school bag. She was fed up with this kind of life. Meanwhile, on the other side, I lay on my own spacious bed, tossing and turning. The perks of being reborn as the son of a rich family were great. So what if my father didn't dote on me and my mother didn't love me? Having money was enough. No matter the world, money is the ultimate truth. As I was pondering this, a warning suddenly sounded in my mind. I jolted and immediately sat bolt upright. The system announced, "Query indicates the conquest target's affection score has now fallen below the minimum threshold. A key item has come online. The original plotline is beginning to deviate. Host, please be advised." Deviating? In what way is it deviating? What key item? As long as events don't align with the original plot of the world, the storyline will deviate. I was no novice. I was already well acquainted with this type of situation. I understood the system's implication. A new plot point was about to unfold. Just when I was thinking there was no hope for a turnaround, the mission target started to cause trouble. The system quickly brought up an image showing only the appearance of a key item, an unsheathed spring, loaded dagger. It was labeled as one of the primary tools to be used in my murder. My expression darkened. This item was now in play. It seemed my time of death had truly been moved up. I ran my hands through my hair in frustration. I knew it was strange for Mu wanting to suddenly agree to be my girlfriend. It turned out she was just eager for me to die. If the original host of this body had been here, he would have been overjoyed by Mu Wanning's response, lowering his guard and giving her the perfect opportunity to strike. I was fraught with worry the entire night. Hoping to curry favor with the villain and prolong my survival, I bought breakfast for two on my way to school. The final year of high school was demanding. Morning self-study sessions required students to be at school by 6:30 a.m. Mu Wanning, who felt for her mother and had to work a part-time job, hadn't eaten breakfast a single time in her 3 years of high school. I planned to take a gentler, more caring approach, but I had no idea if it would have any effect on Mu Wanning. The original host was a poor student and had never once attended a morning self-study session. The moment I walked in, my classmates looked at me in disbelief. Hearing the commotion, Mu Wanning didn't even raise her head, remaining hunched over a paper at her desk in the back row. As I passed Mu Wanning's desk, I took out the breakfast and slipped it into her drawer, then sat down 3 rows away from her. Mu Wanning furrowed her brow. She glanced down at the fragrant soy milk and 3 glistening meat buns. She peeled a sticky note off the plastic bag on which was scrawled, "Breakfast for you, eat well." Expressionless, Mu Wanning crumpled the note into a ball and tossed it into the trash. She hadn't felt hungry before, but upon smelling the aroma, her stomach began to rumble insistently. 2 years of inconsistent meals, sometimes starving and sometimes full, had left Mu Wanning's stomach with sharp, cramping pains. She glanced up and saw me, laughing with a group of troublemakers. She lowered her head with a sense of resignation and, as if afraid of being seen, took a sip of the soy milk through the straw. The soy milk had peanuts and sugar in it and was surprisingly delicious. Catching Mu Wanning's movement in my peripheral vision, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked the system to check her favorability score. The result showed the villain's favorability score was -100. She ate my food and is still this hostile towards me. I said to the system in annoyance, "All right, system, I don't want to check anymore. Just disable this feature for me so I can stop getting angry every day. Favorability or not, I'll just leave it to fate." Meanwhile, Mu Wanning restrained herself and ate only 1 bun, carefully hiding the remaining 2 in her drawer. She planned to take them home for her mother to try. Just then, I'm not sure what I said to those people, but I suddenly picked up my school bag and started walking towards her. Mu Wanning stiffened as she watched me pull out the stool beside her and sit down. I took out a crumpled test paper, spread it on the desk, and said with a hopeful look in my eyes, "Girlfriend, can I copy your homework?" Mu Wanning composed herself and said, "Don't you never do your homework." I scratched my head and smiled. "So, you have been paying attention to me after all." With a cold expression, Mu Wanning said sarcastically, "You're overthinking it. Who doesn't know that your credits have been deducted into the negatives because you never do your homework? If it weren't for your father, you would have been expelled long ago." The corner of my mouth twitched, and I almost laughed out of sheer frustration. "Fine, if you won't let me copy, I'll just do it myself." I turned to the test paper with an annoyed expression, looking as if I genuinely intended to do it myself. Mu Wanning was somewhat surprised. She had said similar things before, but back then I would have grabbed her by the collar and arrogantly declared, "So what if I don't study? I have a rich father, unlike you, who has nothing and can only resort to studying desperately, you poor wretch." I didn't know what Mu Wanning was thinking. Having traveled through so many worlds, my greatest fear was ending up in one with a school setting, because I truly felt nothing for academics. Staring at the math paper, I filled in answers that looked plausible and just scribbled random numbers for the questions I didn't understand. While others took an hour to complete a paper, it only took me 5 minutes to scribble through mine. Mu Wanning frowned. Not a single answer on that paper was correct. Noticing Mu Wanning peeking at me, I raised an eyebrow and said smugly, "How about that? I'm pretty fast, aren't I? Homework isn't so hard after all." Mu Wanning remained silent, merely letting out a cold laugh dripping with sarcasm. Forget it, I decided not to bother arguing with her. During the morning self-study session, I took out the exact same breakfast Mu Wanning had and spread it out on my desk. Mu Wanning struggled to look away, forcing herself to become absorbed in her paper. A moment later, my hand appeared before her, holding a steamed bun. With a napkin in one hand, I said nonchalantly, "I can't finish this, you have it." Without waiting for her to react, I stuffed it right into her mouth as she opened it to speak, then retreated, my mission accomplished. Leaning back in my chair, I watched the stubborn expression on Mu Wanning's face. If she weren't a villain, that personality of hers would actually be quite interesting. Mu Wanning ate in a refined and unhurried manner. She was probably supposed to be a good person. Just then a girl wearing her school uniform loosely approached me and asked, Gu Xian, what brings you here so early today? Jiang Yu, Yao glanced at the downcast Mu Wanning, frowning with displeasure. Why are you sitting here? Isn't it dirty? She asked. Her words didn't seem to affect Mu Wanning, but my heart skipped a beat. I glanced cautiously at Mu Wanning and retorted, It's not dirty. If you see a spot, I'll just wipe it clean. Jiang Yu, Yao let out a laugh. She shot a look at Mu Wanning and said to me, When you get tired of this game, come back. For a moment I was taken aback. Then Jiang Yu Yao placed the iced milk tea she was holding in front of me and added, with pudding. I subconsciously uttered a thank you. Jiang Yu Yao raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat surprised. Are you out of your mind, pulling this stunt? I bristled at that. She was really nuts, insulting me for no reason at all. Jiang Yu Yao didn't press the issue. She tossed her bag aside, ran back over, and asked, Wanna go for a spin? I just got a new motorcycle. I shook my head insistently, grabbing Mu Wanning's test paper and declaring with resolve, Look, from now on, I'm going to study hard with my girlfriend. Jiang Yu Yao's patience finally wore thin. She sneered, What the hell is wrong with you? Did you take the wrong meds this morning? Stop messing around and hurry up. The teacher will be here any minute, and we won't be able to ditch. I replied earnestly, I'm not going. I've decided to turn over a new leaf. After all, my girlfriend is a good student, and I want to get into the same university as her. Jiang Yu Yao listened as I kept referring to her as my girlfriend. She slammed her hand on the desk and snapped, Enough with that. Girlfriend, she's nothing but a toy. Does she even deserve the title? Being blind is one thing, but are you an idiot too? Didn't you have people corner her just yesterday, and now you're playing the hero? Enough talk, let's go. As I listened to her ramble on, my left eyelid began to twitch furiously. A mocking smile was already playing on Mu Wanning's lips. I felt a massive headache coming on. I said through gritted teeth, I truly see her as my girlfriend, not as a toy. I'm serious. And I won't be hanging out with you all anymore. What happened yesterday, the way I bullied her, that was wrong of me. I've changed. So from now on, I want you all to leave her alone. As Mu Wanning listened to me speak in such a deliberate manner, her gaze slowly lowered. Jiang Yu Yao was already seething with anger and let out a cold laugh. Gu Xian, you're really something else. Others might not know, but I know exactly what you are. Jiang Yu Yao turned and glared menacingly at Mu Wanning, asking, What did you say to him? When Mu Wanning ignored her, Jiang Yu Yao reached out and patted her on the cheek, saying, I'm asking you a question. In that moment, Mu Wanning's anger flared as well. She clenched her fists and said, Just because you ask me something, does that mean I have to answer? Jiang Yu Yao's temper erupted. You asterisk, are you tired of living? Jiang Yu Yao grabbed Mu Wanning by the collar and hauled her to her feet. The ordinary students around them immediately held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Meanwhile, the group of regular troublemakers had already begun moving their desks and chairs, settling in to watch the show. They even whistled, adding to the spectacle. Just then I slapped Jiang Yu Yao's hand away and said coldly, Let go. Jiang Yu Yao had never seen me act this way before and knew that this time I was truly angry. What was going on? He used to brag to them constantly about how he would trick Mu Wanning into becoming his lackey and completely break her spirit. Why had he suddenly turned on them? When Jiang Yu Yao didn't respond, I repeated through gritted teeth, I told you to let go. I forcefully pried Jiang Yu Yao's hand off and pulled Mu Wanning behind me to protect her. Frowning, I said, This has nothing to do with her. It was all my own doing. Jiang Yu Yao's face darkened. With a sneer, she violently kicked a desk. Unable to dodge in time, the desk slammed into my side, and I gasped in pain. Instead of leaving Jiangyu, Yao took a seat to our left, not far away. The hangers-on who used to follow me around were also perplexed. "Brother Yan, you're acting really strange today." A sharp pain shot through my side. "Get lost," I snarled through clenched teeth. Once everyone had gone, I finally clutched my aching side and sank into a chair. Lifting my uniform, I saw that a red mark had already formed where the desk had struck me. She really hadn't held back. Mu Wanning had been watching my every move, and seeing me in this state. I was still gently rubbing my waist when Mu Wanning yanked my shirt down. Her expression was grim as she said, "This is ridiculous." I whispered, "It hurts." Mu Wanning pressed her lips together and said, "You deserve it." I felt that if I let my true instincts take over, I could start an argument with Mu Wanning at any second. Mu Wanning continued, "Why are you getting involved in this?" I said with wide eyes, "She'll hit you." Mu Wanning scoffed, "It's not like she hasn't hit me before." As she said this, her eyes remained fixed on me. A guilty blush crept across my face. Then I stubbornly retorted, "I told you yesterday, I'm the only one who gets to bully you. Am I just supposed to let them hit you?" Mu Wanning took out a new exam paper and said coldly, "Then why did you have to turn against them?" I bit my lip. I didn't like what they were saying. Mu Wanning said bluntly, "You've said the same kinds of things plenty of times before. You're all the same." Mu Wanning had a sharp comeback for everything, and what's more, I couldn't really argue with her points. I twisted the hem of my school uniform between my fingers, mumbling, "I'm not like them. I really plan on turning over a new leaf." Mu Wanning let out a derisive snort. "Jiangyu, Yao was right. You really should snap out of it." I couldn't take it anymore. What was I doing all this for? How could you say that about me? I treat you a little better, and you start getting full of yourself. Mu Wanning glanced at me, then looked away and said, "This is a little more normal." I couldn't help but snap, "That's sick." After saying that, I felt extremely agitated. Seeing the unsightly milk tea on the desk, I picked it up and threw it right into the trash can. Mu Wanning twirled the pen in her hand and spoke meaningfully. "Why aren't you drinking it? It was a kind gesture." I was dejected. I was full from the food and also full of anger. Aside from that interlude, the class was completely uneventful. The teacher didn't care where I sat. After all, I wouldn't study no matter where I was. Seeing that I wasn't disturbing Mu Wanning next to me, the teacher paid me little mind. Feeling bored, I rested my head on the desk and pulled up the system desktop in my mind. As I stared at it, I grew so drowsy that I began to doze off. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the classroom. I lifted my head and rubbed my eyes. An inspection was underway. The school conducted regular searches of students' bags, and the rules for our class were especially strict. Contraband like controlled knives, mobile phones, or novels, if found, meant your parents would be called. I, for one, was unconcerned. The teacher wouldn't dare take my phone, and I had no other prohibited items. When the teachers from the search team arrived for their surprise inspection, I automatically stood and waited obediently to be searched. Turning my head, I saw Mu Wanning hadn't moved. I tapped her shoulder to remind her about the search. Still, Mu Wanning didn't move. I was puzzled. Then I noticed her expression was grim. The teacher had reached the back row. I handed over my bag, which Teacher Zhang briefly rummaged through before moving on to Mu Wanning's. I closed my book and sat back down, but I had barely settled in when I heard the teacher's sharp voice right above me. "What is this?" Mu Wanning's face was devoid of expression. Hearing the disturbance, our homeroom teacher rushed over. He started to explain, but fell silent the moment he saw the object. The inspecting teacher demanded sternly, "Why did you bring this to school? What's your name?" The teacher fired off a series of questions. It dawned on me instantly, so this was the novel's point of divergence. If one of us, the good, for-nothing children of the wealthy, had been caught with contraband, it would have been more manageable. But the one caught was Mu Wanning, and for her, this was an offense punishable by expulsion. Mu Wanning refused to utter a word about why she had brought it to school. Teacher Zhang grew exasperated. It appeared that Mu Wanning, having given only her name, was about to be led away. I braced my hands on the desk and rose to my feet. Teacher Zhang frowned. "Is there a problem?" I glanced at Mu Wanning, unable to tell if she had given up the struggle or was simply petrified. Taking a deep breath, I said, "She didn't know that knife was in her bag." Mu Wanning suddenly looked up at me, a complex expression in her eyes. I pressed my lips together and added, "I'm the one who put this knife in there." A murmur went through the crowd. The inspecting teacher stared at me, eyes wide, and asked, "What do you mean?" I swallowed hard. The fear of being at a teacher's mercy was still etched deep within my bones. But what else could I do? If Mu Wanning were to leave school because of this, her life would be completely derailed from its original course. If that happened, the plot challenge I would face would be an unknown one. I didn't like unknown tasks. Just as I thought of a way to handle this, Teacher Zhang snapped, "You and her, come with me to my office." Walking side by side with Mu Wanning, I lowered my voice and said, "In a minute, no matter what the teacher asks, just say you don't know anything, understand?" Mu Wanning replied firmly, "I'm the one who put it there." I was almost beside myself with frustration. "Don't be ridiculous. This could get you expelled." Mu Wanning still wouldn't budge. It was me. Annoyed, I grabbed Mu Wanning's school uniform, but just as I was about to speak, the teacher noticed our movements and called out, "Don't try any funny business." I quickly withdrew my hand, tossing out a "remember what I said," before holding my head high and following the teacher into the office. Our homeroom teacher asked us, "All right, speak. What's this all about?" Afraid that Mu Wanning would answer, I quickly spoke before she could. "It's just as I said in the classroom. I put the knife there." Teacher Zhang didn't buy it. "Reason?" she asked. I said I wanted to threaten her. Teacher Zhang frowned. She was more or less aware of my bad reputation among the teachers. She had a strong sense of justice and immediately slammed her hand on the desk. "Gu Xian, you've got some nerve. What did you intend to threaten her with?" For a moment I was at a loss, feeling a little ashamed. But having come this far, I could only say I was threatening her to become my girlfriend. Teacher Zhang was the head of the grade level, and upon hearing this, she immediately decided to call my parents. She did not verify the situation with Mu Wanning. Mu Wanning had good grades and was well behaved. It was impossible for her to do such a thing. But I was a different story. The suspicion against me was so strong that it was utterly convincing. Teacher Zhang told Mu Wanning to leave, but seeing she wouldn't move, I grew impatient and pushed her out the door. Then, in front of every other teacher in the office, Teacher Zhang tore into me, calling me things like the scum of society, a degenerate, and shameless. I took it all. My father, Gu King, arrived, briefly assessed the situation, and without hesitation slapped me across the face. He didn't hold back at all, and half of my face swelled up instantly. Then he cursed at me, saying, "Look at what you've done. I am so disappointed in you. Pulling a knife on a classmate. Today, I have to get you out of trouble at school. Am I going to be getting you out of the police station tomorrow? Look at you, you don't act like a student at all." Have I spoiled you so much that you've become completely lawless? I clenched my jaw, swallowed the blood in my mouth, and said in a low voice, "You never even pay attention to me. How could you have possibly spoiled me?" Gu King's anger flared. What is that supposed to mean? I stiffened my neck defiantly. Am I wrong? Every day now, you're either fawning over that homewrecker who hurt my mom, Zhao's shooting, or you're taking care of that son of hers, who might not even be your own. When do you ever remember that you have me for a son? Hold on, tell me, how many times have you even seen me in the past 2 years? Do you even know which class I'm in? Hearing this, Gu King raised his hand to slap me again. I jutted my chest out to meet the blow and sneered, "Go on, hit me. Better yet, just kill me. When I get to the underworld, I'll let my mom get a good look at you." Seeing the confrontation between father and son escalating, Teacher Zhang quickly stepped in to de-escalate the situation and pushed me out of the office. I hung my head, fighting back tears. It wasn't out of sadness, it just hurt like hell. Just then a shadow fell over me. I looked up to see Mu Wanning's slender figure standing there. I quickly wiped my face with the back of my hand and asked hoarsely, "Why are you still here?" Pressing her pale lips together, Mu Wanning asked me, "Why did you say that to the teacher?" I was still fuming from my encounter with Gu King, but I refused to show any weakness in front of Mu Wanning. My tone was harsh. "If you're trying to get expelled over this, I won't allow it. Don't even think about getting away from me. Don't even dream of it." Mu Wanning's gaze flickered, her expression unreadable. She scoffed softly, "Such childish games." I clenched my fists, fighting back the urge to cry. Then I discovered something even worse. Gu King had frozen my bank card. This form of coercion angered me more than a physical slap would have. Yet I didn't feel I had done anything wrong. For both my past self and my present one, Gu King had utterly failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. He provided nothing but money. Now that even the money was gone, I slammed my fist against the wall, gritting my teeth in fury. My sudden movement startled Mu Wanning. She pulled a crumpled tissue from her school bag and handed it to me, speaking in a low voice. Growing even more irritated, I snatched the tissue and wiped my face. Mu Wanning said softly, "If you're going to cry, do it outside. You're disturbing my studies." I almost laughed out of sheer anger. The target of my affections showed not a shred of gentleness. I suppressed my rage, my jaw clenched tight, making it look as though I had suffered some terrible injustice. Mu Wanning hesitated, seemingly wavering at her own words. But that wasn't right. I was the villain. Seeing me like this should have made her happy. After composing myself, I immediately listed the house I was living in on a real estate website for a low price. Gu King had bought this house for me when I was 16, likely to get me, the burden, out of the way so I wouldn't disturb his new family. It was noon, and with time being tight, most students headed to the cafeteria to eat. I had infuriated Zhang Yuyao, and though I had enough money to last a few days, I didn't want to eat alone. So I braced myself and trailed after Mu Wanning, feeling like a lost puppy. Annoyed at being followed, Mu Wanning spun around, glared at me, and demanded, "What are you doing?" Though my face was still bruised, I put on a nonchalant air and said, "I want to eat with my girlfriend. Is that so wrong?" Only then did Mu Wanning recall what she had impulsively agreed to the previous night. She pressed her lips together and said, "I'm not eating." I raised an eyebrow and said, "But I'm hungry." Mu Wanning pointed a slender finger toward the cafeteria, indicating I should go by myself. I stubbornly turned my head away and said, "I won't." Mu Wanning paid me no further mind, turning to go to the school store to buy a 2 yuan bun. Her mother gave her 10 yuan a day, but she wanted to spend it sparingly. I stood there watching her actually prepare to eat it, and I remembered what Zhu Ling had said that day. I darted forward, grabbed Mu Wanning's wrist, and started pulling her outside. Mu Wanning impatiently tried to shake her hand off and asked coldly, "Gu Xian, what are you doing?" Without looking back, I said, "Eating." I dragged her out of the school gates. My eyes scanned the street and settled on a shop selling cheap, generously portioned malatang. I would have preferred something better, but I had to be considerate of Mu Wanning's sensitive pride. I could only settle for the next best thing, but I never would have expected to run into Lin Zixuan in a place like this. Lin Zixuan and his friends appeared in the malatang shop, laughing and joking around. He spotted Mu Wanning immediately. He exclaimed in surprise, "Wanning, you're eating here too." Lin Zixuan glanced at the gauze on her face, frowned, and added, "That Gu Xian, how could he do such a thing? Are you feeling all right? He didn't give you any more trouble last night, did he?" I was standing not far from Mu Wanning, my back to them as I picked out food, when I overheard this series of insincere remarks. I turned and glided over like a ghost. "What are you saying to my girl friend behind my back?" Caught in the act, Lin Zixuan's expression soured. I continued, "Calling her Wanning, are you two that close?" I angrily set the bowl of ingredients on the counter, grabbed Wanning with one hand, and scanned the payment code with the other, saying, "Let's go, ignore him." Mu Wanning wore an unreadable expression, as if she were lost in thought. However, Lin Zixuan relentlessly followed us out. "Gu Xian, you're rich and powerful. Why must you make things difficult for Mu Wanning? She's already pitiful enough. Can't you just leave her alone?" I raised an eyebrow. Seeing Mu Wanning's expression fall, I felt a surge of delightful surprise, as if I'd hit the jackpot. Because Mu Wanning hated it most when people called her pitiful. I said, feigning innocence, "I've never thought Mu Wanning was pitiful. As for making things difficult for her, you're reading too much into it. We are in a proper relationship, isn't that right, Wanning?" I slid my hand down hers, forcing her to interlock her fingers with mine. Mu Wanning's body stiffened. I scoffed coldly and pulled her directly to a good seat. I also cheerfully grabbed 2 drinks. I handed the drink over and said self-righteously, "Help me open the bottle," because I noticed Lin Zixuan was looking our way. Mu Wanning glanced over, raised an eyebrow, and said haughtily, "Don't you have hands of your own?" Despite her words, she still took the drink, opened it for me, and pushed it over. I acted nonchalant and said petulantly, "My face hurts, I can't twist it open." Mu Wanning was silent. I then added, "The food isn't here yet. How about you split half of your bread with me?" Mu Wanning frowned and asked, "Why?" I pouted and said, "I'm treating you to this meal, so shouldn't you give me something in return? Look how stingy you are. You wouldn't even spare me a piece of bread." A flicker of change crossed Mu Wanning's eyes, but she stubbornly retorted, "I never said I wanted your food." I crossed my arms and said sarcastically, "So you're just not willing to give me the bread, is that it?" Completely at a loss with me, Mu Wanning finally tossed the bread over to me. I unwrapped the bread, broke it in the middle, and split it evenly between us. No more, no less. The owner called our number. I glanced at the small paper ticket in my hand, answered with a clear voice, and jogged over to get our order. Mu Wanning's eyes never left me. She felt a sourness in her teeth. The old me was so easy to understand. Just an arrogant, willful rich kid, a punk who didn't care if others lived or died. But the me of today seemed to have suddenly awakened, as if glowing with light from head to toe. I don't know what I was saying to the owner, but my laughter was hearty and bright. Mu Wanning pressed her tongue against her back molars, a slight movement in her throat. As I carried the full bowl of malatang wobbling over to the table, I couldn't help but complain that it was hot. I didn't rush to eat, but instead took the spoon and ladled half a small bowl of broth for Mu Wanning, explaining with a smile. This way, if you dip the food in here, it will cool down faster. The savory steam from the broth was thick, carrying the aroma of sesame paste. Seeing that Mu Wanning hadn't moved her chopsticks, I picked out some meatballs and put them in her bowl, then pressed the chopsticks into her hand. Afraid that Mu Wanning would feel awkward, I added, "It's only fair. I ate your bread, so you should eat my food. Hurry up and help yourself. We still have class this afternoon." Mu Wanning's hand trembled as she held the chopsticks. She said with a wary expression, "Gu Xian, you don't have to be this nice to me. No matter how good you are to me, I will never like you." Mu Wanning wanted to see my expression sour after hearing this. Only then would it feel normal to her. But I simply straightened my posture, then smiled at her and said, "I'll try a little harder. You said before that you wouldn't be my girlfriend, but aren't you now? I advise you not to speak in such absolutes. You're likely to end up eating your words." Mu Wanning fell silent again. The malatang, costing a little over 30 yuan, was a very generous portion, far more than the two of them could finish. As a result, Mu Wanning was full, extremely full. After finishing the meal, I wiped my mouth and said, "We have 30 minutes left. Let's head back to school." Mu Wanning nodded in silence. As we passed Lin Zixuan's table, he suddenly reached out and pulled at Mu Wanning. Before I even had a chance to get angry, he let go of her. But even that small action was something I couldn't tolerate. I immediately stopped in my tracks and said in a cold voice, "Hitting on my girl friend right in front of me, don't you think that's inappropriate?" From a reader's perspective, this Lin Zixuan was supposed to be a shining, heroic figure, radiating an aura of righteousness wherever he went. But to me, he was just a nuisance. He wasn't going to end up with Mu Wanning in the future anyway, so why was he even getting involved? At my words, Lin Zixuan's face flushed red, then turned pale. He said angrily to his friends, "What do you mean?" I laughed in anger. "What do I mean? He grabbed my girlfriend's hand right in front of me, and somehow he's the one in the right." Lin Zixuan said, his face beet red. "Everyone knows you forced her into this." I was baffled. Why did this guy keep bringing up such nonsense? He was making me out to be the villain. It was Mu Wanning herself who had said she wanted to be my girlfriend. I grabbed a nearby chair and said furiously, "Are you tired of living?" Seeing my aggressive posture, that sense of unreality began to creep back into Mu Wanning. Seeing that we had startled the owner, the surrounding students also turned their gazes towards us. Mu Wanning grabbed me, her tone carrying a note of admonishment. "Let's not cause any trouble, okay?" Mu Wanning had originally thought I wouldn't listen, but to her surprise, I just paused for a moment, then immediately set the chair aside and nodded repeatedly, saying, "No trouble, let's go." The moment we stepped outside, Mu Wanning let go of my wrist. Following behind her, my heart raced and my face grew hot. How could anyone resist that? Previously, Mu Wanning had always spoken to me with a sarcastic, passive-aggressive tone and never showed a pleasant expression. Who knew that when she was serious, she could be so captivating? That cool and aloof aura of hers was truly charming. As expected of the girl who would become the greatest villain, yet still be adored by so many. Mu Wanning walked ahead, her expression dark and uncertain. Just now, when Lin Zixuan had pulled her hand, he had slipped a small note into it. Fortunately, I hadn't seen it, or else they probably would have been in for it today. During the afternoon class, I slept the entire time with my back to Mu Wanning. Occasionally, my soft snores could be heard in the classroom. The sound unexpectedly reminded Mu Wanning of a small kitten she had raised as a child. Mu Wanning felt she was becoming a little obsessed. Just as school was about to end, I woke up in a daze, stretched lazily, and was caught red-handed by the physics teacher. Gu Xian, come and explain how to solve this problem. What problem could I explain? I stood up, stammering, and looked at the Chinese textbook soaked with my own drool, a look of shame on my face. The teacher, with a look that said I knew it all along, said, "If you can't explain it, just remain standing." I scratched my head, my shoulders slumped. Zhang Yao seemed to be an expert at kicking someone when they're down. She turned her head and scoffed. Originally, I sat with Zhang Yao, but I moved over to curry favor with Mu Wanning, and our relationship fell apart. In class, I was now completely isolated. To make matters worse, Mu Wanning was still giving me the cold shoulder. I gazed out the window. The sun was halfway set, and the horizon was adorned with layers of crimson clouds, a truly beautiful sight. I was watching the scenery, and Mu Wanning was watching me. Wiping the pen in her hand, Mu Wanning heard me let out a sigh. With my gaze lowered, I asked her, "Girlfriend, what should we have for dinner tonight?" Mu Wanning paused for a moment before saying, "I don't feel like eating." I knew she would say that. I smiled and said, "I want to eat, and since you're my girlfriend, you have to come with me." My bank card had been suspended, and my driver had been dismissed. My only option was to take the bus. My house was also about to be sold. After the agent inspected the property, they contacted numerous potential buyers. If the paperwork processed quickly, this would likely be my last happy day in the grand villa. I was reluctant to let it go, but I refused to bow down to Gu King. The villa sold for 3 million. The buyer had some history with the Gu family. In fact, they were arch rivals. Upon learning this, I signed the contract without a second thought. When Gu King heard the news, he would certainly buy the house back. How could he possibly let anyone know about a scandal like his son being so broke he had to sell his house? I had calculated this scheme perfectly. With the money, I rented an apartment near Mu Wanning in the very same building. However, I didn't dare tell her, fearing she might suddenly cause my mission to fail. Every day, I discreetly brought breakfast for Mu Wanning and made sure she joined me for all 3 meals. Mu Wanning passively accepted it all without saying a word. Her attitude, however, did seem to soften a little. As we were eating some small, bowl dishes, I tentatively asked, "Which school are you planning to apply to?" Mu Wanning was going to apply to Zhongcheng University because she didn't want to be too far from her mother. As expected, she calmly and dutifully applied to Zhong University. I asked again, "Then what major do you want to study?" Mu Wanning said, "Computer science, I guess." I had a sudden realization this wouldn't do. Because the male and female protagonists were also going to major in computer science, they would end up becoming classmates. The female lead's family background and academic performance would completely overshadow Mu Wanning's, which would ignite her intense competitive spirit. This was also a key element in Mu Wanning's descent into villainy. I said casually, "How about you consider medicine?" Mu Wanning didn't like being controlled and, as expected, immediately retorted. I pretended not to see and said, as if to myself, "Medicine is great. You'll have good job prospects, a high salary, and it's a highly skilled profession. It's needed everywhere. Most importantly, saving lives is a good deed. Maybe it could help her shed the title of villain and become a good person. Mu Wanning said flatly. Not interested. I'm full. She had seen through it long ago. I had only asked her to eat with me out of pity. Mu Wanning was grateful to me, but she knew all of this would become a joke later. Mu Wanning had already decided that when I finally dropped the pretense, she would kill me without hesitation. Medicine was a fantasy. Since she was young, she had always thought she would become an executioner. Mu Wanning interrupted me, saying, Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about your own grades. Suddenly, a great idea struck me. That's right, my grades are bad. How about this? I'll treat you to meals from now on, and you can tutor me. With less than half a month until the Gaokao, even the teachers had started to slack off. There was no need to teach those who were eager to learn, and it was impossible to teach those who weren't. After sizing me up carefully, Mu Wanning came to a conclusion. I pursed my lips and said, How do you know it's useless without even trying? Besides, I'm very smart. Mu Wanning sneered. The kind of smart that always ranks last on every test. I frowned and said nothing. My expression actually made Mu Wanning hesitate for a moment, and then she heard me mutter under my breath. Don't you know the saying? Sharpening your spear just before battle. It may not be sharp, but at least it will gleam. You haven't even tried, so how can you say it's impossible? Mu Wanning didn't want to be indebted to me, as my constant supply of food recently had indeed made her life much easier. She finally relented and said, 2 hours during the evening self-study session. The moment she gave in, I broke into a smile. So you've promised me, you can't take it back now. Mu Wanning had a strange, inexplicable feeling in her heart. She stared directly into my eyes, as if trying to see through to my very soul. Mu Wanning suddenly asked, You're not the same as you were before. My scalp tingled with shock as I heard the system mutter coolly in my ear. I told you before not to break character. I was stunned for a moment, but then I spoke with an air of arrogance. But of course. We might not see each other in the future, so I want to use this short time we have to make it up to you. Mu Wanning asked, Is this to clear your conscience? Not knowing how to continue the act, I put on an aggrieved expression and said, If that's what you want to think, there's nothing I can do. A cold smile touched the corners of Mu Wanning's mouth as she abruptly stood up and said, I'm leaving first. I had no idea what nerve I had struck, but I quickly shoveled down a mouthful of rice and ran out after her. During this time, I still hadn't reconciled with that group of disreputable friends. Jiang Yao, however, could no longer contain her impatience. Seeing me once again getting affectionately close with Mu Wanning, she was astonished to find me studying as she passed by my desk. She tapped on the table and said, Is this really necessary? Gu Xian actually thinks he's a model student now. I lifted my head, my face devoid of expression, and replied, What's it to you? Jiang Yao sneered and said, I heard your father kicked you out of the family, is that right? And what's this about selling your house? I responded coolly. Who told you that? Jiang Yao pulled up a chair and sat down across from us, raising an eyebrow as she looked from Mu Wanning back to me. You're such a big spender. How could the money from one house possibly be enough for you? Why don't you try sucking up to me? I could have my dad put in a good word with yours. Wouldn't that be more promising than associating with this poor girl? I slammed my hand on the table in frustration and snapped. Will you ever stop? This character barely had a storyline in the original novel, so why is she causing so much trouble now that it's my turn? Couldn't she see that my target of affection was looking dangerously moody and on the verge of anger. Jiang Yu, you might have a death wish, but I certainly wanted to live. Mu Wanning folded her half-finished exam paper and said, I have something else to attend to, so I'll be going now. She clearly wanted no part in the conflict between the two of us. Jiang Yu, Yao stretched her leg out under the table, blocking Mu Wanning's path, and said mockingly, What's this? Can our top scholar possibly have other business to attend to? Are you in a rush to go wash dishes or wait tables? Suppressing her fury, Mu Wanning stared coldly at Jiang Yu Yao. As a fight seemed imminent, I stepped between the two of them and said impatiently, You have something you want to say to me, don't you? Let's talk outside. Seeing the anxious look on my face, Jiang Yu Yao curled her lip in disdain and said, As I passed Mu Wanning on my way out, the narrow aisle forced our bodies to brush against each other. Wanning could smell the faint, alluring scent on me. As Jiang Yu Yao followed me out, she purposefully turned back to cast a provocative glance at Mu Wanning. By some strange magic, before we had gotten far, Mu Wanning unexpectedly got up and followed us out. The campus streetlights. Flushed with anger, I said indignantly, Are you out of your mind? Jiang Yu Yao reached into her pocket for her cigarettes, took one out, and offered the pack to me. I slapped her hand away and said, I'm studying with Mu Wanning. What does that have to do with you? Jiang Yu Yao's voice rose with a hint of irritation as she said, You're the one who's out of their mind, Gu Xian. I told you to just have some fun with her, but you've really outdone yourself. What's next? Are you going to move in with her? What business is it of mine? Hasn't your father warned you that our families are joined by a marriage alliance? My voice caught in my throat. I stared at Jiang Yu Yao, utterly astonished. My thoughts were a complete jumble. I quickly asked the system, Is that true? Why didn't you tell me? When I first arrived in this world, the system had only shown me the life of my original self. It was like watching a movie. However, the camera always followed Mu Wanning. As for a piece of cannon fodder like me, there really weren't many scenes to watch. The system replied helplessly, I don't know about this either. Just as I was about to explain, I heard Jiang Yu Yao say, Do you know what you look like right now? You're like a pathetic, obsessive stalker. Mu Wanning doesn't know you live downstairs from her, does she? I see you sneaking around, trailing after her every single day. I find it laughable, even on your behalf. Her words truly infuriated me. Before I could even utter a word, my blood began to boil. Not far away, Mu Wanning was calmly staring at me with an indescribable expression on her face. Jiang Yu Yao had clearly noticed my reaction. She turned to look, and couldn't help but laugh. Since we've been overheard, let's just lay it all out on the table. Staring at me, Jiang Yu Yao said, Are you going to stay away from her on your own, or do I have to drive her away? Or perhaps I'll tell your father about this wonderful daughter-in-law you've found for him. The choice is yours. I clenched my fists tightly. My jaw was clenched tight. The corners of Mu Wanning's mouth lifted into an intriguing curve as she said, Gu Xian, you've really outdone yourself. I spent the entire night pondering where things had gone wrong. In the original story, I was clearly nothing more than a disposable, supporting male character. Supporting male character, that term isn't quite precise enough. A disposable bystander would be more accurate. Does a mere bystander in this romantic drama also get caught in such a chaotic showdown? I tossed and turned, sighing in bed as I mulled it over. When I heard a noise outside my door, I shot up instantly. One look through the peephole, and my heart sank. Why would Mu Wanning show up at my door in the middle of the night? Mu Wanning's face was devoid of expression. I glanced around uneasily. If she were to make a move now, at least I had a mop I could use. I tightened my grip on the nearby mop. I pulled the door open. Mu Wanning shot me a glance and said sarcastically, "So you actually moved in?" I straightened my back and said, feigning nonchalance, "It's nothing, the rent here is cheap." Mu Wanning was silent for a long moment, then suddenly spoke. After speaking, she pushed past me and into the room, regardless of what I thought. The room was empty. Aside from a few essential pieces of furniture, it looked exceptionally Spartan. I followed her gaze. Seeing the clothes carelessly thrown on the sofa, the corner of my mouth twitched. I strode over and quickly gathered them up. The room is a bit messy, huh? This was far beyond a bit messy. Mu Wanning's lips twitched. Pretending she hadn't seen anything, she said matter-of-factly, "We didn't get the full 2 hours in during evening study today. I saw you'd only finished half of the paper. Since you want to put in the effort, you should finish your homework first." I leaned against the wall, sizing her up. Was she really here to tutor me? My eyes scanned the room warily, and I only relaxed slightly after confirming there was no danger. Because of that sentence, however, Mu Wanning's gaze fell on me. I was wearing a loose, short-sleeved shirt, revealing my muscular arms. Casual, yet with a masculine air. It was only then that Mu Wanning realized that visiting a boy's home late at night was perhaps somewhat inappropriate. Mu Wanning turned her head away and said, "Never mind, I've come at a bad time. Since we missed today's tutoring, I'll help you make it up during the morning self-study session tomorrow." Seeing she was about to leave, I raised an eyebrow. I understood that tutoring was just an excuse. She had only come to verify what Jiang Wanjiao had said. I knew she couldn't bring herself to say it, so I brought it up first. "I can explain what happened today." Mu Wanning curled her lips and said coldly, "There's no need to explain. I understand everything." Flustered, I said, "I really wasn't following you. I just rented the apartment below yours." Seeing she remained unmoved, I simply confessed in desperation. "I just wanted to be a little closer to you, that's all. I have no ulterior motives." Mu Wanning's expression turned cold. The next moment, she forcefully pushed me down onto the sofa. She said in a low, deep voice, "Gu Shiyan. This kind of timing disgusts me. Thank you for your kindness these past couple of days, but it won't be necessary from now on." I was suffering a grievance I couldn't voice. All I could do was offer a pained explanation. "I really don't know anything about an arranged marriage. I like you, and I want to be with you." Mu Wanning scoffed and said, "And the reason?" I was taken aback for a moment as I heard her say, "If you say you like me, you should at least have a reason, shouldn't you? Is it because you think I have no power or influence, so you can just play around with me? After all, you still have Jiangyu, Yao to fall back on, don't you?" With a sarcastic smile playing on her lips, Mu Wanning said, "Now that you mention it, I suddenly think that stealing someone else's fiancé sounds rather exciting." I swallowed hard. I said nothing. Mu Wanning reached out, grabbed my collar, and gave it a sharp tug. The sound of the fabric was jarringly loud in the quiet room. Mu Wanning's eyes were dark as she spoke again. "Dressed like that, are you trying to seduce someone?" This time, I was genuinely panicked. I grabbed her wrist. "You're talking nonsense. Who would be as crazy as you, banging on my door in the middle of the night?" Mu Wanning's hand suddenly moved down and closed around my throat. She said through gritted teeth, "I don't care what you're plotting, but since you're living here, you'd better behave. Don't go provoking Jiang Yu Yao." My eyes met hers without a trace of fear as I replied, "Or else you'll kill me, is that it?" Mu Wanning narrowed her eyes, seemingly displeased that I had seen through her. "You're overthinking things. There are ways to deal with people. It doesn't have to come to murder." After saying this, she turned and left. I rested my forehead on my hand and laughed. Doesn't have to. In the original story, she still came after me after the college entrance exams. Now that the final veil had been torn away, I seemed to have grown much bolder. The next morning, I went straight downstairs with breakfast, timing it perfectly to wait for Mu Wanning. Before, I was afraid she'd discover I lived here, so I would deliberately wait upstairs for her to leave before secretly rushing down. When Mu Wanning came out, she saw me holding 2 cups of milk and some savory pancakes. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. "What are you doing?" I said casually. "Waiting for you. Since you've already found me out, can I go to school with you from now on?" Mu Wanning silently went downstairs and wheeled out her rickety old bicycle. As if I had done it 100 times, I hopped onto the rear rack of the bicycle. Holding 2 cups of milk, I patted the bicycle seat and said, "Let's go." Mu Wanning frowned and said, "Aren't you a little too shameless?" Confused, I replied, "I haven't done anything. Didn't we agree to get in some extra studying during the morning session? Let's hurry up. If we leave any later, more students will be around, and everyone will see you giving me a ride to school." Mu Wanning took a deep breath. The moment she straddled the bicycle, my hands wrapped around her waist. Through her thin jacket, I could feel her slender frame. Mu Wanning's body tensed up. She said through gritted teeth, "Take your hands off me." I held on even tighter and whispered, "I'm afraid you'll throw me off halfway there." Mu Wanning let out a faint scoff. She forcefully suppressed her anger. My somewhat cool hands absorbed warmth through her thin clothes, occasionally tightening and then relaxing with the rhythm of her cycling. Mu Wanning's cheeks flushed slightly, though she herself didn't quite understand why. She pedaled furiously, dropping me off in a corner hidden from everyone's view. "I'm going to park the bike. You go on to the classroom and wait for me." I opened my mouth to speak. She just didn't want us to be seen together, though I couldn't imagine what there was to hide. Everyone at school already knew what was going on between Mu Wanning and me. But I nodded anyway, handing her the food and saying, "Remember to eat this." I headed for the classroom with long, quick strides, a spring in my step. Mu Wanning was dazed for a moment. She pressed her lips together and nodded stiffly. I sighed. As the day to see if I would pass drew ever closer, I became increasingly anxious. I couldn't figure out if Mu Wanning was genuinely being kind to me, or if she was following the original plot, slowly boiling a frog in warm water to make me lower my guard. On the way to the classroom, I couldn't resist asking the system to check Mu Wanning's favorability score. I had been wanting to check for the past 2 days, but I didn't dare. I was afraid that if I saw the favorability score was negative 100 again, my composure would completely shatter. The system's flat voice sounded. "Affirmative, host, now querying for you. Please wait a moment. Villain's favorability score, negative 70. I stopped in my tracks, both shocked and dejected. I was shocked that my gestures of goodwill toward Mu Wanning were actually having an effect, but dejected that the effect didn't seem to be very significant. I somewhat regretted turning off the favorability notifications. I had no idea what had caused Mu Wanning's score to drop. I hurriedly said, "Turn this feature back on and don't turn it off again." Then I stopped at the school entrance. I prepared to test things out. In less than 5 minutes, Mu Wanning arrived at the entrance. The breakfast in her hand was already mostly finished. When she saw me, her eyes narrowed. Before I could even flash what I thought was a handsome smile, I heard the system's notification. Villain's favorability score, -71. The smile on my lips vanished instantly. What was the trigger for that? Does her favorability drop just from me appearing in front of her without doing or saying anything? Propping up my trembling body, I said, "I want to go in with you." Mu Wanning set aside the half-finished soy milk in her hand and asked with a stern expression, "You look terrible. Are you not feeling well? It was you who angered me." I took a deep breath, looked up, and said with feigned grievance, "I was just thinking that if I left, I would have 10 fewer minutes with you. We probably don't have much time left together, and I don't want to be away from you for that long." And then came the notification, Villain's favorability score, -72. Fine. I finally figured it out. Mu Wanning disliked clingy and disobedient people. Forget it, I'll leave now. I turned to slip away, but then I heard Mu Wanning say, "Since you want to stay with me, let's go together." Villain's favorability score, -70. What in the world? I regretted it again. After turning on the system notifications, my emotions were on a complete roller coaster. I couldn't possibly guess what Mu Wanning had been thinking in those few short minutes for the score to change so rapidly. I followed behind Mu Wanning. Seeing us arrive together for the first time, the people in class began to gossip endlessly. The changes in me recently had indeed been significant. A boy in the front row boldly asked, "What's going on here? Has our great goddess Mu finally given in?" My face flushed as I said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" It wasn't from shyness, but from anger. I was genuinely afraid that this remark would give Mu Wanning the wrong idea, so I quickly shut it down. But after waiting a while, I heard no system notification, nor did Mu Wanning show any reaction. Tentatively, I said something in character. "What great goddess Mu? You should call her sister-in-law." Many people in the class started laughing. Some of it was good-natured, some was mocking. The next second, I heard the system prompt. Villain's favorability score, -68. I looked at Mu Wanning in astonishment. Mu Wanning took a test paper from her school bag, looked up, and asked me, "Did you finish last night's homework?" The words I was about to say caught in my throat as I watched her frown and say, "You have no intention of studying seriously at all, do you?" I quickly replied, "I did it." Mu Wanning said dismissively, "Finishing a test paper in 5 minutes." I rubbed my nose and said, "I did it seriously." Mu Wanning held out her hand and said, "Let me see." I quickly pulled out the test paper. This was the result of me racking my brains. After all, I've transmigrated through many campus novels and been forced to learn countless subjects. Although this test was a bit difficult, I could still figure it out with a little effort and some research on Beidou. Mu Wanning was a little surprised. "You did this." Aside from my chicken scratch handwriting, the accuracy on this paper was quite high. I muttered, "I told you I'm not stupid." Mu Wanning narrowed her eyes and asked, "Then why don't you study properly?" I didn't know what to say. My only goal is to win you over, escape this damned mission, and return to the real world. How could I have the mind for all these other trivial things? Mu Wanning didn't press me further. She took a somewhat old notebook from her bag and said, "These are the key points I've organized for every subject. You can try reading through them, and if there's anything you don't understand, just ask me." I took it with a look of gratitude. I wore the expression of someone ready to sail the boundless sea of learning through hard work. I solemnly opened the notebook. Mu Wanning's handwriting, unlike her personality, was very delicate and neat. The strokes were powerful. I traced the characters and said with a smile, "Your handwriting is beautiful." Mu Wanning replied without hesitation, "It's just that your handwriting is too ugly." The corner of my mouth twitched. She had really grown much bolder. If not for the favorability score of -68, to any outsider we would have looked just like an intimate couple. I scratched the back of my head and muttered, "Should I buy a copybook to practice then?" I seem to recall the college entrance exams are graded by machine. Mu Wanning asked, somewhat confused, "What do you mean by graded by machine?" I stiffened. I was done for. In her era, it seemed technology hadn't advanced to that point yet. I bit my lip and said, "I was just rambling." Mu Wanning paid it no mind. "You really should buy a copybook and practice. Otherwise, for the presentation score, well, forget it. In any case, even if you do poorly, your family will send you to a very good school for your education." I flatly denied it. My denial brought a hint of surprise to Mu Wanning's eyes. She frowned at me as if searching for something. I took a deep breath and started pulling my books out of my bag. I didn't want to play the victim, but if I didn't close the class divide between me and Mu Wanning, there would always be a glass wall between us. If playing the victim could evoke Mu Wanning's sympathy, I was willing to make myself sound even more pathetic. Thinking of the plot from the original drama I had watched, I spoke earnestly. "My father died a long time ago. I have a younger half, brother, 3 months my junior. They actually abandoned me long ago." With a flicker of sadness in my eyes, I shrugged nonchalantly and spoke. "Just a few months after my mother died, my father brought my stepmother and brother into the house. The 3 of them were a happy family, and there was simply no room for me." Listening to the favorability score slowly rising, I kept on talking. "I used to be willful just to get my father to pay a little more attention to me, but unfortunately, he only grew to despise me more. I don't want to please him either. After all, he's the reason I don't have a mother. But all this I'm telling you. You don't find it annoying, do you?" I forced the rims of my eyes to turn red, tears welling up, threatening to fall. A wave of panic washed over Mu Wanning, and right after, I heard the voice in my mind. "Villain favorability score, -61. Every word I said struck a chord with Mu Wanning, sending ripples through her heart. Then Mu Wanning said something with a blank expression. My face twitched, and I leaned against the desk. Mu Wanning was truly a master of sharp remarks. She clearly felt for me, yet she still had to criticize me. I secretly rubbed my thigh. I had been too rough just now. It was probably going to bruise. Just when I thought this aloof girl would remain cold, Mu Wanning spoke up. "It's really nothing. You should live for yourself, not seek the approval of others. Not even your parents are worthy of that." I felt a surge of delight. Feeling annoyed, Mu Wanning propped her head on her hand after speaking, opened her Chinese language test paper, and immersed herself in the ocean of knowledge. She hadn't heard me turn a single page. After finishing a test paper, she turned around to see me with my face cupped in my hands, eyes closed, sleeping soundly. Mu Wanning felt a pang of regret. She could feel her hatred for me slowly dissipating. She would also think about the things I had done before, replaying them in her mind, but it was utterly useless. She had started by thinking I simply didn't understand emotions or how to interact with people. Now she just saw me as a rebellious and willful teenager. Just like her, the absence of love in my life had made me seem incomprehensible to others. With a darkened gaze, Mu Wanning roughly woke me up. I gasped, my eyes widening. "What's wrong?" Mu Wanning said sternly, "I told you to read, not to sleep." My face fell instantly. I propped my head up miserably, sighing heavily. Meanwhile, where no one else could see, the corners of Mu Wanning's lips curved into a slight smile. I realized Mu Wanning was a girl with a strong sense of responsibility, and that my judgment of her had perhaps been too subjective. When I was woken up yet again, I was on the verge of a breakdown. I propped my head on my left hand, nodding off like a pecking chick, but the moment I noticed Mu Wanning looking over, I immediately pretended to be concentrating. "I'm not sleeping. I'm really not sleeping." Mu Wanning sneered, but didn't call me out on my little act. It wasn't until the long break between classes that I finally closed my book and slept like the dead on my desk. I was completely unaware that during this time, Jiang Yuyao had tapped on Mu Wanning's desk and given her a meaningful look. Mu Wanning's gaze hardened, and she got up to follow Jiang Yuyao out the door. When the class bell rang, I realized Mu Wanning hadn't returned. Jiang Yuyao walked in right as the bell rang, a smug look on her face, and shot me a provocative smile. It was impossible for Mu Wanning to be late. The teacher asked about Mu Wanning's whereabouts, and when no one answered, began going over the day's exam paper. I looked at my watch, growing anxious. 10 minutes passed, and Mu Wanning still hadn't returned. From the laughter of a few people nearby, I caught snippets of their conversation. I heard Mu Wanning, the rooftop, and then mess her up badly. In that instant, something inside my mind snapped. I was furious. This was the villain I had been protecting so carefully, working tirelessly to reduce her corruption level. It would have been one thing if these people simply weren't helpful, but instead, they were actively making things worse. I swallowed hard, rose from my seat, and ran in the direction of the rooftop. My fists were clenched, my fingers trembling slightly as I rushed up to the rooftop. I pushed open the wooden door, and it let out a creak. There, crouched in a corner of the rooftop, was Mu Wanning. Her slender frame seemed exceptionally fragile, her white school uniform torn, revealing a pale wrist. She was covered in dust. On her delicate face was the red mark of a slap. Hearing the sound, she turned her head, her almond eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Mu Wanning's slender fingers tugged at her tattered school uniform. Across her petite back were several shocking whip marks. "They told you, didn't they?" Mu Wanning's normally cool voice was slightly hoarse. I clenched my fists. I just heard. "You really are a jinx." Mu Wanning's cherry lips parted, her tone ice cold. Just then I heard the system's notification tone, villain's favorability rating -100. All my efforts had been for nothing. I felt so wronged that tears began to stream down my cheeks uncontrollably. My tears clearly flustered Mu Wanning. She stood up and walked towards me. Her dark brows furrowed slightly. "Stay away from me. If you really care about me, then please, let me have some peace in my life." With that, she turned and walked away. She didn't go to class. When I returned, she was nowhere to be seen. Seeing the expression on my face, Jiang Yuyao's lips curled into a cold smirk. In that moment, unable to contain my boiling rage, I rushed forward and slapped Jiang Yuyao hard across the face in front of the entire class. She clearly hadn't expected me to do that, and the language arts teacher was stunned as well. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yuyao clutched her face, staring at me in utter disbelief. "Jiang Yuyao, you've really shown me your true colors. If you have the guts, come after me. Why did you have to go for Mu Wanning? Don't you know it was me pestering her?" I unleashed a long tirade. Seeing me grabbing Jiang Yuyao's collar, the language arts teacher shouted, "Gu Xian, if you don't want to be in class, then get out and go home. What kind of trouble are you causing in my classroom? Go home, fine by me. I didn't want to stay here with these disgusting people anyway." I gritted my teeth. What had happened had happened. I no longer had any desire to salvage the situation. With a personality like Mu Wanning's, She must hate my guts right now. She has classes to attend and a plot to follow. I'm just cannon fodder, someone destined to die, so what does any of it matter? The way I just up and left stunned everyone. Carrying my bag, I walked down the street, feeling a sense of melancholic loss. The system's voice spoke plaintively in my ear. Host, you were far too impulsive. If you really drop out of school, there will be absolutely no chance to turn this around. Hearing the word chance, I scoffed. I never had a chance to begin with, and you know it. That favorability meter for Mu Wanning is completely erratic. There's no logic to it. I'm done trying to win her over. Let me just die early and move on to other missions. The very sight of her is irritating. Before, Mu Wanning had given me the false impression that things could work. The favorability meter was unstable, sure, but it was generally trending upwards, giving me hope. Who knew that a single incident would send me right back to square one? It's a good thing I don't have a heart condition. Otherwise, with the way she's been tormenting me, I would have either dropped dead on the spot or had my lifespan cut in half. The system, lacking any grasp of human emotion, simply advised, there are still 2 weeks left, host. Keep going. As long as you can eliminate her killing intent towards you, there's a chance for things to turn around. Are you stupid? I scoffed. In the original story, she's destined to be the murderer. A natural, born villain like that is beyond saving, even if I were to sell everything I own to try. As I walked back, the streets were bustling with traffic, and strangers hurried past. A sudden wave of sadness washed over me. I couldn't remember why I had started carrying out these missions in the first place. In my memory, I had helped many different worlds and saved countless tragic endings. I was happy then, earning high scores and exchanging them for S-rank missions, all to return to the real world as soon as possible. But as for why I absolutely had to go back, I had no memory. The system doesn't allow its agents to be influenced by real-world thoughts. The moment I became an agent, my memories of reality were erased. And yet, I had a faint feeling that someone was waiting for me in the real world. I kicked a small stone out of my path. I never expected to see Mu Wanning in front of that dilapidated old apartment building. She was carrying a trash bag and had changed into clean clothes, a white dress that made her look all the more coolly ethereal. Our eyes met for a moment, but then Mu Wanning aloofly turned her head away without a word. I stood my ground, and as she passed by, I said, "Go on to school. I can guarantee they won't bully you anymore. I apologize for the harm and trouble I caused you before. I know it's useless, but I still have to say it. Actually, never mind." The words I wanted to say caught in my throat. I ruffled my hair and strode upstairs. Mu Wanning was a bit dazed. Wasn't it school time right now? How did he get out? But in an instant, she figured it out. Hadn't he always been like this? I slept at home until the world turned upside down. When I looked up, all I saw was the oppressive, grimy ceiling, the fan above it creaking noisily. There was a thunderous knock on the door. I hesitated for a moment before pulling it open. There stood Gu King, radiating a frosty air, and behind him the gaudily dressed son, Yufang. My expression immediately turned cold. "Is there something you need?" Gu Xian, Gu King practically squeezed the words out through clenched teeth. Beside him, son Yufang feigned a comforting tone. "Xian is still just a child. Don't stoop to his level." Gu King's eyes looked as if they could burn holes right through me. He scanned the house and said sarcastically, "This child of yours sold the house his mother gave him, so young and already gone astray. Fighting is one thing, but now he's followed that kind of woman to a place like this. I heard you've been boasting at school that you're quitting. Is that right? Fine, quit then. It's not like you were cut out for it anyway. You're about to graduate anyway. The child from the Zhong family seems like a good match. Pack your things and prepare to marry into their family." What did you say? I asked, my face a mask of astonishment. That these words could come from my own father was unbelievable. What's wrong? This is the only use you have left, Gu King said coldly. I've heard everything from the Jiang family's child. They are a good person, willing to overlook what you've done in the past. After the college entrance exams, I'll arrange for you both to study abroad in America. I clenched my fists and said nothing. It was pointless. Arguing was useless, because I wouldn't even live to see the day after the exams. But of all the things he could have said, Gu King uttered the one line he never should have. If you were half as good as your own mother, I wouldn't be so disappointed in you. You have the nerve to mention my mother. I looked at Sun Yufeng, and at that moment, all my grievances surged to the surface. Trembling, I pointed at the woman behind him. My mother was formidable, but even she couldn't win against you two adulterers. A sharp slap rang out. It was a price I was willing to pay. I stiffened my neck and continued. I wasn't wrong about a single thing I said. Gu Xian, your mother died of an illness. If I ever hear you say such things again, you'd better pray I don't get rough with you. I wondered if this man had managed to deceive even himself. I took 2 steps back. My mother was killed by you. You coveted her money, deceived her affections, and shamelessly entered our home. Having an affair behind her back wasn't enough. You even stole her money to raise that bastard. I saw his raised hand. Are you going to hit me again? My mother didn't die from an illness. You people killed her. You drove her to jump off a building to her death. I never wanted to burn bridges with you because you're my father. But now, I feel like even a stranger treats me better than you do. You only ever talk to me about money. Every cent you spend on Sun Yufeng now carries the shadow of my mother. Are you looking for death? Gu King's jaw trembled as he furiously grabbed me by the collar. Sun Yufeng's eyes were red, rimmed, and with tears streaming down her face, she put on a show of calming Gu King down. To any outsider, she looked just like a virtuous wife and loving mother. What are you doing? Just then, Mu Wanning's cold voice cut in. She was holding a bento bag, standing at the top of the stairs, her eyes devoid of any warmth. The moment Gu King saw her, he hesitated for a second, because she looked so much like someone he knew. If you're going to argue, do it inside. There are many elderly people in this building taking their afternoon naps right now. After saying this, Mu Wanning turned to leave without a backward glance. She paused on the landing, looking down her nose at Gu King. He's still a minor, protected by law. Talk things out properly, don't resort to violence. Be careful, or someone might report you, and you'll end up having tea at the station. Gu King shot Mu Wanning a sidelong glance, his brow furrowed. Zhang Yufang quickly pulled him away. Forget it, he's just a kid. Don't stoop to his level. Gu King clenched his fists and gave me a cold smile. I don't care what you think. If you still want to acknowledge me as your father, you'd better start behaving and stop making me angry. After saying this, Gu King left, pulled along by Zhang Yufang. I stood at the door, took a deep breath, and gave a helpless tug at the corner of my mouth. If I didn't have to follow the original character's plot to avoid unnecessary complications, I couldn't be bothered to deal with this bizarre couple. I touched my face. It really hurt. Gu King truly showed no mercy to his own biological son. He'd sell him if he could. I gave a bitter smile. Just as I was about to close the door, I saw Mu Wanning coming back down the stairs. Aren't you going to school? Mu Wanning stood about 3 steps away, her gaze deep as if she were trying to read my mind. I nodded. So you can go to school without any worries. You won't see me there, so you should be happy. Is it just because of that? I said, I don't want to see Jiangyu, Yao. I'm going to go back and rest now. As I spoke, I went to pull the door shut, but Mu Wanning held it open with her hand. Her brow was tightly furrowed. After a long moment, her voice softened. "Does your father hit you like this often too?" I touched my face, bit my lip, and shook my head. "I'm not going either." Mu Wanning's words left me utterly stunned. What was this about? After all, it was the review period. The teachers had covered all the material, so studying at home would be fine. Mu Wanning pressed her lips together and looked at me, her gaze complex. "I can help you catch up on your schoolwork, too. If your father doesn't want you, with grades like yours, it will be very difficult to get into a university. Don't get the wrong idea. I see you genuinely want to turn over a new leaf. If I just leave you to your own devices, I'm afraid of what you might become." I remained in a state of shock. The way the plot was unfolding was certainly unexpected. "You said that?" A sudden realization flashed through my mind. The system hadn't registered any increase in her favorability score. But Mu Wanning's attitude was clearly softening. However, my question made Mu Wanning's expression turn cold. "Forget it, just pretend I never said anything." How could that be acceptable? I grabbed her arm, my eyes looking up at her, wide and full of hope. Mu Wanning thought that if I had a tail, it would surely be wagging with excitement. Her gaze grew heavy. She heard me say anxiously, "Since you promised, you must keep your word. Let's start the tutoring session right now." Mu Wanning felt her eyelids twitching. She pushed my hand away. "Wait for me to get my textbook." I watched Mu Wanning go upstairs. I asked the system, "How do you define this favorability score?" "The villain's internal aversion score." I let out a disdainful scoff. "I think your system might have a bug. Look at Mu Wanning. Does she look like she detests me in any way? Have you forgotten?" The system calmly reminded me, in the original story, Mu Wanning was also nice to the original protagonist. What was her purpose? A chill ran down my spine. Mu Wanning had already come downstairs, carrying her tattered old school bag. She seemed a bit surprised to see me. "Why are you still standing here?" Feeling a bit awkward, I rubbed my hands together. The corner of Mu Wanning's mouth twitched. My family only had one desk. It was dilapidated and on the verge of collapse. One look was enough to tell it had rarely been used for studying. There wasn't a single book on it. Mu Wanning tested it with her hand, and when it wobbled, she immediately turned and placed her school bag on the coffee table instead. There were actually many moments when I could truly forget that I was fated to die at Mu Wanning's hands. For example, when she was right beside me, occasionally helping me with problems, it felt as if she were genuinely planning for my future. Mu Wanning held the test paper I had just completed. "You're clearly very smart." Most of the mistakes on it were just careless errors in the final calculations. If before she could have claimed I had copied it from somewhere, this time she had watched me do it right under her nose, so it couldn't be faked. "I never said I was stupid," I retorted quietly. And then I heard the system's rebuttal. "If you're so capable, then don't ask me. Let's see if you can solve this math problem on your own." "So annoying, shut up," I said indignantly. Mu Wanning closed her book. "I've taught you. Look at the book yourself now. I'm leaving." Indeed, I didn't pester her any further. As soon as she left, I threw down my pen, held my face in my hands, and questioned the system. I always had a feeling she didn't want me dead. Were there any convoluted plot points during this period in the original story? For once, the system was useful. It helped check and then summarized its findings. There are. In the original book, the original host's older brother had once approached Mu Wanning. Additionally, she is set to meet the male lead 3 times, one of which will increase the target's favorability toward him. When is that supposed to happen? I jumped to my feet. There were only a few days left in this 2-week period. Even if I couldn't raise my own favorability score, I couldn't let Mu Wanning go further down a dark path by falling for the male lead. A supporting female character and the male lead are not meant to have a happy ending. Sometime in the next few days. The system was being evasive. That would never do. I scrambled to my feet. I quickly grabbed my bag. I had to keep a close eye on Mu Wanning. I couldn't let someone use this opportunity to steal her away. Mu Wanning's workplace had been upgraded to a fancy coffee shop. I wasn't foolish enough to go into the shop, so I specifically went to stake out the bubble tea place across the street. Every day I'd get a cup of bubble tea, sit until Mu Wanning got off work, and then secretly follow her home. After a few days, I became friendly with the employees at the bubble tea shop. Some of them would even tease me. "So, what's the deal? You like that pretty lady over there? Go for it, you're so handsome, she'll definitely be interested." I waited with great anticipation, and finally, it was time for Mu Wanning to get off work. I immediately packed up, picked up my half, finished bubble tea, and hurried out. I always maintained a distance of about 10 paces from Mu Wanning. I had it all planned out. If I were discovered, I would simply say I was there to get bubble tea, and that it had nothing to do with Mu Wanning. Mu Wanning walked at a leisurely pace, a faint smile playing on her lips. Spotting an alleyway, she slipped inside when no one was looking. Just a moment ago, I was following with my head down. When I looked up, she was gone. In a panic, I quickly took a few steps forward. I looked around everywhere. I had only looked down for a few minutes. Where did she go? My body stiffened as I heard a cool, clear voice from behind me. "Did you finish the test paper I assigned you?" I turned around to see Mu Wanning leaning against the alley wall, looking nonchalant. The girl had a slender figure, standing around 1.7 meters tall in her coffee shop uniform. She gave off an unapproachable aura. The white shirt accentuated her cool, refined elegance, and her every movement held a unique grace. "Why do you follow me every day?" Mu Wanning's single sentence completely floored me. I put down my bubble tea, the lie died on my lips, and I resignedly asked, "How did you find out?" Who follows someone by trailing right behind them every day with their head down, not even bothering to hide? Do you take me for a fool, or think I'm blind? I retorted, "I'm not, I'm just worried." "Worried about what?" Mu Wanning seemed a bit surprised. Fiddling with the corner of my shirt, I looked up and said, "You're so beautiful. What if some bad guy targets you? Besides, this uniform of yours, this isn't a work uniform, it's practically an invitation." Mu Wanning listened to me with a blank expression. I took 2 steps toward her, only to be forcefully pulled forward and, in a swift turn, pressed against the wall. Pressed against her, I caught the faint scent of mint. Looking up into her deep, dark eyes, I couldn't help but hold my breath. A soft laugh escaped her throat, a sound as pleasant as a clear spring. "You like me that much, can't bear to leave my side for a moment. In that case, I have a better idea, one that will make it so you can never leave me. Care to try it?" An inscrutable light flickered in Mu Wanning's almond-shaped eyes. After a moment's hesitation, I smiled, resigned to her mockery. This mockery seemed to be seeping in, subtly and imperceptibly. Mu Wanning's fair, slender fingers tightened slightly. She slowly drew near, her cherry, red lips gently brushing the corner of mine, her voice as soft as if she were coaxing a child. "Don't say things like that to me." My heart was sent reeling, because in that instant I heard the system malfunction, its values fluctuating wildly. Villain's favorability points 10, villain's favorability points 99. It's gone insane. I couldn't tell if it was the system or Mu Wanning who had lost their mind. In the moment our lips met, I heard that the favorability points had already turned positive. But the moment we pulled apart, this damn beautiful woman's expression changed completely. What is it? I was a little dazed. Go home and do your homework. Mu Wanning turned elegantly, her long hair swaying, leaving me standing there, stunned for a long moment. Mu Wanning herself didn't know what she was thinking. She had wanted to kiss me. It was a fleeting impulse. The young man's appearance made her heart race. His lips were unbelievably soft, tempting her to deepen the kiss. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented turmoil in her heart. Her hand unconsciously went to her chest, trying to calm her agitated heart. She had never thought anyone could unsettle her so profoundly, and it had only taken half a month. Gu Xian was a demon. She kept trying to convince herself otherwise. Her slender fingers clenched into a fist. He must be waiting for her to fall for him, only to ruthlessly dump her and watch her fall apart. It wasn't as if Gu Xian hadn't done such things before. Mu Wanning felt that she had been too careless. Lin Zixuan, who was out buying stationery with some classmates, blushed slightly when he saw Mu Wanning alone through a shop window. Mu Wanning was truly beautiful, especially in her white shirt. Her cool, aloof temperament, tinged with a hint of distance, gave her a mysterious aura that suggested a hidden story, making her utterly captivating, especially to a bright, cheerful boy like Lin Zixuan. He remembered that Mu Wanning had never added his contact information. Frowning, he put down his pen and rushed out after her. Lin Zixuan called out from behind her, Mu Wanning. Mu Wanning stopped in her tracks, turning to meet Lin Zixuan's joyful expression. He always seemed to radiate a shining confidence. Are you just getting off work? The college entrance exams are almost here, and you're still working so hard. Mu Wanning's expression was indifferent. It's fine. Seeing her dismissive attitude, Lin Zixuan asked awkwardly, Has Gu Xian been bothering you lately? Upon hearing a name she didn't want to hear, Mu Wanning's fine brows furrowed slightly. Is there something you need? Lin Zixuan asked tentatively, The contact information I gave you last time. I noticed you haven't added me in a while. Mu Wanning pressed her lips together. Although some things were embarrassing to say, it was the truth. I don't have a phone, so I don't have those apps. I'm sorry. Lin Zixuan's expression stiffened. He had forgotten that Mu Wanning's family wasn't well off. Otherwise, she wouldn't be out working at this age and time. I'm sorry, I didn't take that into consideration. He immediately changed the subject. Have you decided which university you want to apply to? Jiang University. Mu Wanning and Lin Zixuan shared a sort of destined connection. He was a boy with a strong sense of justice, and on many occasions when I was teasing her, he would appear at just the right moment, like a knight descending upon the world, always seeming just out of reach. Really, I'm planning to apply to the computer science department at Jiang University, too. Mu Wanning raised her eyes and glanced at him. The coincidence was almost uncanny, and she found it surprising. Before she could speak, she suddenly noticed me behind Lin Zixuan. She just stared at me, her face full of disbelief. For a fleeting moment, Mu Wanning felt a pang of guilt. Lin Zixuan said cheerfully, If we both go to Jiang University, we can be great friends, right? I feel like we really get along. My voice came through gritted teeth. Get along? You're so damn versatile, you can get along with anyone. I told you last time, stay away from my girlfriend. A smile played on my lips. I really had to give it up for this world's original setup. In less than 10 minutes, those who were meant to meet still met, and I had to overhear such sickening words. When Lin Zixuan described me as a haunting presence, he was absolutely right. Embarrassment, then shame, flickered across his face before he spoke. "What business is this of yours? Have you no shame?" I sneered. "Mu Wanning is my girlfriend. You tell me if it's my business or not." "Girlfriend? That's just in your own head, isn't it?" My words had directly stepped on Lin Zixuan's tail. He bristled instantly. The setbacks Lin Zixuan had suffered at my hands were countless. Seeing him frustrated now brought a natural sense of satisfaction. Before I could rub it in any further, I heard Mu Wanning say, "It's not just in his head. I am indeed his girlfriend." The words were choked back in Lin Zixuan's throat, and even my own face wore an expression of disbelief. What Mu Wanning had just said was real. I wasn't hearing things. "Let's go home." Mu Wanning beckoned to me with a wave, then turned and left on her own. As I brushed past Lin Zixuan, my every movement was steeped in triumphant gloating. "What did I tell you, pretty boy? Hurry up." Mu Wanning wasn't far away, so she naturally heard my provocative words. I shouted loudly, "Coming." I bounded over to her side like a rabbit. Happiness was written all over my face. I had completely forgotten about the milk tea I had already half drunk. I offered it to her. "Want a taste? It's really sweet." Mu Wanning paused for a moment, her eyes fixed on the chewed, flat straw. I didn't feel awkward in the slightest. I just kept humming a little tune to myself, happily sipping my milk tea. Sometimes Mu Wanning really wondered if she was overthinking things. I appeared to be so simple-minded, straightforward, and incredibly easy to please. The slightest show of kindness from her would make my eyes fill with what looked like shattered stars, sparkling as I gazed at her. It was strangely endearing. The moment this thought crossed Jai Wanning's mind, her pace quickened as she tried to leave me far behind. Along the way, I told Jai Wanning many things, like the mischievous child I saw at the milk tea shop, or a certain couple I'd noticed. All trivial little things in life that I, for some reason, cherished. "If you put this kind of effort into your studies, getting into a good university would be easy for you." The mention of studying made me let out a long sigh. "What if I can't go to school?" Jai Wanning looked at me, somewhat bewildered. "What do you mean?" "I mean, what if my life ends up being very short? Have you ever heard the saying?" Jai Wanning cut me off, saying, "A scourge lasts 1,000 years. You're more of a scourge than any scourge, so there's no way you'll have a short life." My heart leaped, and a joyful expression appeared on my face. At that moment, Jai Wanning didn't seem to have any tender feelings for me, which made me very happy. I leaned in closer and said with a laugh, "Then you'll have to live to be 100, too." "Ridiculous!" Jai Wanning shook me off, the tips of her ears flushing red. The thought had suddenly occurred to her, this utterly ridiculous issue of living to be 100 with me. Jai Wanning never expected that her mother would see her during our entanglement. She looked as if she had just stepped out for groceries, standing under a tree and watching Jai Wanning. For a moment she was stunned, then she silently turned her head away. Jai Wanning irritably pulled her hand away from mine. Not yet noticing this subtle change, I asked her again, "What's wrong?" "I'm serious. I'll study hard so I can go to Jiang University with you. And when we do, we can study medicine together. How about that?" "Why are you so insistent that I study medicine?" This was the third time Jai Wanning had heard me suggest this. She had been dismissive before, but now there was a hint of inquiry in her manner. I hemmed and hawed for a moment before fabricating an excuse. "I just think studying medicine would suit you so well. You could wear those white coats in the future, and you'd look especially beautiful." My eyes shone, and I blinked, as if desperate to prove my point. "I mean it. Shallow. I'm leaving now." Jai Wanning glanced at her mother, still under the tree, pretending that we were just acquaintances making small talk, She smoothly walked over to help her mother with the groceries. "You're home from work early today," Jai Wanning said, a classmate. Yi King glanced at me a few more times and asked, "And that young man is?" The moment I saw Yi King, I understood why Jai Wanning had suddenly started making small talk with me. So as not to disturb the mother and daughter, I quietly followed from a distance. "You live here too? Why have you never mentioned it before?" Yi King looked me over. I didn't seem to come from a poor background, with my delicate features and good demeanor. If I wasn't a dancer, I must have been the young master of some wealthy family. "I just moved in." Yi King's eyes darkened slightly as she seemed to understand something. Suddenly, she asked, "You like her, don't you?" "We're just classmates." There was an undeniable finality in Jai Wanning's words. Yi King, ever so perceptive, nodded and didn't pursue the topic. She was very curious about me, and unexpectedly, we met again the very next day. Leaving home early, Yi King saw me awkwardly making my way upstairs, carrying 2 cups of soy milk. When I saw Yi King, my body stiffened involuntarily. "Are you Wanning's classmate?" I swallowed, feeling a little uneasy, and lowered my head nervously. "Why aren't you in school either?" Yi King knew that Jai Wanning had left school to study at home. Though Jai Wanning claimed school was unnecessary, Yi King knew she only wanted to lessen the family's burden and earn some money. Yi King often felt she had failed her child. "I got into a bit of trouble at school. I was a bit afraid of saying the wrong thing. Ma'am, I was wondering, is Jai Wanning home?" Yi King suspected I might like Jai Wanning, because my eyes would light up whenever I mentioned her. "Can I ask her to help me with tutoring?" I said, just as I had planned, adding, "I won't let her do it for free. I'm not doing well in school, and Jai Wanning is, so I was hoping." "Go on." Yi King cut off my stammering. "How could I not tell? Between classmates, there's no need for such formalities. Our Wanning has never had many friends. I'm just happy that there's someone for her to talk to. I'm going to work. You should go and find her." After saying this, Yi King paused for a moment before adding, "Actually, our Wan Ning is a very good child." "I know. I can understand a mother. I had even raised a son before in a world I transmigrated to." Jai Wan Ning had always been lonely, something Yi King could understand. I tilted my head up and smiled at Yi King. "Jai Wan Ning isn't just very good, she's also outstanding." "Thank you, Auntie. I'm going to find her now. You take care." I left with a skip in my step. Yi King sighed as she watched me stand at her door, knocking cautiously. When Jai Wan Ning heard the doorbell, her first reaction was that her mother had forgotten something. She looked a bit dazed when she opened the door and saw me. She had just washed her hair, and drops of water dripped from the ends. A white towel was draped around her neck, and she was wearing a white t-shirt, her collarbones impossibly beautiful. "What are you doing here?" I blushed for some reason, turned my face away, and handed her the soy milk. "I came to bring you something to eat." Jai Wan Ning glanced at it, furrowed her brow slightly, but took it anyway. In fact, she had already eaten. The unwashed bowls and chopsticks were still on the table, and she subconsciously blocked my view of them. Seeing me craning my neck to look, I gave a goofy smile. "I just saw your mother." Jai Wan Ning's body stiffened, and her gaze darkened. "Did you say anything to her?" "No, I didn't." I shook my head. I hadn't forgotten the words I'd spoken in a fit of anger back then, that I would take it out on her mother. This Jai Wan Ning, she was not one to easily forget a grudge. "I told your auntie that I came for tutoring. She seemed quite happy and told me to come find you often." Jai Wan Ning stared at my face as if trying to detect some trickery, before finally looking away. "Is there anything else?" "I was looking at the test paper yesterday, and there were a lot of questions I didn't understand. Before I could finish, Wanning interrupted. "I'll take a look later. I'm busy with something right now, so it's not convenient for you to come in." As soon as Wanning finished speaking, the door slammed shut with a bang, locking me outside. I rubbed my nose. Thankfully, I was standing far enough away, otherwise the door would have slammed right into my forehead. I curled my lip and scoffed, proud and aloof, so hopelessly proud. Wanning glanced at the breakfast in her hands. She would later find out that the breakfast shop was over by the park, quite a distance from here, and she couldn't tell if I had made a special trip or simply picked it up on my way. She wasn't quite used to this feeling. Not even her own mother had ever cared for her this attentively. The pen in my hand spun ceaselessly. After Wanning finished explaining the test paper, I leaned over, saw it was covered in red check marks, and said with a grin, "I've improved again, haven't I?" The college entrance exam was only a week away. These next few days, Wanning fell silent for a moment. "You should spend more time reviewing the key points I've noted for you. You are indeed very smart, but you've fallen too far behind in your previous classes, especially language arts. It's impossible for you to memorize everything now, so focus on the practice problems I wrote down. You might get lucky, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Do you think, with my grades, I can get into Jiang University with you?" I wasn't concerned about that. I had the system. If it wanted me to complete my mission successfully, it would have no choice but to obediently provide the correct answers. "Perhaps," Wanning said. She was suddenly struck by how fickle fate could be. A slacker like me, who hadn't studied in years, could now learn so quickly as to rival those who had studied diligently for years. Was there any fairness left in the world? Furthermore, he was handsome and wealthy. A boy like that would likely never be short of admirers, no matter where he went. But why, of all people, was he so fixated on her? She had nothing, Wanning thought to herself, except for her looks. I kept saying I was only interested in her pretty face, but in truth, the daughters of wealthy families were more exquisitely featured and better dressed than she was. Wanning despised this feeling, the inability to understand, coupled with the desperate desire to know. She even felt the urge to crack my head open and see if the circuits in my brain were wired differently from everyone else's. I cupped my face in my hands and said with a grin, "I want to spend the rest of my life with you." At the word lifetime, Wanning's heart skipped a beat. She sullenly lowered her head. Uncharacteristically, she didn't make a sarcastic comment, but instead mumbled, "You're just young and inexperienced. Don't say things like that anymore." "I'm serious," I said, as true as gold. "Besides, you do like me, right?" I felt like I was pushing the boundaries, treading on dangerous ground, but I wasn't panicking in the slightest. Wanning was starved for affection. A lack of love is often the root cause of deviant behavior, with the exception of true psychopaths, of course. You admitted to Lin Zixuan that you were my girlfriend. You never would have done that before. I tugged on the hem of her clothes, my eyes widening like a cat's. "I'm right, aren't I? All day long, I have no idea what goes on inside your head." Wanning frowned deeply. "I've told you I won't ever like you," Wanning said. "I simply believe in repaying kindness. If you are good to me, I will be good to you in return. So if I like you, doesn't that mean you should like me even more?" A smile played on my lips. "Now that's what I call repaying kindness, isn't it? I have something else to attend to, so I'm leaving now." Wanning was flustered as she left, not even grabbing her workbook as she hastily fled with her school bag. I clutched my stomach as I laughed on the sofa, laughing so hard that tears streamed down my face. During this time, I could hear the affinity score rising steadily. Just as it reached a value of 35, it abruptly plummeted to -99. I had grown accustomed to it. It seemed plausible that the system could glitch during an S-rank mission. My system assistant had once told me that it had never encountered an S-rank mission before. As for what its previous hosts had done to fail their missions, I never asked. Jai Wanning spent the entire day in a bit of a daze. The coffee shop owner asked if she had argued with her boyfriend. Jai Wanning froze for a moment, the tips of her ears flushing red. What boyfriend? That young man who waits for you every day at the milk tea shop across the street. I even saw you two leaving together yesterday. Isn't he your boyfriend? Jai Wanning glanced at the milk tea shop across the street. My familiar figure was no longer behind the glass window, and she felt a sudden emptiness in her heart, as if something was missing. The feeling came on, unfamiliar and swift. He's not. Jai Wanning wiped down a table, trying to force all these thoughts from her mind. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. The first customer Jai Wanning attended to that morning did not come with good intentions. Dressed head to toe in designer labels, she scanned the room with an arrogant air, her beautiful eyes landing on the staff as she asked, "Who is Jai Wanning?" Her expression clearly showed she was looking for trouble, drawing the attention of some of the other customers. Jai Wanning put down the menu she was holding and stood before the woman, who was nearly her height. "I am Jai Wanning. How may I help you?" "So, it's you." The woman looked Jai Wanning up and down, her eyes filled with unconcealed mockery. "We're meeting for the first time. I am Gu Xian's older sister, Gu Wanyu. My reason for being here today is quite simple." Gu Wanyu pulled a bank card from her pocket. "Leave my brother and get out of Jiangcheng." Jai Wanning found the scene strangely familiar, as if it were lifted from a cheesy prime-time soap opera. The villainous mother throws a stack of cash in the heroine's face, demanding, "Leave my son." Jai Wanning had always thought such scenes were impossible in real life, but now it seemed that novels and TV shows not only draw from reality, but amplify it. Jai Wanning forced a smile. "So you're the one Gu Xian was talking about, the one who stole her father, visited with the mistress, and became the sister she got for nothing. I've heard so much about you." Gu Wanyu's expression suddenly darkened. "You're very bold. Do you have any idea what the consequences will be for saying that?" "I don't know, and I haven't given it any thought." Jai Wanning gestured. "If you are not here to dine, please leave. Don't disturb the other customers." Gu Wanyu's tone shifted as she looked at her contemptuously. "I'll have a hand, ground iced coffee, no milk, no sugar." She pulled 100 yuan bill from her pocket. "Here." "I'm sorry, the hand, ground iced coffee is 150 yuan. Jai Wanning accepted the money with both hands, her gaze lowered, her demeanor impeccable. Gu Wanyu flushed, her embarrassment turning to anger. She pulled out another 100 yuan bill. "Here. Keep the change, consider it a tip." "Thank you." Jai Wanning took a 50 yuan bill from the cash register and actually pocketed it. Seeing this, the mocking expression on Gu Wanyu's face did not diminish in the slightest. So pathetic, willing to slave away for a 50 yuan tip. She couldn't imagine what on earth was wrong with Gu Xian's head. As Jai Wanning approached with the coffee, Gu Wanyu stuck out her foot, tripping her. Not expecting Gu Wanyu to be so treacherous, she reacted with a push of her hand, sending the entire cup of coffee flying and splashing all over Gu Wanyu. A blatant act of personal revenge. Gu Wanyu looked completely unruffled. The coffee cup shattered, bringing the shop owner running. Unaware of what had transpired, the owner saw the stain on Gu Wanyu's clothes and immediately rushed to apologize alongside Jai Wanning. "I'm so sorry, miss. Our employee hasn't been feeling well these last couple of days, so spare me the excuses." Gu Wanyu took off her coffee-stained jacket and laid it on the table. The owner quickly picked it up. I'll have it sent to the dry cleaners and returned to you once it's clean. No need. The owner's face lit up, but before any words of praise for Gu Wanyu's magnanimity could leave his lips, he heard her speak. I never wear clothes that have been cleaned. Pay for it. This jacket is from Italy. I'll give you a 20% discount. That'll be 0 yuan. Are you just here to cause trouble? The owner's face darkened. It was clearly a high-end brand, but I didn't expect it to be this expensive. Gu Wenyu tapped her fingers on the tabletop, glancing sideways at Mu Wanning. She has money. Mu Wanning looked up, somewhat bewildered. Her way of picking a fight was just too childish. Before Jai Wanning could finish speaking, I shoved Lin Zixuan, who was about to enter, out of the way and practically scrambled over to her side. What did you just say to Jai Wanning? When I came in, I only heard something about money. Looking at the clothes in the coffee shop owner's hands, I pulled Jai Wanning protectively behind me. Who allowed you to come here? The moment Gu Wanyu saw me, her expression changed. Her difficult demeanor from just a moment ago vanished completely. She put on the air of a concerned older sister. You haven't been home in a long time. Mom and Dad sent me to find you. I'm not going to discuss this matter with you. I didn't even want to bother with her. I turned my head and asked Jai Wanning, what did she just say to you? It's none of your business. Jai Wanning looked at my stubborn face and said, this was my mistake. The clothes will be fine after a wash. Making you pay 8,000 yuan, isn't that just unreasonable? Jai Wanning was a diligent worker with a good attitude, and the owner was fond of the girl, so he couldn't help but speak a few words in her defense. Jai Wanning frowned and shot the owner a displeased look, thinking he was being meddlesome. 8,000 yuan, I immediately flew into a rage. Forget 8,000, Jai Wanning probably doesn't even have 800 right now. Why don't you just go rob someone instead? I snapped. I knew Gu Wanyu was deliberately starting trouble, likely just to lure me back home and curry favor with her father. That manipulative bitch, she's just like her mother. Gu Xian. I had seen Jai Wanning in embarrassing situations too many times. Sometimes she would mutter over and over again how she wished her life could be just a little more beautiful. This way, I wouldn't be controlled by others, nor would I be at a loss in this kind of situation. Don't say a word. This is the first time I've ever been so defiant. The reason was simple. Although I knew that in the original story, Jai Wanning had met Gu Wanyu, it was a fact that she hated the Gu family even more because of her. After taking over the Jai family, she went to any lengths to destroy the Gu family, driving my family members to their deaths or to insanity. Gu Wanyu was also sent to prison to serve a life sentence. Therefore, this was not a person to be provoked. 8,000 yuan, right, I'll give it to you. I opened her contact information and immediately transferred the money. Take your money and get lost. Don't come looking for me again. I felt incredibly satisfied at that moment. Gu Wanyu narrowed her eyes as she looked at me. How long are you going to keep this up? If you don't want to marry Jiangyu, Yao, just tell your sister and I'll help you call it off. Why won't you come home? Dad misses you very much. Gu Wanyu sighed. The corner of my mouth twitched. What does he miss about me? Does he miss making my life miserable? Can you stop spouting nonsense? You're not welcome here, and I don't want to see you. Who do you think I am? Do you think you're in any position to say these things to me? Gu Wanyu's expression was conflicted and uncertain. I grabbed Jai Wanning's sleeve and said, "Come with me." As I left, I deliberately bumped hard into Lin Zixuan's shoulder and said sarcastically, with no hint of apology in my tone, "Excuse me. Didn't see you." Of course, I knew what would have happened next if the system hadn't suddenly warned me that a key plot point was approaching. Lin Zixuan's family wasn't wealthy, but he had saved up a lot of New Year's money and would have helped Jai Wanning out of this predicament. Jai Wanning was a person starved for affection. She would cherish even the smallest act of kindness for a long time, especially since she already saw Lin Zixuan as a quintessential nice guy. Her positive feelings for him would only have grown stronger. There was no way I would allow that to happen. "What are you doing here?" Jai Wanning found my sudden appearance too coincidental. She was a very suspicious person. While she wouldn't go so far as to suspect I had orchestrated this hero saving the damsel scenario, she would still be very curious. My heart felt uncomfortable just now, so I decided to come and see you. I lied without batting an eye. As soon as I reached the shop entrance, I saw Gu Wanyu sitting inside, so I was afraid of what she might do to you. "What can she do to me?" Jai Wanning scoffed. She certainly wasn't going to give it. She now suspects that in my eyes she is just a delicate little flower, unable to withstand the slightest hardship. She's not a good person. My words sounded particularly forced. In this world, the biggest villain was Jai Wanning. Saying something like that in front of her was tantamount to telling a joke. But Jai Wanning didn't react. She scoffed, her tone softening involuntarily as she chuckled. "She's indeed not a good person. I don't feel like working anymore. Treat me to a meal. After all, she came looking for trouble because of you, so you should be responsible, right?" I was both surprised and delighted by Jai Wanning's sudden request. Surprised because it didn't sound like something she would say. Delighted because I felt I had grown a step closer to Jai Wanning. The system still showed the villain's favorability score at -99, but I simply thought the system was broken. "What do you want to eat?" I blushed. Jai Wanning had seen many boys blush at her, but this was the first time she found the expression rather intriguing. For no particular reason, she recalled that night in the alley when I had looked at her with eyes full of terror, like a frightened rabbit. She had long heard some strange rumors about me, their origins unknown. Jai Wanning had always thought I was dirty, that my private life was a mess. In reality, I did act very casually, letting my gaze fall on her freely, deliberately trying to flirt with her. This made her feel a surge of hatred alongside her panic. If her family background and status were a bit better, I would be completely at her mercy. But she wasn't. My saying that I liked her face made her fearful during many sleepless nights. If I met someone better, looking in the future, wouldn't she be ruthlessly abandoned? After all, she was very superficial. This kind of love story between a maid and a master has always been fraught with hardship. She just wanted me to get tired of this game quickly, so that her heart wouldn't be so stirred. I was genuinely and seriously planning where to take Jai Wanning later, chattering on and on about it. She said she couldn't eat raw or cold food, so Japanese cuisine was out of the question. She also mentioned her stomach was sensitive, so spicy food had to be avoided as well. After thinking it over, I suggested, "How about we buy some groceries and cook at home?" I added, "Actually, I know how to cook a little, and I suddenly feel like making something for you." Jai Wanning's hands twitched slightly. I genuinely knew how to cook. Having endured the trials of various worlds, I had taken on many roles and nearly maxed out all my skill points. When the two side dishes and egg drop soup were served, Jai Wanning stared at the appetizing, fragrant food on the plates and raised an eyebrow. "I didn't expect you to actually know how to cook." "Of course. I especially love making soup, particularly egg drop soup. I never get tired of it." I myself had forgotten the reason for this insistence. As Jai Wanning lifted the bowl of soup with dried shrimp and seaweed, she paused, a strange sense of familiarity flashing through her mind. It lasted only an instant before dissipating without a trace. The last time I was cornered, would you have appeared as well? Jai Wanning suddenly uttered these words, then looked up at me with a dark, inscrutable expression. I've discovered a problem. My heart skipped a beat. From the moment she spoke her first sentence, I was already so nervous that my hands began to tremble. My voice stuttered, completely lacking in confidence. What problem? Do you really hate Lin Zixuan? She hadn't thought much of it before, but this time, seeing me appear with Lin Zixuan, Jai Wanning recalled past events and took notice. Whenever Lin Zixuan showed up, I was always conveniently there. My hostility towards Lin Zixuan was far too obvious. I picked up some food with my chopsticks, my eyes darting about. Jai Wanning's tone grew a few degrees colder. It wasn't that I hadn't encountered female leads with a powerful aura, or what you might call a protagonist's halo, but Jai Wanning was the first I'd ever met who possessed such a potent villain's aura. I don't like him. I couldn't hide it from her. I lifted my head and declared adamantly, I don't want you to have any contact with him, not in the slightest. Why? You won't have a good ending with him. My tone was resolute. Jai Wanning raised an eyebrow and retorted, Will I have a good ending with you? Jai Wanning's voice was soft, as if she were joking. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't quite dare to answer. First, Jai Wanning might kill me, although that possibility was very low now. But if the mission was completed and Jai Wanning was put on the right track, I would leave this world. A hint of a mocking smile played on Jai Wanning's lips. I suddenly said, I will ensure you have the best possible outcome. As the college entrance exam drew nearer, Jai Wanning went to the school and came back specifically to tell me the news. Come with me to buy school supplies. What are you standing there for? Jai Wanning paid, then turned to look at me, still standing in the same spot, and raised her eyebrows. Did we not get everything? I glanced at the pale-faced Lin Zixuan. His friends were still whispering about something, but they were too far away for me to hear clearly. I quickly followed her. After we went out, Jai Wanning saw the bubble tea shop across the street. Do you want some? I've noticed you seem to like bubble tea. Just now I pointed at Lin Zixuan inside the store, somewhat in disbelief. Jai Wanning's face was expressionless. I pressed my lips together and smiled at her. As Jai Wanning went to buy the bubble tea, my soul gradually returned to my body. Just a moment ago, Lin Zixuan had run into Jai Wanning again, greeting her with his signature smile. What a coincidence, running into you again. Before I could even walk over, I heard Jai Wanning say icily, I don't find running into you to be a happy occasion. We're not close. Tears immediately welled up in Lin Zixuan's eyes. I was dumbfounded too. Jai Wanning thrust the bubble tea into my hand and then walked ahead without looking back. I kept chasing after Jai Wanning, and only when I was standing beside her did her steps gradually slow to match my pace. Our exam rooms aren't too far apart, are they? I was trying to make small talk with her. You're on the 3rd floor, and I'm on the 1st. So after the exam, could you wait for me? Jai Wanning looked at me, raised an eyebrow, and after a long pause, spoke. On the eve of the college entrance exam, I was pacing back and forth in the hallway, feeling extremely anxious. There were only 24 hours left until I would die. If I could survive, Jai Wanning's mission would be halfway complete, allowing her to completely break away from the original world's setting and become an entirely new Jai Wanning. Why are you wandering around in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Jai Wanning was wearing a long white dress, as if she were heading downstairs to buy something. My body stiffened. I turned my head and saw Jai Wanning's long, soft hair falling gently over her brow. But her eyes were exceptionally sharp, Even with her relaxed posture, they gave off an inexplicable sense of pressure. I'm nervous. Jai Wanning lowered her gaze and looked at me for a long time. Want to go for a walk downstairs? Jai Wanning walked beside me. It was clear she could tell my mind was heavy with worries. She never knew how to comfort people. When she wanted to say something, she would look down, meet my eyes, and then immediately look away, flustered. I scratched my head. You go first. Jai Wanning didn't press the issue, simply slipping a hand into her pocket. Don't be nervous. You'll get into a university one way or another. No matter how I heard it, her words sat uncomfortably with me. Jai Wanning also had a look of frustration on her face. What I mean is, I know. I looked up and smiled at her. My grades aren't good. You don't need to remind me, but I'll work hard to get into Jeong University. I want to be with you. Jai Wanning's hands tightened. Actually, Jeong University isn't all that special. The teachers' college in Zhongcheng is good too, and it's not very far from Jeong University. What were you trying to say just now? What do you think of me as a person? As I asked this, my voice was trembling. Jai Wanning pressed her lips together. Not so great. I scoffed. I had almost forgotten. Jai Wanning was second to none when it came to saying one thing and meaning another. Not so great. When she said this, I assumed she was speaking ironically. I looked down at her and asked, Are you still planning to apply for the computer science program? I said, if. I blinked at her, cautiously testing the waters. If you met a guy who was gentler, more handsome, and a better talker than me, would you fall for him? I don't know. My heart sank instantly. I let out a sullen grunt. I wanted to go back. I stopped in my tracks and turned to leave. What did she mean? I don't know. That just meant she hadn't fallen for me. That was also perfectly normal. Jai Wanning was petty and held grudges. How could she possibly develop feelings for someone over such a small kindness? Jai Wanning thought my retreating figure looked utterly aggrieved, walking so slowly, as if waiting for her to chase after me. But she didn't. Self-deception was not a good thing. If she were to chase after me, it would all be her own wishful thinking. It was better to leave with a little dignity. At home, I was so angry I threw my pillow around, venting all my fury. What kind of person was she? Truly worthy of her S-rank capture target status. I lay in bed, wallowing in melancholy. If I failed, I would have to go back and do 10-level-based missions. It was so frustrating. My mind was filled with images of myself completing missions. I forget quickly, and my emotions are shallow. I could get over most heartbreaking things after a month of peace. I made it very clear to myself that this was just a game. But I was getting a little tired. No matter who I became, this was not my home, and there was no true place for me here. The initial joy I felt upon arriving in this world had now almost completely dissipated. All that remained was a boundless despair. Host, you are crying. The system assistant reminded me in my ear. I wiped away my tears and sniffled. Am I not allowed to be sad? Do you know how painful it is to die? You won't necessarily die, the little assistant said slyly from the side. Now I also suspected the system had a bug. The target stats were supposed to be fixed before. The mention of this annoyed me, and I muttered, What good are you? That's only because you don't have enough points, the little assistant retorted. I told you from the start to gather more points for S-rank missions as a backup, but you wouldn't listen. Fine, fine, I deserve it. I grabbed a pillow and covered my ears. Anyway, just stop talking. Fearing I would oversleep, Jai Wanning knocked on my door early in the morning. urging me to pack and not forget things like my exam admission ticket. I had many questions I wanted to ask, but in the end, I didn't voice any of them. Mu Wanning gave me a ride on her bicycle. She seemed to be getting used to it. The hands around her waist were still warm, tightening every now and then. As I stood at the classroom entrance, I heard Mu Wanning say, "Do well on the exam." Mu Wanning, I called out as I saw her about to leave. When she turned around, I pulled her into an embrace. The sudden hug made Mu Wanning's body go stiff. I just held her. After a long moment, Mu Wanning reached out and stroked my head. She was soothing me. She thought I was nervous, and her voice was soft. "Don't be nervous. If there's a problem you can't solve, just skip it and come back to it at the end." She paused for a moment, then added another sentence. "Don't fall asleep." I scoffed, looked at her, and said something inexplicable. "I hope you do well. Whatever you do, I'll be happy for you. You will remember me, won't you?" "What are you talking about?" Mu Wanning frowned. "Just do your best." I took a few steps back and slipped into the classroom. Mu Wanning still couldn't understand what I had said. As she entered her exam room, she immediately spotted the boy by the window. Lin Zixuan. The boy looked as if he wanted to strike up a conversation with her, but in a flash, the light in his eyes dimmed. The exam went smoothly, with one exception. Mu Wanning kept her brow tightly furrowed after finishing the test paper. She suspected I wouldn't be able to solve the problems. This year's paper was exceptionally difficult. So, after some thought, she left the last major question blank. As for me, things also went smoothly. Following the little assistant's prompt, I specifically sought out a few high difficulty questions to leave blank. I had to be careful not to overdo it. I knew the cutoff score for Zhejiang University this year, so I kept my score hovering right around the line. Just right. If Mu Wanning still insisted on choosing the computer science department, then I was determined to get in right alongside her. I was quick, turning in my paper at the earliest opportunity and dashing up to the third floor. Mu Wanning was still in the classroom, slowly packing her things. I furrowed my brow and looked over at Lin Zixuan. The male lead's plot armor is truly powerful. What a damn coincidence to run into him here. Hearing some murmuring, Mu Wanning glanced towards the back door. Immediately after, I lunged forward and hugged her from behind. Mu Wanning immediately blushed a little and shifted her body. Mu Wanning grew angry. Her voice turned cold. I held her, refusing to let go. The exam was so tiring, I needed to recharge my energy. Mu Wanning instantly froze. I watched as Lin Zixuan looked over, a provocative smirk playing on my lips. I took a deep breath behind Mu Wanning. Lin Zixuan found it a bit difficult to breathe. Mu Wanning is an ungrateful wretch, and Gu Xian is no good either. They're truly a perfect match. Lin Zixuan tilted his head back haughtily and left. The classroom gradually emptied. Mu Wanning felt her body flush with heat. She kept her expression tight, trying not to let the boy behind her notice anything unusual. "Are you done?" As soon as she spoke, Mu Wanning was startled by how hoarse her own voice sounded. I saw that the threat was gone. I pulled up a stool to sit in front of her, resting my upper body on the desk. "The questions this time seem really hard." Mu Wanning nodded. "What should we have for lunch today? I want to get the rice bowl from the place by the entrance." As I spoke, Mu Wanning felt her pocket and said, "Let's go get it then." At the dining table, my eyes lit up as I talked about how to tackle the practice problems. Mu Wanning naturally picked up the meat from her rice bowl and placed it in mine. Fortunately, I was so engrossed in my topic that I didn't notice. Mu Wanning watched me put the piece of meat into my mouth, her eyes curving into a smile. Jiang Wanning lowered her gaze and said nothing. I'm going to the restroom. I stood up and smoothed down my short-sleeved shirt. The moment I left Jiang Wanning, my expression changed. Our relationship was like a game of chess. One wrong move, and you lose everything. Is this your wallet? Hearing someone speak beside me, I came back to my senses and turned to see a girl with a pure, clean face. Her aura was different from Jiang Wanning's. It was one of purity, with soft features and a gentleness that made one's heart skip a beat. Looking at the wallet in her hand, I nodded. The girl smiled and said, "You're welcome." I lingered with my gaze for a moment longer, because this woman was none other than the female protagonist, Shen Yu. "Is she pretty?" a voice asked out of the blue. Instinctively, my head turned with a stiff, mechanical motion. My eyes met Jiang Wanning's somber gaze. I was doomed. Jiang Wanning ran her tongue over her back teeth, her words laced with barbs. "Was I interrupting you while you were watching her?" As Jiang Wanning said this, she arched an eyebrow, then turned and walked away. I was stunned for a moment, then quickly hurried after her. "No, that's not it. What I meant was—" "Get away from me," Jiang Wanning said, giving me a shove. I watched her walk out the door, completely dazed. As I took out my wallet to pay, the owner told me, "This table has already been paid for." I quickly rushed out after her. She had always known I was shallow. Jiang Wanning stomped hard on a stone on the ground, kicking it into a storm drain. Just a moment ago, she had thought I was gone too long and worried something had held me up. But as soon as she went to look, she saw me staring, mesmerized, at the retreating figure of the girl who had just left. She couldn't see the person's face clearly, but she could tell she had a great figure. She was dressed in designer brands, her voice was pleasant when she spoke to those around her, and she seemed to have a very good temper. The boys at the nearby tables were also sneaking glances in that direction. All things considered, Jiang Wanning concluded that the girl must be quite beautiful. In that moment, a wave of emotion surged in her chest. I trailed behind her, feeling utterly wronged, without saying a word. Jiang Wanning remained silent as well. It wasn't until she was about to head for the examination hall that I finally grabbed her sleeve and explained. "She looked a lot like a celebrity I know, that's why." "There's no need to explain." Jiang Wanning coolly pushed my hand away, her expression blank. "I'm not interested in any of this." That's also true. From the look on her face just now, I thought she was jealous. An emotion like that is something Jiang Wanning would never feel. Thinking of that negative 99 favorability score, I scoffed at my own wishful thinking. 5 hours remained until my death. I rested my head on the desk, my spirits low. These 5 hours dragged on, each minute feeling like a year. I thought it over and over. Jiang Wanning should have no reason to keep me around anymore. When it came to Jiang Wanning, at the very least, I had spent this time feeding her, trying to raise her favorability, and doing quite a lot for her. Logically speaking. After finishing my last exam, I waited anxiously for Jiang Wanning at the entrance. The moment Jiang Wanning appeared, she sensed that I was in a bad mood. She pondered for a moment, thinking perhaps her overly firm attitude at noon had upset me. She had also realized that there was no reason for her to be angry. I was like a kite high in the sky. I had given her the string, but I might just fly away at any moment, not even leaving a trace behind. Jiang Wanning clenched her teeth, feeling it was incredibly unfair. She felt like a fish on a chopping block, completely at the mercy of others. Jiang Wanning came out pushing her bicycle. I didn't get on, but stood beside it and shook my head. "Can I walk back with you?" Without hesitation, Jiang Wanning obliged. She could tell I had much to say, but I constantly hesitated, holding back the words. Jiang Wanning, the truth is, the plot had already gone off course. Jiang Wanning hadn't asked me out, but being with her was like being with a ticking time bomb. Let me ask you something, I said, looking at her. What exactly is our relationship? Jiang Wanning frowned. What do you think? I don't know. Jiang Wanning's heart sank. Hadn't I just been insisting that I was her girlfriend? How could I not know now? Jiang Wanning blurted out, exceptionally irritated. I didn't know what to say. Seeing me stand there without a word, Jiang Wanning remained silent for a long time before turning her head to ask, Have you had your fun? Is now the time for a showdown, where you tell me you were only nice to me before so you could abandon me? I did. I was completely baffled. My mind was a chaotic mess, a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Jiang Wanning's aggressive words threw my thoughts into even greater disarray. As you wish. After saying this, Jiang Wanning felt a dull ache in her chest. My mind was bombarded with notifications about the affection score, its erratic fluctuations nearly making my head explode. And so I stood rooted to the spot, paralyzed by the pain. Jiang Wanning didn't even have the mind to spare me another glance. She simply got on her bike and rode away. She had long been accustomed to leaving me behind, and I, in turn, was used to watching her back as she departed. However, this time things had escalated so suddenly that I couldn't understand why everything had become so difficult in an instant. The moment the affection score reset to 0, I stood there stunned for a long time. What does this mean? I asked. The system assistant was also bewildered. It suddenly reset to 0. Only Jiang Wanning knows what the conquest target is thinking. She was thinking that from now on, they would be strangers. Everything that had happened before would be wiped clean, as if he had never appeared in her life. I couldn't make sense of it, nor did I want to go home. Jiang Wanning didn't know why she kept watch by the window, but she never saw any sign of me. He must have gone home. He's grown tired of his game. It's time he went back to where he belongs. Jiang Wanning felt it was now difficult to even swallow, hating herself for knowingly walking right into a trap. At 8 o'clock that night, I stood 10 paces from the spot where I was originally supposed to die. Jiang Wanning was here, and I had survived. With half an hour to go, I blinked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Surviving meant the mission was not yet over. I had to continue to stay by Jiang Wanning's side and prevent her descent into darkness. This, in its own way, was a good outcome. As I turned to leave, I heard a startled cry from a nearby alley. I paused for a moment, then subconsciously started walking towards the alley. And there I saw him, the pretty, boy male lead, cornered by a group of rowdy thugs. He was flailing his arms and shouting, "Stay back, or I'll call for help." I scratched my head. What kind of plot twist was this? Gu Xian, the pretty boy, saw someone arrive at the alley entrance and, overjoyed for a moment, immediately cried out. The group of thugs all turned to look at me, and one of them called out in pleasant surprise, "Brother Yan." Lin Zixuan's face darkened instantly. He said with a tremble, "Did you send these people, Gu Xian?" I stared at the thug's face, racking my brain, but I couldn't figure out who this person was. "What are you all doing?" I furrowed my brow tightly. The young thug rubbed his hands together. Our boss wanted to invite him over for some fun, but who knew he'd refuse to do things the easy way. The young thug took out a cigarette and offered it over. "I heard you don't like this kid either, Brother Yan. How about we let you rough him up first today?" "You guys, get him." Before I could finish my sentence, someone tapped me on the shoulder. The moment I saw Jiang Wanning, something in my mind snapped. Wanning, save me." I don't know where Lin Zixuan found the strength, but he suddenly broke through the circle of thugs and rushed straight over. He bumped into me, making me stagger. Lin Zixuan ran to Jiang Wanning's side, while one of the thugs next to me helped steady me. Are you fucking looking for death? Brother Yan, are you hurt? Didn't I tell you, keep a close eye on this kid? What's wrong with you all? Haven't you eaten? Before the young thug could finish speaking, a possible cause suddenly occurred to me. I didn't do this, I said with a frown, pushing the thug beside me aside. Lin Zixuan looked terrified, trembling uncontrollably, which made my heart skip a beat. Jiang Wanning patted Lin Zixuan reassuringly and said something softly. I'll go home with you. The young thug wouldn't have it and moved to block them, but I slapped him across the face, my aura frighteningly oppressive. Brother Yan, he looked at me in utter disbelief. I gritted my teeth, the sound audible. If you don't know what to say, then shut up, and don't let me see you again. Brother Yan, you, shut up. I clutched the exam pouch in my hand, feeling completely dejected. As Jiang Wanning walked, she inexplicably recalled the look in my eyes just now. So complex and tangled, it made her heart ache. What happened just now? Jiang Wanning asked, deliberately softening her tone. Lin Zixuan looked at her stubbornly. After school, they cornered me and dragged me into the alley. I didn't do anything to provoke them, really. Do you think it could have been Gu Xian? Lin Zixuan said. I don't even know why, but it's like he really hates me. That group of people also know Gu Xian. Other than him, I honestly can't think of anyone else who would use such methods on me. Why would he do something so cruel? He wants to destroy me. Every word from Lin Zixuan was an accusation. It wasn't him. Jiang Wanning's words came out with firm conviction. Lin Zixuan was stunned, his voice strained with emotion. Have you forgotten what he did to you before? Who knows how many people he's used these kinds of tactics on? Back when I was in middle school, I even heard he drove a young girl into a mental institution. Jiang Wanning listened for a long time, feeling uneasy. She instinctively didn't believe what Lin Zixuan was saying. But I had, in fact, done those things. Let me get you a cab. Jiang Wanning raised her hand to hail a taxi. Lin Zixuan stood rooted to the spot. Aren't you coming home with me? I have something else to do. They probably won't follow us now, Mu Wanning thought. She pulled 10 yuan from her pocket, gave it to the driver, and leaving Lin Zixuan behind, walked straight back. I hadn't gone far. I was squatting at the alley entrance. It was quiet. That group of thugs had already left. When I looked at Mu Wanning, my eyes lit up, then quickly dimmed again. Mu Wanning came after all. It was 8:25. I took a deep breath, stood up, and brushed the dust off myself. I didn't do this. I stubbornly wanted to say it one more time. Even though I understood that it was difficult to change Mu Wanning's mind once it was made up. Mu Wanning didn't speak, just stared straight at me. I know I was a bad person before, I don't deny it. But I'm really trying to change. As I said this, the corners of my eyes turned red. I have absolutely no reason to target Lin Zixuan, really. Mu Wanning took a step forward, so I took one back. Are you here to get revenge for him? I lowered my head. I'm afraid of pain, Mu Wanning. Can't you let me choose a more comfortable way to die? Are you out of your mind, Gu Xian? Mu Wanning laughed in exasperation. I looked up, somewhat bewildered. No, I wanted to say, aren't you here to kill me? But as the words reached my lips, I suddenly understood. I was different from the original character. So I changed my tone and said, Didn't you say you didn't want me anymore? My face lit up with a smile, and I haphazardly wiped my face as I asked, You just left me here by myself, and you just rode off on your bike this afternoon and left. Mu Wanning felt that my emotions fluctuated very quickly. One moment my face was full of sorrow, the next I was hugging my own arms. I had set Mu Wanning's heart pounding uncontrollably. She met my gaze, and the two of us were very close. The girl's breathing was a little unsteady, fanning across my face. You were the one who first said you were tired of this game. That's absolute bullshit. My temple throbbed, and I immediately swore. Isn't this just malicious slander? I desperately wished for Mu Wanning to like only me, to revolve only around me. That way, she would have no interest in arguing with Lin Zixuan or competing with the male lead. How wonderful that would be! Say one more curse word to me. Mu Wanning grabbed my face, pinching it so hard I grimaced. I won't say it again. I pleaded for mercy. I was just happy. Even if Mu Wanning beat me up right now, I would still be happy. Compared to being dismembered, what was this? Mu Wanning cupped my head in her hands and said, Gu Xian, I am not a toy. I never said you were. Trust me. I took it seriously. It was for the best. With this exchange, the look in Mu Wanning's eyes deepened. I suffer from severe paranoia. I am unwell. Mu Wanning spoke, enunciating every word. A very serious psychological illness. I'm sensitive and suspicious, emotionally unstable, and I lack a sense of security. I am not a good person. When you said you wanted to be with me forever, I took it to heart. Mu Wanning said, all our past feelings are wiped clean from this moment on. We will start anew. If you don't like me, we can just be strangers. Or even just classmates who are passing acquaintances. But if you choose to pursue me, I will fall for you. Being liked by me isn't a good thing. According to her original character setup, being liked by Mu Wanning was indeed not a good thing. But I wasn't afraid of her. This was for the mission, after all. I like you, I said. Mu Wanning looked at me, searching for any sign, but found none. My gaze told her that I had spoken from the heart. It meant that, at least in this moment, my feelings were genuine. The next second, I was pulled into an embrace, and Mu Wanning's lips met mine. With her eyes cast down, she deepened the kiss. I almost held my breath, feeling the gentle breeze and the tender moonlight. On the way home, I held Mu Wanning's hand. I was surprised to hear that the affection score was stalled at 10. She was my girlfriend now, yet after such an intimate moment, her affection score was only 10. Getting it to 100 would take an eternity. Mu Wanning had never liked anyone before, but at this moment, she desperately wanted me to be hers. Dating a person like this, how should I put it? I wondered, cupping my face in my hands as I held 2 acceptance letters. Mu Wanning's affection level increased daily, sometimes even showing fractional values like 0, 1. Even the system was dumbfounded. But once Mu Wanning warmed up to you, she was truly the model of a perfect girlfriend. She had to earn her own living expenses during the summer break, but every time she came home from work, she would bring back little trinkets. For instance, the milk tea I liked, and the chicken drumsticks I loved to eat. Are you dating the young man from downstairs? Mu Wanning had the day off today, and after hearing I wanted to go out, she began preparing early in the morning. Yi Qing's words made Mu Wanning's body stiffen. She lowered her gaze. It was only natural for her mother to find out, so she just hummed in acknowledgement. Then she heard Yi Qing ask, that young man's family must be quite wealthy, right? You can go, Yi Qing said with a sigh. Mu Wanning said nothing and closed the door. I had been waiting in the hallway for a long time, and my face lit up with joy when she came out. However, Mu Wanning was very quiet. I tilted my head to look at her. Did you argue with your mother? No. You're unhappy. Mu Wanning glanced at me. It was as if I could read her mind, always able to see through her deliberate facade. You're overthinking it. Mu Wanning casually took my hand. Have you been in contact with your family recently? Mu Wanning suddenly asked. My hand tightened in hers, but I lied and said, no. Mu Wanning squeezed my knuckles, but didn't call me out on the lie. The truth was, I had, and I was incredibly annoyed by it. After I was accepted into Jeong University, my father seemed to have a sudden change of heart. Not only did he buy back that villa for me, but he also kept urging me to come home for a visit. There was no way I was going back. Mu Wanning was in low spirits all day, and nothing I did to cheer her up seemed to work. By now, their favorability score had reached 30. I was happy every day just seeing Mu Wanning. Whether this feeling was genuine or not, I no longer cared. As I sat on a park bench, swinging my legs, Mu Wanning suddenly spoke up. Why would you think I would kill you? The smile on my face vanished in an instant. I was a bit stunned. This method was my own idea. I thought that by constantly reminding her, she would curb that inclination. I never expected it to backfire on me like this. However, why was she suddenly asking this? I subconsciously shuffled to the side. Could it be that she had developed the intent to kill again? Recalling some news I had seen recently, I forced myself to concoct a lie. Then I had a nightmare. I dreamed that you killed me and dismembered my body. The dream felt so real that I became terrified it might actually happen. Mu Wanning remained silent. So I brought the drink over to her. Try some, it's especially sweet. Mu Wanning glanced at me, having already seen through my intentions. Meeting my expectant gaze, she took a sip. It was indeed very sour, and she frowned. Mu Wanning felt that when she was with me, she would always lose track of time. In the blink of an eye, the day to register at Jeong University arrived. Mu Wanning accompanied me to my dorm room. When we opened the door, a few other boys were already inside. Upon seeing Mu Wanning, they couldn't help but hold their breath. She scanned the room and pointed to one spot. You can sleep here. I nodded obediently. Mu Wanning remembered how messy my home was. In her eyes, I was simply lazy. So she picked up the sheets and bedding from the housing office, helped me make the bed, and put away my luggage. I went into the dorm first. Watching her bustling figure, my face flushed and my heart pounded. Even though I had pursued so many targets, Mu Wanning was truly the first one to go to such lengths. No wonder Lin Zixuan didn't want to let Mu Wanning go, even when he was already in a relationship. Who could possibly resist this? The moment Mu Wanning left, the roommates found an opportunity to ask, "Is that your sister?" "My girlfriend," I said, feeling very proud. My roommates looked at me with envy, and I reveled in it. "Does she go to this university too? What's her major?" "She's in the same department as me. I'm studying computer science." At that moment, thinking about getting to know my dorm mates, I took the initiative to speak. "Hello, everyone. My name is Gu Xian." However, my happiness was short-lived, as the dorm room door was pushed open once again. My eyes met Lin Zixuan's from outside the door, our gazes locking as if sparks could fly. Lin Zixuan's body stiffened, and he frowned. He backed out of the room to check the door number, then re-entered, as if questioning his own existence. Delivering himself right to my door for supervision, let's see what kind of trouble he can stir up now. A calculating smile played on my lips. What a coincidence. "Do you two know each other?" the boy from before asked. Lin Zixuan wanted to escape right then and there. What could be more terrifying than sharing a dorm with a little devil? "Of course we do," I nodded, with an innocent expression and a smile playing on my lips. "Our Zixuan is incredibly kind-hearted. If you need anything in the future, you can always go to him. Where we're from, He even has the title of disciplinary monitor. Lin Zixuan was so angry he was trembling. The words were complimentary, but every single one felt like sarcasm. "You guys chat," I said, patting his shoulder as I was about to leave. "I'm off to hang out with my girlfriend." When Mu Wanning arrived, her dorm room was already full, with only the last bed remaining. As she was laying down her mattress pad, I peeked in and looked around. The group of girls, not shy at all with strangers, asked, "Hey, handsome." Mu Wanning followed my gaze and frowned. "What are you doing here?" I was curious. Mu Wanning abandoned making her bed, jumped down, and grabbed my hand. I was holding several cups of Coke and smiled at her roommates. "Nice to meet you all. I'm Mu Wanning's boyfriend. These are for you." "Thanks, thank you, thanks, man." Mu Wanning didn't seem to think their words were anything to be happy about, and she reached out to grab me. Seeing the door move, she immediately pulled me to her side. Outside, 3 girls were suddenly standing there. I stared at the girl who had already entered, stunned for a moment, Shen Yu. What a coincidence! Shen Yu must have arrived early, as everyone in the dorm already knew her. The group immediately greeted her, "Sister Yu, her boyfriend came to bring us Coke." Shen Yu glanced over, a smile spreading across her face. Mu Wanning's grip tightened. Shen Yu pointed to herself and said, "Do you remember me, the one who found your wallet at the signature rice bowl restaurant?" "Of course I do, thank you." I smiled back at Shen Yu. Mu Wanning stared at Shen Yu for a long while before finally remembering what this was about. She immediately grabbed me and started to head out. "Aren't you hungry? I'll take you to eat." I was confused at being dragged away, but I said goodbye to her roommates and hurried to keep up with her. Mu Wanning felt a knot in her stomach. That girl had money and looks. You could tell just by looking at her that she was incredibly popular with younger guys. Mu Wanning pulled me into the hallway, leaned over, and bit me. "Couldn't bear to leave. Is that girl pretty?" "Not as pretty as you. I've learned my lesson." I could be certain now that Mu Wanning was jealous. "Have you seen the class assignments?" Mu Wanning changed the subject. Only then did I remember, and I pulled out my phone. Mu Wanning had also bought one for herself with money from a part-time job, but she was still not quite used to it and had only heard about it from her roommate. We weren't in the same class, which vexed Mu Wanning. I insisted on looking, but the moment I did, I was immediately crestfallen. What was this? I had studied so hard for the exams, yet I still didn't end up in the same class as Mu Wanning. The plot was following the original script again, a chaotic love triangle that cast me out. The 2 classes had completely different schedules. "I'm in the same dorm as Lin Zixuan," I remarked abruptly. Mu Wanning lifted her eyelids slightly and hummed in acknowledgement. I tugged on her and said, "I'm keeping an eye on him, you know." "What are you watching him for?" Mu Wanning had never asked for details about that previous incident with Lin Zixuan. "He's always hanging around you, and I don't like it." I clenched my fist. "If I find out you two are in contact, he's a dead man." Mu Wanning let out a soft chuckle. "He's definitely trying to steal you from me. You can't get close to that bad guy, do you hear me?" Mu Wanning particularly loved when I was like this. It made her feel especially cherished by me, as if her heart was filled to the brim. Mu Wanning ruffled my hair. High school and university are not the same. After military training each day, with no books to read, a group of young women would chatter away in the dormitory. Having this much free time made Mu Wanning feel particularly unsettled. She felt she should find a part-time job to keep herself busy. "Mu Wanning, tell us about you and your boyfriend. How did you two meet?" "We were high school classmates." "Not very well," Mu Wanning thought, questioning her own heart. If I hadn't changed at all, she might have ended up hating me with a passion. But now she felt she couldn't leave him. Have you two done it yet? Mu Wanning shot a glance over. Shen Yu spoke up from the side. Why are you prying into her private affairs? I'm just reminding Sister Ning, you know, guys turn bad once they get to university. My boyfriend and I broke up right after graduation. It's so frustrating. Mu Wanning frowned. After a moment's thought, she realized what it was, her face instantly turning red. I was in my dorm room, turning a deaf ear. The male lead's aura was already apparent. I didn't know what Lin Zixuan had said behind my back, but I could feel my roommates growing distant. This was for the best. I didn't want to associate with these people anyway. All I had to do was keep a close watch on Lin Zixuan and Wanning. How did you and your girlfriend meet? A roommate asked, his tone slightly teasing. I raised an eyebrow. She fell for me, so I just went with it. Really? The other guys laughed. I rested my head on my hand. What else could it be? I glanced over, then looked at Lin Zixuan. You can ask him. He even stopped me and my girlfriend back then, claiming I was forcing her to be with me. And what was it my girlfriend said after that? Lin Zixuan didn't want to speak anymore. All eyes were on him. The corners of my mouth curled into a smile. My girlfriend said she didn't know him well, and told him to stop pestering her. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Zixuan suddenly became enraged. Am I spouting nonsense? You're the one hanging around in front of my girlfriend every day. Why do you make my harmless flirting sound so nasty? The roommates looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Gu Xian, don't push it too far. Lin Zixuan's eyes were red as he shot to his feet. I wonder who's the one always engaging in school violence. Be honest, how many times have you hit Jiang Wanning? Am I wrong to suspect you? Who's to say you weren't the one who sent those thugs during the college entrance exam? You are just that disgusting. Just because your family has a bit of money, you spend all your time stirring up trouble. Am I wrong? My expression had already turned cold. I let out a derisive laugh. So what if I hit her? But she still likes me, unlike you, who gets rejected no matter how many times you try to make advances. Don't try to sling mud at me. Those thugs have nothing to do with me. You should think hard about which romantic debt you failed to settle to deserve this karma. Lin Zixuan was just about to open his mouth to retort. I raised a finger to my lips. Don't say another word any more, and I'll get annoyed. I am not one to be trifled with. After my argument with Lin Zixuan in the dormitory, our roommates finally understood the situation. That I am no saint, and that Lin Zixuan was just as bad. She knew perfectly well that the person had a boyfriend, yet she still tried to butt in. If that isn't being a bitch, then what is? Personally, I paid no mind to such gossip. I only cared about what Jiang Wanning thought. But Lin Zixuan was not so nonchalant. She had excelled her entire life, always being the center of attention and admiration wherever she went. Not only had she been rebuffed by me time and again, but I had also turned the tables and accused her instead. It was clearly my fault, so why? Zixuan, are you having a hard time adjusting to university? Seeing him looking so preoccupied and distracted, Shen Yu's voice was exceedingly gentle. Or have you been bullied here at school? Lin Zixuan shook his head. I'm just not in a good mood. Tell me about it. Shen Yu and Lin Zixuan grew up together. They were childhood sweethearts. Due to her family background, she had a mature personality and took extra care of Lin Zixuan. During high school, she went to a prestigious private school in Jiangsheng, while Lin Zixuan went to No. One high school. They finally managed to reunite in college. In her eyes, Lin Zixuan had been a kind boy since childhood. If one had to find a fault, it was that he was too kind. Lin Zixuan gripped his chopsticks, his expression terribly grim. Shen Yu frowned slightly. Seeing his expression, her own demeanor turned colder. What's going on? Shen Yu quickly pulled a tissue from her pocket and handed it to him. Sister Yu, am I really that unlikable? Who said that? Shen Yu hurriedly asked if he was not getting along with his roommates. I didn't want this either. Lin Zixuan felt incredibly wronged. Even with his easygoing personality, he had noticed his roommates' subtle and not so subtle shunning. Sometimes, from the doorway, he could clearly hear his roommates chatting about everything under the sun, but the moment he walked in, the voices would stop abruptly. I knew a guy before who really disliked me. He insisted I was trying to steal his girlfriend. He's in my dorm now and has been telling our roommates bad things about me. Now the entire dorm is ignoring me. The more Lin Zixuan spoke, the more distraught he became. Something like that happened. Shen Yu was instantly enraged. Lin Zixuan might be kind, but that didn't mean people could bully him. What's his name? I'm going to have a talk with him. Shen Yu couldn't sit still any longer. She pulled Lin Zixuan up, about to leave. Lin Zixuan sniffled, pulling at her arm. Sister Yu, don't. I don't want to cause any trouble. Let them talk, I'll be fine. Are you not aware of the terrible power of rumors? Shen Yu let out a cold laugh. For someone so young, she certainly had a knack for twisting right and wrong. He loves to talk, doesn't he? I'll see what he dares to say to my face. I strolled around the cafeteria. Beside me, Mu Wanning was carefully watching my eyes. I'm the type who wears all my thoughts on my face. Mu Wanning said, don't see anything you want to eat. Should we go to the other cafeteria? I pouted. This cafeteria was the closest to the dorms, and after half a day of military training, I was exhausted. I didn't want to settle, so I turned to Mu Wanning and said, I heard there's a place nearby with especially delicious doubles, skin milk pudding. Before I could finish my sentence, I spotted the golden couple over there, Lin Zixuan and Shen Yu, standing together. In the original story, the two of them had not yet developed a romantic relationship. Although things seemed vague between them, in reality, neither had considered taking that step. It was Mu Wanning's appearance and her constant advances towards the male lead that provoked Shen Yu's possessiveness, causing her true nature to be revealed. Mu Wanning noticed I hadn't moved and turned to ask suspiciously, didn't you say you wanted to get doubles, skin milk pudding? I jutted my chin in their direction. Only then did Mu Wanning follow my gaze, looking somewhat puzzled. Our dear Zixuan and the girl beside him make quite a pair, don't they? I remarked, crossing my arms. Mu Wanning spotted Shen Yu beside him and instinctively grabbed my hand, saying, What's so interesting about them? Wanning! Shen Yu's gaze suddenly met Mu Wanning's, and she strode towards us. Is there something I can help you with? Mu Wanning asked, her expression calm. I cast a probing glance at Lin Zixuan beside her, then nonchalantly intertwined my fingers with Mu Wanning's. Mu Wanning's lips curved into a slight smile. I only become this clingy when Lin Zixuan is around. Which dorm is your boyfriend in? Mu Wanning pressed her lips together, probably the same one as your boyfriend. Her words were also a reminder to me. He was handsome, but he was taken. Boyfriend? Shen Yu paused, then looked at Lin Zixuan beside her and immediately understood. No, not my boyfriend. This is my younger brother. I heard he was being bullied in the dorm, so I went to stand up for him. Did you just say he's in the same dorm as your boyfriend? Stand up for him? I was amused. Why don't you tell me, Who was it that bullied him? When it comes to getting even, I'm quite the expert. Lin Zixuan's shoulders visibly flinched. Shen Yu's gaze rested on me, carrying a strange expression. Jiang Wanning scolded in a low voice. Everyone knew what I was like in high school, a roguish troublemaker. It took a lot of effort to finally tone it down. Tell me, little brother Zixuan, with our friendship, I can't allow anyone to bully you. I raised an eyebrow, a cheerful smile on my face. Sister Yu, let's go. Lin Zixuan tugged on Shen Yu's sleeve, his head lowered the entire time. Shen Yu was dead set on standing up for Lin Zixuan, her expression dark. Since you're in the same dorm, could you please tell me what your dorm mates say about Zixuan behind his back? Zixuan is a kind, hearted person, which makes him an easy target for bullying. Kind-hearted, yes, very kind-hearted. I quite agree with that. But sometimes, excessive kindness can be a fault. I don't know about that. I looked completely baffled. I think the atmosphere in our dorm is quite harmonious. I wonder why you think people are talking behind your back, little Zixuan. Could it be that you did something shameful that got exposed? You're talking nonsense, Gu Xian. This is all because of you. What are you pretending to be so innocent for? After I finished speaking, Lin Zixuan finally couldn't take it anymore, his body trembling with rage. Tell me what's going on. Seeing him like this, Shen Yu's heart ached. Jiang Wanning frowned and glanced at me. Seeing my calm expression and the hint of pride in my eyes, she thought for a moment and pulled him behind her. Lin Zixuan refused to speak, simply tugging Shen Yu along as he walked away. I curled my lip. Now he was finally starting to act like the villainous supporting character. You're Gu Xian, right? I'd like to have a word with you. As expected of the female lead, she could remain calm even in this situation, a smile on her face, even if it wasn't a very pleasant one. That won't be necessary, Sister Yu. All right. I walked past Jiang Wanning and gave a nod. The few of us sat in a quiet milk tea shop. Completely unaware that I'd done anything wrong, I chewed on my straw and drank my milk tea like a contented cat. Jiang Wanning ordered for the other two, then leaned in and whispered in my ear, "Was it you?" I fluttered my eyes, my face a mask of pure innocence. Jiang Wanning was almost fooled, and she tapped me on the forehead. When I told her I was sharing a dorm with Lin Zixuan, she'd had a bad feeling. And sure enough, not even a few days had passed, and I had already bullied him to the point of tears. My mind churned for a moment, then I frowned and mumbled, this wasn't my fault. Shen Yu had Lin Zixuan sit on the inside seat, then she sat on the side, directly opposite me. Why are you targeting Lin Zixuan? Shen Yu asked, a hint of coldness in her tone. I thought to myself, no matter how aggressive you are, can you be more aggressive than the one sitting right next to me? I wiped my mouth and grinned wantonly, because I felt like it. Shen Yu's brow furrowed instantly. Even though Lin Zixuan had only said a few words to her, it seemed I, Gu Xian, was a tyrant who bullied everyone. This came as quite a surprise to Shen Yu. Let me mediate. After all, you two have to live together for 3 years. Let's just forget what happened before. From now on, even if you don't become good friends, can you at least not fight? Okay. Her okay was incredibly soft, almost like a plea, and impossibly gentle. Jiang Wanning looked at Shen Yu and took a deep breath. I remained completely unfazed by her words, even pushing my milk tea over to Jiang Wanning. I can't drink any more. Only then did I fold my hands, my expression becoming serious. I accept your suggestion. And don't mess with my girlfriend. This last part was directed at Lin Zixuan, my voice tinged with gritted, teeth resentment. Shen Yu sensed a hidden meaning in my words, but she didn't press the matter. She looked at me gratefully. Thank you for doing me this favor. I'm going to head back to the dorm and rest. I leaned over, hugged Jiang Wanning, and gave her a kiss on the cheek. I didn't, Lin Zixuan added, after I had left. I didn't provoke his girlfriend. He's talking nonsense. Shen Yu sighed. Stop making a scene. Didn't you promise you would stand up for me? And now you're siding with Gu Xian. What's so great about him anyway? You have no idea. That's enough, Shen Yu cut him off. There's no harm in us both taking a step back. Besides, weren't you the one who brought up the subject first? If he continues to stir up trouble for no reason, I certainly won't show any mercy. When Shen Yu returned to the dorm, she saw Jiang Wanning in the washroom. Leaning against the doorframe, she thought for a moment before speaking. That scene today was quite unpleasant. Is your boyfriend upset? Why would he be angry? It's not like I lost out. Lin Zixuan was of no consequence. Jiang Wanning was very confident about that. I'm planning on treating the dorm to drinks tonight. Why don't you bring your boyfriend along? I'll bring Zixuan, and we can bury the hatchet over a drink. Jiang Wanning raised an eyebrow. He doesn't drink. After saying this, Jiang Wanning added, and he doesn't like being in the same place as Lin Zixuan. What's this all about? Shen Yu's interest was piqued. She had also asked Zixuan for details, but no matter how she thought about it, there seemed to be no deep-seated grudge between them. Jiang Wanning shook her head. I don't really understand it either. He seems to have it in for Lin Zixuan specifically. He was probably in the wrong today. Could you apologize to Lin Zixuan for me on his behalf? As for tonight's gathering, I won't be going. How could that be okay? Shen Yu was good-natured and knew how to handle social situations. What if it's just us from the dorm hanging out? We don't have to invite the guys, right? Jiang Wanning didn't have much money, but she understood that this was a necessary part of socializing. If she refused now, it would look as though she were being disrespectful. In the end, she nodded. Hearing that Jiang Wanning was going out for drinks, I patted her clothes and said, "Don't drink too much." Lin Zixuan won't be there, will he? I asked hastily. Jiang Wanning let out a chuckle. You're such a jealous person, always talking about Lin Zixuan. No, I'm not. I realized that I was indeed paying a little too much attention to him. But there's nothing to be done. She has that male protagonist aura. I have to be on my guard. Just our friends from the dorm. Jiang Wanning gave me a brief hug. Hurry back now. Then, when you come back, buy me a bucket of popcorn. I hugged her back and secretly slipped 500 yuan into her pocket. Jiang Wanning gave my cheek a little kiss. We said no boys allowed. When Jiang Wanning found the restaurant's private room and saw Lin Zixuan, her expression darkened. Shen Yu quickly stepped forward. Zixuan didn't want to go back to his dorm, and he doesn't have many friends here. Jiang Wanning sullenly pulled out a chair. It's fine. The roommates, unaware of the complicated situation, were practically grateful that Shen Yu had brought a guy along, so how could they possibly complain? Lin Zixuan was indeed a very likable person. He had gotten friendly with her roommates before the meal was even halfway through. There was much laughter and joking. The atmosphere was very lively. Jiang Wanning just sat in a corner, removed from the lively scene. Towards the end of the meal, the board group decided to play Truth or Dare. Jiang Wanning couldn't just throw down her chopsticks and leave, so she had to brace herself and play along. In the very first round, Jiang Wanning was picked. Amid the commotion, she chose Dare. The dare was to call her boyfriend, tell him they were breaking up, and see how he reacted. Jiang Wanning looked toward the roommate who had suggested this. Seeing the atmosphere turn cold, Shen Yu quickly said, it wasn't easy for the young couple to get together, so why cause trouble? Jiang Wanning simply picked up the beijiu on the table, poured a full glass, and downed it. Next round. Jiang Wanning didn't dare to gamble, even though I had indulged her so much. Before she had experienced love, Jiang Wanning had heard that love was a passionate storm, or that it was as calm as still water. To Jiang Wanning, love felt like walking on thin ice. She lived in tranquility, yet she understood that beneath the calm surface, a powerful undercurrent was surging. Jiang Wanning was drinking quickly. By the time the dinner ended, her head was spinning, and several others were completely drunk as well. Lin Zixuan stopped and stood beside her. After a long moment, he reached out to support Jiang Wanning. They had drunk so much that they had already missed the dormitory curfew. Shen Yu went ahead and booked 4 rooms. The large group made its way toward the hotel. Shen Yu couldn't look after 7 people by herself. Watching Lin Zixuan help the girl into the car, she told him, "You take good care of Jiang Wanning. Go to the hotel first and just give them my name." Lin Zixuan sat with Jiang Wanning in the back seat. The alcohol seemed to have gone to the girl's head, and she was feeling quite unwell. The curve of her upturned neck was exceptionally beautiful. Body heat passed between their touching arms. Jiang Wanning possessed a striking beauty. She casually swept her hair back, revealing a fair forehead. With drowsy, intoxicated eyes, she gazed at the man beside her. She hesitated for a moment, then called out a name uncertainly. "Lin Zixuan." "I'm here." Her voice was cool and clear, pleasant to the ear. Hearing it, Lin Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He responded at once. Jiang Wanning's gaze sharpened as her temper flared. "Stop the car." The driver hurriedly pulled the car over, afraid she was going to be sick in his vehicle. "What are you doing? Are you feeling very sick?" Jiang Wanning said nothing, but got out of the car and began to walk away. "Where are you going?" Lin Zixuan grabbed her by the arm, but she pulled it free again. "Wanning!" Lin Zixuan stamped his foot in anger. "You're drunk. Shen Yu has found a hotel, and I will take you there to rest." Jiang Wanning, her head splitting with pain, staggered along the road. The driver watched the 2 of them from behind. Lin Zixuan glanced over, then turned to take out the fare and told the driver to leave first. He then chased after her. Jiang Wanning took out her phone. It was 10 o'clock, past the curfew. She likely wouldn't be able to deliver the popcorn to Gu Xian. "Don't you want to be with me?" After her series of actions, Lin Zixuan finally came to his senses. He found it somewhat hard to believe. Jiang Wanning stopped in her tracks, turning to look at him with a profound gaze. She nodded emphatically. "Why, I've saved you many times before." Jiang Wanning was stunned. After thinking for a long while, she replied, "I am Gu Xian's girlfriend, and he doesn't like you." Lin Zixuan was momentarily speechless, just because of that. People always said that Jiang Wanning was cold, unreasonable, and utterly stubborn. Lin Zixuan had never submitted to anyone, but at this moment he felt exceptionally wronged. Why, what had he done to make Jiang Wanning resent him so much? Lin Zixuan said from behind her, "Are you out of your mind, Jiang Wanning? He treats you like that, and you still fall for him." Jiang Wanning's body shuddered. Lin Zixuan blurted out, "You don't necessarily even like Gu Xian, do you? I knew him before. He's just a flirtatious troublemaker. You won't have a good outcome with him." "We will," Jiang Wanning said, her voice firm and resolute. "We will have a good outcome. I've said so before. You probably don't know, but he's engaged to Jiang Yu Yao." Lin Zixuan didn't want to say such things, but he truly couldn't bear to see Jiang Wanning being deceived. He took a deep breath, knowing it was wrong to speak ill of someone behind their back, and prefaced his words by saying, "I'm doing this for your own good." He and Jiang Yu Yao were engaged back in middle school. All of us in high society know about it. He's just playing with you." A fierce hostility flared in Jiang Wanning's eyes. She advanced on Lin Zixuan step by step, her gaze profound. "I'm not lying to you," Lin Zixuan said, bracing himself. "Their families have already arranged it. They'll get married as soon as Yao returns from abroad. My aunt is best friends with Yao's mother, so that's how I know." Jiang Wanning's fists clenched, her knuckles cracking from the pressure. Seeing that Jiang Wanning hadn't moved for a long while, Lin Zixuan reached out to pull her. Jiang Wanning narrowed her eyes impassively and took a step back. "There are some things you don't need to remind me of." With a hoarse voice, Jiang Wanning curled her lips into a smirk. Perhaps it was the drink, or perhaps an unwillingness to be outdone, but she heard her own voice say, "If he wants to be mine, he can only be mine." Be it Yao, or Shenyu, it made no difference. It was Gu Xian who had made the first move on her. Jiang Wanning scanned her surroundings, but saw no sign of Gu Xian. She shook her head slightly and began walking down the road, with no destination in mind and no one she was waiting for. Lin Zixuan called her name from behind, but Jiang Wanning did not turn around. He trailed after her like a shadow. For some reason, this reminded Jiang Wanning of Gu Xian. She sighed, feeling as if she were going mad. For in the next second, she saw Gu Xian, clad in pajamas and wearing a look of utter disbelief, stepping out of a taxi and staring intently at her. In that moment, Jiang Wanning felt her heart swell, completely full. "You were late, but I came anyway. I had only just fallen asleep in bed." When the system's alarm blared, warning that the plotline had deviated, the male lead had just encountered my conquest target. Upon hearing this, I was utterly stunned. Jiang Wanning had learned to ask someone out. When had those two gotten involved with each other? This could not be allowed to happen. I climbed down from the ledge of the second-floor bathroom window. Without even changing, I hailed a cab and went straight to the location the system indicated. My world collapsed when I learned, late at night, that the male lead was with my conquest target. The whole way there, my mind raced as I imagined all the things the male lead might be doing. Eventually, the two would hit it off, and Jiang Wanning would turn around to fall in love with the male lead, returning to the original plotline. But as it turned out, the one pestering her was Lin Zixuan, that jerk. I rolled up my sleeves, ready to charge over. I was determined to teach Lin Zixuan a lesson today. As I passed by Jiang Wanning, someone suddenly wrapped their arms around my waist. Jiang Wanning seemed very happy. There was even a hint of laughter in her voice. "Is he pestering you? What did he say to you?" I asked furiously. Seeing me like this, Lin Zixuan was startled and hastily took 2 steps back. Jiang Wanning rested her head on my shoulder and said softly, "Your timing is perfect. I'm so sleepy. Take me home, will you?" I blinked, looking at Lin Zixuan. Jiang Wanning hugged me tighter. I lowered my head, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Seeing her clothes slipping off her shoulder, I pulled them back up and frowned resentfully. I watched Jiang Wanning, her eyes hazy from drink. They were intoxicatingly beautiful, as if warmed by a fever. My heart melted, and my pulse quickened. "Let's go!" Wanning reached out, intertwining her fingers with mine, her knuckles tightening slightly. Unable to let it go, I stopped, turned to Lin Zixuan, and spoke in a chilling voice. "I told you to stay away from Jiang Wanning. Did you not understand? If not, don't blame me for being ruthless." My words actually made Lin Zixuan laugh out of anger. He and I were like fire and water, completely incompatible. On what grounds? Jiang Wanning doesn't know what's good for her, letting even people like you step on me and bully me. Lin Zixuan was no longer the timid boy who stayed silent when I used to bully him. He immediately retorted, Are you afraid I'll steal Jiang Wanning from you? Bullshit. I spun around, ready to fight him. Then why won't you let me get close to her? Lin Zixuan asked mockingly. You know you're not in her league. You feel you don't deserve her, right? Is this something a male lead would actually say? Was he now openly trying to steal my girlfriend? Back when I read the original novel, I always thought the male lead was a scheming hypocrite, never satisfied with what he had. Just as I was about to argue with him, he continued. If you think you're not good enough, you should strive to be better, not act like this. Wanting is not your property. I feel like I'm listening to a joke. Do you not really understand love? I shot him a sideways glance and pulled Jiang Wanning away. Don't stand here twisting words and distorting the facts. I never said Wanning was my property, but she is my girlfriend, and I have the right to decide whether she has male friends. Do you like Jiang Wanning? I looked at him, my voice light. You don't. You've been put on a pedestal your whole life, with excellent grades, a sweet tongue, and a kind heart. You've never faced rejection. See how Jiang Wanning ignores you, yet she likes me. Jealous, are you? Why would I be jealous of you? Because you think I'm not good enough for you, but someone else just happens to like me. I spoke lightly, but Jiang Wanning, standing behind me, remained unmoved. There was no expression on her face. I was about to retort when I saw Shenyu in the distance, having gotten out of a taxi at some point. I didn't know how long she had been standing there. I swallowed hard and immediately lost my nerve. Based on my experience with these missions, when the male and female leads appear together, their auras multiply, giving them the power to turn the tide. Moreover, although this female lead's values were questionable, her primary consciousness would still lean towards Lin Zixuan. I stepped back, bumping into Jiang Wanning's head, my eyes darting away. Let's go! Lin Zixuan's shout came from behind us. The corner of my mouth twitched. He's so annoying, I muttered. I looked up at Jiang Wanning, blinked a few times, and said, What if this Lin Zixuan bad mouths me later, and Shen Yu comes to get revenge? He wouldn't dare. Jiang Wanning lowered her voice. Seeing my astonished expression, Jiang Wanning lowered her gaze and explained. Shen Yu is not an unreasonable person. She wouldn't do that. While everyone else had their original character settings, only Jiang Wanning's corruption value was still fluctuating around 80. This was a woman determined to be a villain. I didn't know Lin Zixuan was coming, Wanning said softly. I froze for a moment, snapping out of my thoughts. But I find that you're actually very interesting. Jiang Wanning leaned over, her stare sending a chill to my very core. How did you know I was here? Before I could even speak, Jiang Wanning asked again. Let me see your arm. Startled by her sudden question, my mind was scrambling for a way to smooth things over. It was all my fault for being too hasty, so eager to break up the supporting female lead and the male lead that I made such a huge blunder. Jiang Wanning held my arm, examining it for a long time. You dare to go out dressed like this? Where did you crawl out from? You're filthy all over. Jiang Wanning touched it gently, and I immediately winced in pain. When I climbed down from the second floor windowsill just a moment ago, I fell, and the bricks scraped the skin off my elbow. If Jiang Wanning hadn't reminded me, I would have completely forgotten about it. I'm surprised the pain isn't killing you, Jiang Wanning said out loud. Her fingers wiped away the surrounding dust as she stared at the wound for a long time. Gu Xian, the moment I saw you, I suddenly understood the meaning of peace of mind. You'll always watch over me, right? Had I known what was to follow, I never would have so confidently promised Jiang Wanning that I would. Unable to return to the dorms, I took Jiang Wanning to a hotel near the school. Back then, you didn't need an ID. The front desk clerk saw we were students, a boy and a girl, and immediately gave us a room with one double bed. That night I lay on the edge of the bed, staring at the ceiling. The girl beside me was fast asleep. I turned to look at her face. Her normally cold expression was now exceptionally soft. Her eyelashes were long, and her brow was furrowed, as if she was dreaming of something troubling. I reached out and smoothed her furrowed brow. Before I could pull my hand away, Mu Wanning's brow relaxed, and she reached out, pulling me into an embrace. My heart pounded in my chest as I heard Wanning whisper, "I had a nightmare." Mu Wanning took a deep breath, and the close, intimate atmosphere slowly brought her back to reality. "It's late." My face grew hot, but thankfully, the darkness concealed everything. Hearing my steady breathing, Mu Wanning quietly opened her eyes, looked up at the boy in her arms, and hugged him tightly. She had just dreamed of the alley entrance where I was surrounded by thugs. The night was dark. A knife was plunged into the young man's chest as he slowly knelt before her, clutching her pant leg. His voice, almost distorted with pain, said to her, "Save me." In the dream, her own self seemed indifferent to the matter. Her coldness was almost inhuman. With a white, gloved hand, she patted my pale face. She whispered, "Scum like you are just a waste of resources in this world. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for always provoking people you shouldn't. In your next life, don't meet me again." It was this very sentence that made Mu Wanning's heart nearly stop, jolting her awake. She had always considered herself a cold and heartless person. After experiencing a series of events with the Zhang family, Wanning had told herself from a young age that she must seek revenge, by any means necessary, to reclaim her dignity from past humiliations. If Gu Xian knew about that past, he would surely look down on her. Mu Wanning withdrew her hand from my waist. The air conditioning in the room was cold. She took the blanket and placed it between us. Propping herself up, she watched for a long time. If there was a god above watching over her, that god's name must be Gu Xian, so Mu Wanning thought. After sobering up, Mu Wanning couldn't fall back asleep. The reason was simple. My sleeping habits were terrible. I tossed and turned all over the bed, rolled on top of her, and even smacked my lips. She didn't dare to move, afraid of waking me, and so she lay there, stiff as a board, all night. The moment I woke up, I was shoved back onto the bed. I was completely dazed. Wanning gave me a cold look before going into the bathroom, not coming out for a long time. "Time to go back to school," Mu Wanning said, buttoning her jacket with a frown. "Do you know you drool in your sleep?" I had been feeling a little touched, thinking we were finally having a bit of a couple-like moment, but that one sentence from Mu Wanning completely killed the mood. I had a sour look on my face the whole time, but Mu Wanning pretended not to notice as we made our awkward way back. They happened to run into Lin Zixuan and Shen Yu. It just goes to show how this damn fate loves to play tricks on people. Gu Xian, wait a moment. Just as Mu Wanning was about to ignore them, Shen Yu, who was behind her, called out. She frowned, stopped in her tracks, and reached out to grab my hand. I didn't think much of it, but my face showed my displeasure. "I'd like to talk to you alone. Do you have time?" I just smiled and nodded. "Sure." Shen Yu specifically arranged to meet me at the school's bubble tea shop. Seeing Mu Wanning's expression gradually turn vicious, I wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but it was too late. Shen Yu and Lin Zixuan have both told me what happened. Shen Yu picked up her bubble tea, smiling gently. Resting my chin in my hand, I raised an eyebrow. "Are you trying to condemn me on her behalf?" "What?" Shen Yu wore a surprised expression. "I think there must be some misunderstanding between you and Zixuan." As soon as she said that, I knew what Shen Yu's intention was, to play peacemaker. There's no need. I never belonged to this world to begin with. Aside from my capture target, the only one here worthy of my esteem, I don't need to care about anyone else. Shen Yu furrowed her brow. Zixuan didn't mean to steal your girlfriend. Is that so? I said this flippantly. Well then, did Lin Zixuan tell you what I was like in high school? Shen Yu fell silent. I answered my own question. I'm arrogant, domineering, and completely unreasonable. To be frank, I just hate him always hanging around my girlfriend. I'm deliberately targeting him, so what are you going to do about it? After saying all that, I silently gave myself a pat on the back. As expected of me, I played the part of the vicious supporting male character to perfection. All right, that's enough. My girlfriend is still waiting for me at the entrance. I knocked firmly on the tabletop. If you've come to me about Lin Zixuan again, then don't bother speaking to me from now on. Ever since she was a child, Shen Yu had been the center of attention wherever she went. This was the first time she had ever been so thoroughly rejected by a boy. She sat in her chair, watching me pull Mu Wanning into my arms. The impatient look I had when confronting her was gone, my heart and eyes now filled with the person before me. Shen Yu's fingers traced restlessly over her milk teacup as a meaningful smile touched her lips. Before Mu Wanning could ask, I spoke first. This Shen Yu from your dorm is so annoying. What did she want from you? What else could it be? She came to plead for peace on Lin Zixuan's behalf. Mu Wanning glanced out the glass window and asked softly, So, what are your thoughts on it? I despise him, I said. Even if the Emperor of Heaven himself came, I would still despise him. I despise how he always acts like a savior, yet flirts with everyone around him, all while pretending to be completely oblivious. Mu Wanning, now free from Lin Zixuan, was so much sweeter. I hugged her waist and nuzzled against her. The military training passed in a flash. On the final day, all the platoons gathered together for an evening gala. The boys and girls were all eager to showcase their talents, each hoping to stand out. Isn't there a joke that goes, if you play your cards right tonight, you get first pick for a freshman year partner? I found an opportunity and stealthily sidled up next to Mu Wanning. I slipped my hand into hers and looked up at her with a smile. The girls around us erupted in a teasing commotion. Mu Wanning squeezed my knuckles, shot me a look, and then smiled without saying a word. She used to hate the feeling of being watched, always thinking people were staring at her strangely, but in this moment she was enjoying it. I took off my jacket, revealing a cropped shirt underneath. The handsome guy dancing in the center had an incredible physique. As the atmosphere heated up, I got excited too and let out a whistle toward the stage. Wanning only glanced toward the stage for a moment before fixing her unwavering gaze on me. A boy nearby secretly passed something over, and Mu Wanning's gaze sharpened when she saw it was 2 bottles of beer. The night breeze was gentle. I smiled my thanks, leaned against her shoulder, deftly opened one of the bottles, and lowered my voice to whisper in her ear. For our hard-won love. What hardships! I downed it all in one go. Upon learning that the target of my S-rank mission was a psychopath. Every day I was filled with anxiety. Who wouldn't be afraid of Mu Wanning, with that cold, unapproachable expression that made her look like she could kill at any moment? Through analysis, I pinpointed Mu Wanning's weakness. Those with psychological issues often suffer from a lack of care and affection. If Mu Wanning had no sky, then I would become her sky. I would help her mend her ways and become a truly good person. The more I thought about it, the more delighted I became until I had drained the entire jar of wine. After finishing, the world began to spin, and my mind grew foggy. Mu Wanning noticed something was amiss as well. She turned her head and saw the boy who had given them the drinks scratching his head. I was just about to say, this alcohol is quite potent. It's a demon wine I just bought, and I wanted you to try something new. Seeing your boyfriend drink so much so quickly, is he all right? At that point, I had already fallen silent. She stared expectantly toward the main stage. She remained silent, holding back her words. The music suddenly switched to an up-tempo dance track. People in the venue were already getting worked up. Driven by youthful impulse, the place instantly transformed into a massive dance floor. The moment Mu Wanning's attention lapsed, she saw me deftly slip away from her side. I had already made my way to the center. I squeezed the bottle in my hand, hiked up my shirt, clenched my jaw, and began to move with the beat. Before the surrounding crowd could see what was happening, Mu Wanning had already rushed over, tugged my shirt back into place, and was pulling me toward the exit. Stop messing around. How infuriating. Mu Wanning heard me starting to struggle beside her. That was my stage. Dance my foot. Didn't I look good? I frowned. I was, after all, once one of the biggest stars in the world. Suddenly, something came to mind. Fighting the effects of the alcohol, I leaned closer to her, steadying her head with one hand. I cupped her face, studying it for a long moment before planting a sudden kiss on her cheek. Thank you. Why say that all of a sudden? For giving me the chance to complete the mission. Mu Wanning could clearly see my lips moving, yet the words themselves seemed to have been muted, as if in a movie. What did you say? Suddenly, my body convulsed as if in extreme agony, and my legs buckled, sending me to my knees. Mu Wanning watched died as I kowtowed to her. What are you doing? I shouldn't have been drinking. I knew I had a bad habit of spouting nonsense whenever I got drunk. The system's protective mechanism had just been triggered, delivering a high voltage shock that instantly vaporized the effects of the alcohol. When I came to my senses, I found myself collapsed on the ground. Mu Wanning stood before me, an inscrutable expression on her face. I gave a wry smile. I'm so thankful you've agreed to be my girlfriend, and I just didn't know how to express my excitement, so I gave you a kowtow. Is this form of gratitude to your satisfaction? Please, get up. Mu Wanning knew I was spouting nonsense, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You've scraped your knees. Wanning had been startled when I suddenly dropped to my knees. When she saw me stand up casually, she instinctively knelt and lifted my pant leg. Sure enough, a patch of red was visible in the glow of the streetlight. Does it hurt? I hadn't thought much of it at first. The pain I'd suffered while resisting the system had been far greater. But no one had ever asked me before if it hurt. Feeling a surge of emotion, I immediately hugged her, patting her back somewhat randomly. Mu Wanning's eyes darkened. She turned her head, her voice hoarse. What are you touching? I'm touching my girlfriend. Do you have a problem with that? I asked, rubbing my head. Mu Wanning let out a soft laugh, but did not respond. For a fleeting moment, I actually felt that it would be perfectly fine to spend a lifetime with her. This S-rank conquest target was the most realistic one. One day, out of boredom, I asked the system what the most common mistake was for hosts who took on S-rank missions but failed. System assistant. Falling in love with the conquest target. We arrived at the base of the dormitory building, hand in hand. Wait for me a moment. Mu Wanning patted her pockets. I watched her run off to a vending machine to buy a bottle of ice cold Coke. She seemed unaccustomed to doing such things, awkwardly handing the Coke to me. If your knee swells up, you can use this to reduce the swelling. It helps with blood circulation. Her words reminded me of when I was in the system space, viewing Mu Wanning's life experiences. Her existence was a great hindrance. As a child, she too had longed for a father, longed for a home. But what she faced was one brutal beating after another. Weak and small, she could only shield her mother with her own body. She was covered in cuts and bruises, her body swollen and red. Her mother would then get some ice and, through tears, apply it to her injuries to reduce the swelling. "Get some rest." I waved my hand. I gave her a hug, then turned and left. With her hands in her pockets, Mu Wanning stood downstairs watching for a long time. I felt that if days like this continued, I would be happy. If the system hadn't reminded me that a new chapter was about to begin, I would have remained lost in the daily banter with Mu Wanning. I received a message late at night and immediately sat up in bed. I counted on my fingers for a moment, and my expression changed. My phone suddenly rang. I quickly answered and heard Mu Wanning's somber voice. She said, "Yuan Xian, I must return home tomorrow, and I am uncertain when I will be back. Please conduct yourself well at school, all right. Could you tell me what has occurred?" Considering the date, it was about time. In the original plot, Mu Wanning's corruption level had already reached 100% after she killed me. Upon meeting Lin Zixuan again, she desperately sought to set up the next scheme, so that even if she could not be a good person, she could still be a worthy participant in his game. And the catalyst for this was Mu Wanning sounded as though she were descending the stairs, her breathing unsteady. "Do not worry, I will return shortly. It is not a serious issue." I wish to listen. I rose nimbly from the bed, draping my clothes over my body. "You are downstairs. Please wait for me for a moment, will you? Just for a moment." Mu Wanning remained silent for a long while. I took a deep breath. "I wish to see you, right now." Having climbed out of the window once before, I was now quite practiced at it. It seemed Mu Wanning had anticipated my arrival in this manner, as she had been waiting below since early on. Seeing me swaying and about to clutch the drainpipe, she remarked teasingly, "Are you unable to get down? Did you not say you wished to see me? Then take a good look now and return to your rest." Mu Wanning spoke with great difficulty. She had just received a call from a neighbor, informing her that her mother had collapsed in the hallway. It was only upon her return in the middle of the night that she discovered her mother had already been taken to the hospital. Yi King had a tumor in her brain. Whether it was benign or malignant could not be determined until the professor returned the next day. At that moment, her heart ached with such intensity it felt as though it were twisting, and she wished for nothing more than to fly to her mother's side. She forced herself to calm down quickly, fighting back the tears that threatened to fall, and telephoned me. This was to prevent me from causing a disturbance the next morning when I did not see her at breakfast. I will not listen. With both feet dangling over the windowsill, I gritted my teeth and leaped downwards. The second story was not particularly high. However, to jump down in such a posture would surely result in a nasty fall, landing face first. Mu Wanning had already endured enough frights for the day, and seeing my reckless abandon, she rushed over with her arms wide open. The full weight of the teenager crashed into her, forcing a muffled grunt from her lips. Mu Wanning's shoulder ached where my hard forehead had collided with it. The impact on my forehead brought tears to my eyes from the pain. Mu Wanning steadied me, her face a mask of anger. "What if I hadn't caught you? Do you have water for brains? Don't you realize how dangerous that was? I was just worried about you. And you're scolding me." I took her hand. "Weren't you going home? It's so late. Did something happen with your family? I'll go back with you." As Mu Wanning looked at the teenager, who was still grimacing in pain yet frantic with worry, she suddenly felt a sense of calm. "Don't worry." Mu Wanning felt a tightness in her chest. She glanced at the second-floor window. Once she left, she wouldn't be able to get back in. My mom's in the hospital. If you want to come along, you can. I'll bring you back tomorrow morning. Your mom is in the hospital. What's wrong? Is it serious? Although I already knew what had happened, I pretended as if I was just hearing it for the first time. Mu Wanning gently squeezed my hand. She would have laughed in the past at the very idea of me showing such concern for someone. But now she realized she had somehow grown used to it. I don't know yet. I have to go see for myself. Then let's hurry. Mu Wanning felt useless, a feeling she had carried since she was a little girl. Don't worry, good people are always watched over. Your mom will definitely be okay. Seeing her distress, I cupped her face and gently rested it on my shoulder. Your eyes are all red. Why don't you get some sleep? I already slept a little in the dorm. I don't need to. I'll wake you when we get to the hospital. I had phrased my words impeccably. I had never felt that knowing what was to come could be such a painful thing. There wasn't the slightest glimmer of hope. There was no such thing as the virtuous being blessed by heaven, only the cruel tricks of fate. I was choking up. Mu Wanning gripped my hand helplessly, her entire body trembling. I thought. Back when I persuaded Wanning to study medicine, I had my selfish reasons. I wanted her to have a better life, to create a little hope where there was none. She was a genius. Perhaps there might be a turn for the better. In this world, life and death are unpredictable, and it didn't seem inclined to spare anyone. Mu Wanning wasn't asleep. Countless scenes from her past flashed through her mind. I listened to the system notification sound in my mind. Her darkening value was soaring. I turned and pulled her into my arms. I said with a smile, "This doesn't count as puppy love anymore, does it?" Mu Wanning's darkening value stalled, stopping at a score of 90. Then, if your mother sees me, am I your boyfriend? I rubbed my head. I guess this counts as formally meeting the parents. Mu Wanning's thoughts were completely distracted by me. I don't know what she thought of, but her darkening value slowly began to decrease. I lay my head on her lap. Pat my head. Are you a puppy or something? That's what Mu Wanning said, but her fingers were already in my hair. I heard that patting someone's head can make them feel a little better. I looked up at her. Are you in a better mood now? Stop reading those useless internet posts. Mu Wanning turned her face away. Her eyes dark and heavy. Her fingers absently stroked my hair. My eyes were half closed. The plot had reached its midpoint, which was also its most arduous scene. I didn't know which path I should take, but I was determined to use what I knew was highly likely to happen to pave a smooth path for Mu Wanning. I am, after all, a dedicated little angel on a mission to save the villain. As soon as the two of them arrived at the hospital, Mu Wanning went to the patient's room. I looked at the neighbor beside us, a middle-aged woman in her 50s who appeared very kind. "Hello, ma'am. I just asked the doctor, was it you who helped pay the medical fees for now?" I took out my wallet. How much was it? I'll pay it for Mu Wanning. 600. The woman wasn't hesitant and asked with some curiosity, "You're the one from upstairs, a relative of the family?" "But..." I nodded, then shook my head. "Not exactly. I'm the upstairs tenant, but I'm also Wanning's boyfriend, so I suppose that counts as a relative. Yes, that's right." I counted out 600 yuan from my wallet and handed it to her. "If Mu Wanning asks about the medical fees, please don't tell her I paid for them. Just say you don't want the money back, all right. Otherwise, I'll feel uneasy." The neighbor thought for a moment, then chuckled. "You're a good young man. That child, Wanning, has had a hard life. Having you is a bit of a blessing for her." I went alone to pay for Yi King's latest medical and hospitalization fees. I stood before the hospital room door, several times reaching out to open it, only to silently retract my hand. I felt the timing wasn't right, and I was afraid Yi King's condition was so bad that Mu Wanning would be heartbroken, leaving me exceptionally conflicted. After pacing for what felt like the 10th time, I furrowed my brow, took out my phone, and dialed Yuzu's number. She was the Yuan family's private doctor and a good friend of the original body's mother, so she had connections at all the major hospitals. Although I knew the ending in the original story, I wanted to do something that might be futile. I wanted to at least struggle a little, so I wouldn't have any regrets. I couldn't tell if I was trying to win Mu Wanning's favor, or if I simply wanted to comfort this pitiful villain. The phone rang for a long time. I knew it was wrong to disturb someone in the middle of the night, but there was a good reason for it. Yuzu, grumpy from being woken up, suppressed her irritation and asked, "Is something wrong?" "Auntie Zhu." I thought for a moment. "Do you know any skilled neurologists at Zhangcheng Central Hospital?" Yuzu's sleepiness vanished instantly. She pressed, "Neurology? Did you get into a fight and hurt your head, or did you hurt someone else's?" I was speechless. "No, that's not it." "Are you at the Chinese medicine hospital now?" "I'll be right there." "There's no Zhu. I didn't call. It's just..." "Say no more. Wait for me." I stared at the disconnected phone, the corner of my mouth twitching. My Auntie Zhu is wonderful in every way, except that she's impulsive and reckless, hardly what you'd expect from a meticulous, skilled doctor. I sat on a bench outside the hospital. At night, the corridors were almost empty, the air conditioning was cranked up, and though I don't believe in ghosts, I felt a deep sense of dread. With a creak, I turned my head and saw the haggard face of Mu Wanning. "How's your mother?" I immediately stood up and craned my neck to look inside. Mu Wanning pressed her lips together without speaking, fumbling in her pocket to pull out a few tens of yuan in loose change. I scratched my head and lowered my voice. "I have to tell you something. Please don't be angry." Mu Wanning slowly raised her head, a coldness in her eyes. She had always lacked a sense of security, and seeing my hesitation, she said instinctively, "Whatever decision you make, I won't blame you. I just saw the scans and the diagnosis. The results probably aren't good. You've seen the kind of person I am. I'm already as low as dust. If something happens to my mom too, I'm at my breaking point." Mu Wanning didn't finish her sentence. "If you want to leave, then go." My reaction was slow, but when it came, I pulled her into my arms. It was clear that Mu Wanning was truly exhausted. The woman who could jump from a second-story height and still catch me steadily was now faltering, leaning unsteadily against the wall. She stared blankly into the distance. "I'm not leaving." "I was about to tell you. I took the liberty of paying the medical fees. I was afraid you'd be angry, so..." "I didn't dare." Mu Wanning's body stiffened. I held her a little tighter. "I never thought of leaving you. I was worried. It's not that big of a deal. Life is always going to have its rough patches, right? There's strength in numbers. We'll get through this together." Mu Wanning wanted to cry. She hadn't shed a tear even when she was thrashing around in agony, but this time she wrapped her arms tightly around my neck. "I'm so miserable." "Yuan Xian. Go on. Did I kill someone or start a fire in my past life? Why? What I want is very simple. I just want to live. I want to live a good life. Tell me, what did I do that wasn't good enough? Why do you have to treat me this way?" The way she looked was simply too moving. Her voice trembled as she spoke. I patted her gently, letting her find a more comfortable position to hold me. "I don't know how to comfort people." I felt my back begin to tremble. Her tears soaked my clothes. Her crying was suppressed and silent, which was even more heart-wrenching than if she had wailed out loud. Yuzu arrived to see this very scene. She crossed her arms and watched for a long time, her brows furrowed. She had seen this girl before, and she'd made a deep impression. How did they end up in an embrace so quickly? Don't tell me he knocked the girl's senses loose. Mu Wanning didn't move for a long while. My arm was so sore I couldn't bear it anymore. Just as I was about to lower it, I heard a soft cough. I turned my head and met Yuzu's amused gaze, and my face flushed red. Mu Wanning looked over as well. Realizing this doctor and I had a close relationship, she took 2 steps back. I took the initiative to stand with her. I waved at Yuzu. Auntie Zhu, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend. Yuzu raised an eyebrow. So the fall really did make him stupid. This kind of girl. Auntie Zhu. I walked over, looking at her with an ingratiating expression. She had practically watched me grow up, so naturally, my attitude softened. What's wrong? Why were you asking me for a neurologist just now? I gestured for Mu Wanning to go get the diagnosis report and the CT scans. I then sat with Yuzu on the bench. My girlfriend's mother has a tumor in her brain. I wanted to ask if you, Auntie Zhu, know any highly skilled doctors and could perhaps help us get in touch. I lowered my voice and leaned close to her ear. My girlfriend's family situation is rather complicated. It's a single-parent household. Her mother is all she has. You're capable of doing a good deed like this. Yuzu's words were tinged with a teasing tone. My expression stiffened. Yuzu, however, didn't seem to notice at all. It seems falling in love has changed this kid's personality. That's a good thing, though. Before, I'd have to worry every day about his philandering, that one day he'd carelessly get his head smashed in and drop dead. Mu Wanning brought the documents over. Yuzu's brows furrowed as she looked them over. She remained silent, not saying a word. The atmosphere grew increasingly cold. Mu Wanning's hands clenched tightly. I swallowed hard. In the original story, Mu Wanning's mother was indeed dead. But then I wondered, if I used my connections to find a great doctor for Mu Wanning, could I turn the situation around? After all, wasn't I, someone who should have died, standing here perfectly fine? It was getting late. Yuzu rolled up the documents, stood up, and said with a serious expression, I'll do my best to help. She glanced at Mu Wanning beside her, her gaze darkening slightly, but she didn't say anything. As soon as I heard she would help, I was immensely grateful and broke into a smile. Auntie Zhu, you're so kind. You only say such sweet things when you need a favor from me. She finally relented, saying, I have a friend in the United States who specializes in neurology. I'll contact him to see if anything can be done. But I can't promise that there's much hope. This tumor has been in her head for a very long time. By now, it's at least in the intermediate stage of malignancy. The risks involved are very high. We can discuss the specifics in more detail when the time comes. I spent the night huddled with Mu Wanning on a narrow bench. Her eyes were completely red. I was so tired, my steps felt unsteady. I'll go back to school with you. Mu Wanning patted my cheek and glanced at her phone. You go back and get some sleep first. I struggled to keep my eyes open and forced myself to shake my head. Let me go get breakfast. What do you want to eat? Seeing me in this state, Mu Wanning said, I'm not hungry. Auntie Zhu might come today, so I can't go back. I rubbed my eyes. Don't worry, Auntie Zhu is a good friend of my mother's and has doted on me since I was little. If she offers to help, she will absolutely do her very best. I reached out and brushed her bangs aside. Wait here for me, I'll be back soon, all right. Mu Wanning stared into my eyes, After a long moment, her voice was hoarse. I smiled, the corners of my mouth lifting. Upon hearing the news about her mother, Mu Wanning felt as if her world was collapsing. Her mind was in utter turmoil, yet she dared not show it, but I could see it clearly. I appeared by her side like a knight, offering support just when she was at her most vulnerable. Mu Wanning wrung her hands. What have I done to deserve this? She could only hate her own powerlessness. I was so sleepy, I kept yawning. The rice porridge and steamed buns in my mouth seemed utterly tasteless. The doctors started their shifts at 9, and the nurses also arrived in succession. That doctor took Yi King for another round of examinations. She already looked extremely weak. Years of hardship had worn the once gentle woman down, leaving her a shadow of her former self. After a meeting, the doctor stated bluntly, "Our hospital recommends you transfer. The risk of the surgery is too great, and we do not have personnel with the required technical skills." Mu Wanning braced herself and said, "Which hospital is more advanced?" I knew this era was different from the places I had traveled to before. Many things were quite primitive. Then they would have the best doctors. Upon hearing this, the rims of Mu Wanning's eyes turned red. I pressed my lips together and said no more. "Think it over. I can help you contact a professor in the capital," the doctor said, adjusting his glasses. "It will require a craniotomy and chemotherapy, and the medical fees. Don't worry about the medical fees. Please, could you help us make contact?" The moment I reacted. Mu Wanning took a deep breath, her head lowered, lost in thought. But I knew. She didn't want to go back to the capital, because she had originally transferred from there precisely to get away from the Mu family. If they went back now, the original storyline would begin to unfold, the very storyline I wanted to avoid most. In the original story, because of this, Mu Wanning knelt before the gates of the Mu family home, enduring endless scorn. In the end, Mu Cheng, as if bestowing a great mercy, gave her money for her mother's treatment, telling her their debt was settled. As a result, her mother died on the operating table and never made it off. Mu Wanning directed all of her deep, seated resentment toward the Mu family. She caused the death of the Mu family's only son and drove that good, for nothing stepmother of hers insane. Mu Cheng was a selfish man. He loved himself most of all, and his greatest fear was having no heir. I went over the plot in my mind. I couldn't risk it. What if, after all my efforts, I still failed to save Yi King from the operating table? Wouldn't she then vent all her resentment on me? "We're not going to the capital. I'll ask Auntie Zhu." I dialed the number once more. Yu Zhu answered quickly this time, speaking before I could even get a word out. "I've already asked. The surgery is possible, but the equipment in Jiangsheng can't support it. You have to go to the capital." Mu Wanning, who was right beside me, naturally heard this. She clutched the paper carton of millet porridge in her hand and said, "We have to go. It's time to settle our accounts." I was at a loss. Auntie Zhu had already arranged everything. There was just one thing missing. I needed the consent of this body's original owner. I didn't dare to act entirely on my own impulses. After a long silence, I finally agreed. I didn't dare tell Mu Wanning, making an excuse that I had to use the restroom. Mu Wanning said nothing. In reality, Yi King had been awake for some time. She waited until I had left, then opened her eyes and called out softly, "Wanning!" Mu Wanning immediately concealed the calculating look in her eyes, turning to ask with concern, "Don't worry. It's not a major issue. We are going to the imperial capital and will be back soon. Stop hiding it from me. I heard everything." Yi King smiled. Even though the years had left countless traces on her face, they had never diminished her beauty. "Have a seat." I have something I want to tell you. Mu Wanning pressed her lips together, sat down beside her, and tucked in the corners of her blanket. Yi King reached out and took her hand. My daughter is all grown up, and she has become so stunningly beautiful. Ma'am, you have to live a long life and see me get married and have children. I'm not grown up yet. I just had a dream. A tear slid from the corner of Yi King's eye. I dreamed of when you were a child. Even back then, you were different from the other children. You never cried or fussed, and you would smile the moment you saw me. I thought back then that having you in my life made it all worthwhile. That young man has helped our family a great deal, hasn't he? Yi King said. I've taken a liking to that young man as well. Our family does not repay kindness with ingratitude. He is good to you. You must remember all of it. And in the future, repay his kindness and treat him well too. I know. Ma'am, I have no regrets. Yi King sighed. Actually, it's enough. This illness costs a lot of money. With our family's financial situation, we can't be a burden on that young man. Mom doesn't want to get treated anymore. I reckon I have a few months left to live. I can still help you save a little more money, so you won't be looked down upon by his family after you get married. Don't talk nonsense. Mu Wanning's throat tightened with emotion. I have a way, and I will pay his money back to him. Trust me. We'll go to the imperial capital. You just focus on your treatment and leave the rest to me. Don't go looking for your father. How could Yi King not know what she was thinking? She said with a smile. My relationship with your father was something I forced. He's living a peaceful and happy life now, which is quite good. Mu Wanning remained silent. She didn't find those words comforting at all. They only fueled more hatred, making her wish she could kick them all into hell. I was in the hospital corridor, picking at the peeling paint on the wall. Gu King was somewhat surprised to receive my call. How could he not care about his own son? But as soon as he heard my voice, his tone turned cold. What is it? Are you short on money? If you're done fooling around out there, get yourself back here immediately. I'm not going back. Dad, I have something to tell you. This decision I'm making is a huge risk, and there are some truths you have a right to know, Dad. I'm going to show you a good show. What did you say? In return, I'm asking you to save Mu Wanning's mother. I'm begging you. What nonsense are you talking about? Asking me to save a complete stranger? Have you lost your mind, or have I? What Gu King hated most was my rebelliousness. He had clearly planned the best path for me, but I refused to follow it, insisting on getting mixed up with a cheap woman. You will agree. Don't even think about it. My voice was remarkably calm. I said, you will definitely agree. After I finished this, I sent a text message to Gu Wanyu, asking to meet her at the Majestic Club. When I returned, I saw Mu Wanning speaking with Yi King in the hospital room. Standing at the door, I was called out by Yi King before I had a chance to leave. Young man, come over here. I hesitated awkwardly. This was like breaking the ice, meeting my mother-in-law for the very first time. I was even a little excited. Yi King reached out, patted Mu Wanning, and said, Have you remembered everything I told you? Mu Wanning nodded gravely. Yi King looked over at me. It's good that you two can be together. Don't worry, my Wanning will not let you down. It's all right, Auntie. I waved my hand. Who in this world doesn't have their own hardships? I will do my best to help. Auntie, please focus on your recovery. I just came to let Wanning know that something has come up and I have to leave for a bit. Auntie Zhu has already arranged everything. She knows her as well. When the time comes, just listen to her. If anything happens, give me a call. Goodbye, Auntie. I waved my hand at her. I left with a somewhat awkward gait. As soon as I stepped out, I breathed a sigh of relief. The expression on my face became nonchalant. The plot is going to unfold one way or another. What's so bad about me moving it forward a little? Host, you need to calm down. The system, sensing my intentions, was on the verge of tears. This is no laughing matter. I am very calm, I replied. I know the consequences better than you do. I'm going to move the plot forward. As a task executor, deliberately pushing the storyline forward is a major taboo. When I decided to do this, I was already prepared to face the punishment. Mu Wanning was very happy to receive my message. She turned down a whole host of invitations from her friends. Towards her younger brother, her intentions were very simple. Simply malicious. I might have realized it long ago, which is why I had been deliberately avoiding situations where I would be alone with her. I bought a new DV camera, went over early to place it behind a vase in the room, and then sat down at a perfect angle to wait quietly. The moment Mu Wanning saw me, she smiled. It's rare for you to ask me out. I've run into some trouble, I said with a troubled expression. My girlfriend's mother is sick. Mu Wanning's expression immediately turned sour. With a grim face, I said, Can you help me? Dad isn't speaking to me anymore. I need money. This puts me in a very difficult position. Mu Wanning said. You should apologize to Dad. He worries a lot about you. Mu Wanning, you like me, don't you? My sudden words left Mu Wanning stunned. She let out a chuckle. Of course I like you. You're my little brother. Stop pretending. What kind of sister develops those feelings for her brother? Did you think I didn't know you secretly took my photograph? As I said this, my expression remained gentle. Rest assured. Mu Wanning's expression twisted slightly. She suppressed her feelings and remained silent. Are you going to help me or not? What else do you know? Mu Wanning looked up at me. I chuckled. I also know that you're a bastard. How could our Gu family ever produce someone as disgusting as you? These words seemed to strike a nerve. She immediately flew into a rage, as if she wanted to strike me dead. But in an instant she calmed down. So what? If your father thinks I'm his child, then that's what I am. I'll just ask, are you going to help me or not? I tapped on the table, my expression cold. Mu Wanning scoffed. Why would I ever help you save that tramp? I'd be happy if they all just dropped dead. Then there's nothing more to discuss. I immediately stood up and walked out. After I exposed my sister's secret, she flew into a rage out of shame. Gu Xian, you had better behave. People who talk too much are truly detestable. Mu Wanning couldn't comprehend how I knew all this, and for a moment she was genuinely flustered. Standing beside her, I hesitated for a moment, then turned, pinning her with my arms, and abruptly lifted her chin to kiss her. Mu Wanning's eyes flew wide open, her body stiffening in shock. I quickly ran my hand over her head. How could I possibly be the one who talks too much? With a sister as beautiful as her, who wouldn't be in love? If you're not going to help, then forget it. With one hand in my pocket, I gave a slight smile. I was merely putting on an act. Mu Wanning was completely stunned by my maneuver. She probably thought of herself as a naive girl with no experience of the world. How could she possibly compete with a seasoned veteran like me? I had been waiting next door for a very long time. The moment Mu Wanning left, I retrieved the digital camera, burned its video footage onto a disc, and went straight to Gu King's company. When Gu King finished watching the video, his hands were trembling. I held out the strand of hair I had plucked from Mu Wanning's head, which was now sealed in a small plastic bag, and slowly slid it across the desk to Gu King. To prove she isn't your biological daughter, I plucked this from her head myself. You can go and get a DNA test done. If you still refuse to believe me, you can get a sample of her hair yourself. Dad! I crossed my arms and smiled. Are you satisfied now? Gu King smashed the computer with a single punch. He stared coldly at the son he could barely recognize anymore. Is this the good show you mentioned? To think you would go to such lengths for that woman. Are you even Gu Xian anymore? I remained perfectly calm. I found this matter to be quite amusing. You ought to thank me, otherwise, who knows how much longer you would have been a cuckold. There was nothing wrong with Mu Wanning. After I've said this, if you refuse to help, that's fine. I will act on my mother's behalf and ensure you are left without an heir ahead of schedule. Didn't father undergo a vasectomy years ago to prove his sincerity? Now I am the only one you can rely on. I patted my own chest. If something were to happen to me, your son, then you, father, wouldn't have a single biological child left. My every word stabbed Gu King with a relentless, dull ache. He pointed a trembling finger at me. Are you threatening me? Is the threat not obvious enough? Does father need me to confirm it again? Get out of here. Gu King swept all the documents off his desk, sending them crashing and clattering at my feet. I picked one up, glanced at it, and placed it back on his desk with a smile. Don't worry, I'm leaving now. Goodbye, father. As I walked out, I dialed Auntie Zhu's number and spoke calmly. Auntie Zhu, I've sought my father's opinion, and he has agreed. We can proceed with the hospital transfer procedures. With that said, I hastily ended the call. All strength had been completely drained from my body. With a thud, I collapsed to the ground, my head hitting the floor hard. The sharp pain in my chest made it impossible to hold on any longer. Ever since I began to turn this situation around, the pain had been steadily increasing. Fortunately, I had finished everything I needed to do. I could finally rest. Auntie Zhu arranged a private jet for Mu Wanning and her mother. On her way to the capital, she never saw me. Her text messages went unanswered. Her calls were not picked up. After taking a phone call, Auntie Zhu looked at Mu Wanning with a heavy gaze. I'm sorry, I won't be able to accompany you to the imperial capital. My assistant is here. She will arrange things for you on my behalf. Auntie Zhu stood up, ready to leave in a hurry. Mu Wanning raised her eyebrows and stood up. I'd like to ask where he is. Is Gu Xian not coming? Hearing her words, Auntie Zhu paused in her steps. Her expression was serious and calm. He has something to attend to. Auntie Zhu's eyes held a complex expression. Just now, Gu King had called her back with extreme urgency, saying that something had happened to me. He also said the matter should be kept quiet. It seems a major crisis has occurred. Auntie Zhu sped back in her car, worrying about me the entire way. Mu Wanning watched Ji King, who was on an Roman 4 drip, being helped back from the restroom by an assistant. She breathed a sigh of relief. It's for the best that he's not going. If she were to run into the Mu family, her embarrassment would be laid bare before me. It was her pride acting up. She didn't want to lay all her flaws bare before my eyes. After losing consciousness, I had already arrived in the system's storage space. I settled into the seat with practiced ease and reached for an apple. Go on, tell me, which of my organs did you short? Circ it this time. The voice from the small computer sounded dejected. Host, you were too hasty. I don't regret it anyway, I said. One must face death to find a new path to survival. I don't think I did anything wrong. How much has my mission time been shortened by this failure? The system assistant sighed. 6 months. That was enough. I clapped my hands. I took a napkin and wiped the fruit juice from between my fingers. There was nothing wrong with this. I had considered it. If the mission proceeded step by step, I would need to stay in this world for 3 years. This was a terrifyingly long time, so long that I couldn't predict what the future might hold. I was terrified that I, like my predecessors, would become engrossed in an S-rank mission, fall in love with the target, and ultimately fail. I was ready to wake up. I straightened myself. What were the minimum standards for an S-rank completion again? An 80% corruption value. A 50% favorability rating. That would achieve an A-rank clearance. As I finished speaking these words, I slowly awoke from reality and immediately heard Gu King's roar. What are you talking about? How could my son possibly have heart failure? Mr. Gu, please calm down. The group of doctors was in a state of chaos. Watching this farce, I cleared my throat. Gu King was stunned. He had suffered too many blows that day. The heir he had been grooming was not only not his biological son, but also harbored ulterior motives. That alone would have been bad enough. Now his only son was lying in a hospital bed, and after emergency treatment, the doctors only said it was heart failure and that he required complete rest. He never knew that his arrogant and domineering son could be so fragile. So fragile that the doctors said even the slightest mishap would render him beyond saving. Gu King was not accustomed to speaking affectionately, so he kept a cold expression. How is your body feeling? I'm okay. I lowered my gaze. I just heard heart failure. Am I dying? Don't talk nonsense. Gu King's eyes were sharp. This illness is nothing serious. Just focus on recuperating. Don't worry about anything else. Has Mu Wanning left? My untimely remark sent Gu King into a rage. How could you still be thinking about that woman at a time like this? If it weren't for her, you wouldn't be lying here. Didn't the doctor tell you, Dad? This isn't an illness that develops overnight. I pressed my lips together. I want to talk to you, Dad. Instinctively, Gu King had no desire to speak with me. It seemed I had changed, and yet I hadn't. Gu King clenched his fists, dismissed all the doctors from the room, and was the first to speak. If you're going to talk to me about Mu Wanning, then don't. I won't agree. You have to agree. I was determined not to please him in the slightest. She is an outstanding person, just as outstanding as you, Dad. To Gu King's ears, my words were nothing short of mockery. Outstanding, he knew full well that back then he got together with my birth mother for money, yet craved love and secretly carried on with his lover behind everyone's back. Mu Wanning was just like him back then, poor and with nothing to her name, but her eyes were filled with a detestable desire. What's so good about her that's worth you doing this? I don't know either, because I came here for her. I added silently in my heart. Even if you don't like the Jeong family's child, there are others. But the others are not Mu Wanning. I don't agree. I might not have many days left to live, I said directly. I just want to be with her. My eyes filled with tears. I know you don't like me, Dad, but for the sake of being father and son, please promise me one thing. Gu King said nothing, I said. Mu Wanning will become someone truly remarkable. Don't fight her on this. Can you please just help her? She's poor, isn't she? I'll give her a sum of money. That's not what I wanted. I furrowed my brow and said, she is the illegitimate daughter of Mu Cheng of the imperial capital. Those words sent an electric shock through my body, and the pain made my head break out in a sweat. Seeing how pale I was, Gu King quickly called for a doctor. I struggled to sit up from the head of the bed, help her. After saying that, I immediately passed out again. Tusk, tusk, the system said, why even bother? Everyone knew of Mu Cheng. The information I revealed stunned Gu King once again. He seemed to understand what I was thinking, yet he found it improbable. To a businessman, it was an exceptionally good opportunity and a low-risk gamble. If he could secretly support Mu Wanning and help her get into the Mu family, and if she was the type to repay a favor, the potential profit would be immense. Gu King may have been motivated by his son's persistent pleas, or perhaps by the potential profit. He allocated a sum of money specifically for Mu Wanning to help her mother. As Mu Wanning received the money, she also received a call from an unknown number. She hesitated for a moment before answering. The man on the other end sounded irritated as he introduced himself. I am Gu Xian's father, Gu King. Having clearly seen him threaten me earlier, Mu Wanning was naturally in no mood to be pleasant. What is this about? Did you get the money? Mu Wanning's heart sank, but she had already steeled herself for what was to come. Choose either your mother or me. The choice left a bitter taste in her mouth. How is your mother? She's having some tests done. Dejected, Mu Wanning lowered her head and stared at the tips of her shoes. She had been wearing these shoes for a very long time. This was not surprising. Poverty was written all over her. Gu King was such a good person. To make her break up with me, he directly offered 2 million, an astronomical sum. Gu Xian begged me to give you that money. Gu King said irritably, stubbing out his cigarette in the office. Gu Xian liked this, but Mu Wanning remained silent. Gu King continued. My reason for giving you this money, besides helping your mother, is that there's one more thing I want you to promise me. Mu Wanning still said nothing. The inevitable would always come. But in the next second, Gu King's tone softened. You must write me a letter of guarantee. No matter what happens in the future, you will never betray Gu Xian and will only be with him for the rest of your life. If you have any other ideas, I have 10,000 ways to make your life a living hell. Mu Wanning felt as if her soul had been shaken from her body. The words sounded utterly unreal. Wasn't he supposed to be forcing her to break up with him? Can you agree to this or not? Gu King sounded particularly impatient. Uncle, are you saying? Mu Wanning's heart trembled. She was afraid that after asking, the answer would prove it was all just a foolish dream. If you're just playing around with my son, I won't take this money back, but I hope you'll stop bothering him in the future. After saying this, Gu King thought for a moment and added, Gu Xian was just diagnosed with heart failure. But even if my son dies, his assets will not go to you. The smile that had just begun to form on Mu Wanning's face slowly stiffened. Both her hands were trembling. What did you just say? Was I not clear enough? If you're hoping to get your hands on my family's fortune, then stop dreaming. What's wrong with Gu Xian? Mu Wanning couldn't understand. The lively young man who used to follow her around had suddenly fallen ill, just like that. Gu King was silent for 2 seconds, looking particularly sorrowful. Heart failure. The doctor said he needs to rest quietly, and that his mood can't fluctuate too much. He's very fragile right now, more fragile than you can imagine. What happened? Mu Wanning didn't believe it. Gu King, having lost her earlier patience, asked directly, I'll just ask you this. Will you marry my son for a lifetime and recognize only him as your husband? I only recognize Gu Xian. Mu Wanning's throat felt tight and uncomfortably constricted. She clutched the corner of her clothes, her eyes turning red. She desperately wanted to go back now, to find out if her father had lied to her, if all of this was fake. I hope you can keep your word. After saying this, Gu King hung up. Mu Wanning felt her body go weak, slumping onto the bench and staring at the glass opposite her. She stared for so long that her eyes became dry and her head grew groggy, feeling only that the clamor of the people around her was exceptionally loud. This world was not good at all. After her mother's examination was complete, the doctor had her sign a risk consent form. There was only a 30% chance. The hope was slim. Mu Wanning felt that she had no choice as a child, and still none as an adult. She was gambling with every single thing. Now the stakes were higher. She was gambling with a person's life. She signed her name. The surgery was scheduled for 3 days later. The lead surgeon was a Dr. Gu Xian, had invited back from abroad. The capital treated them like super VIPs, giving them the best treatment wherever they went. Mu Wanning grew increasingly silent, often spacing out alone, her thoughts wandering back and forth, but thinking of me most of all. I was so difficult back then, insufferably arrogant, and would be the first to charge into a fight if I disliked someone. Mu Wanning gave a small smile. She used to hate me so much, but looking back now, she adored the way I was. Mu Wanning had asked the doctors here about heart failure. From then on, I lost the ability to be lively and energetic, and could only be a glass doll, living a life without ripples. For him, this was a fate worse than death, wasn't it? Mu Wanning then recalled the sight of me jumping from the second floor. How could she have not noticed at all that this illness could strike so suddenly? When I woke up again, a full day had passed. I heard that arrangements for Mu Wanning's mother had been properly made, and I was very relieved. After all, if her mother didn't die, she couldn't very well turn to the dark side right in front of her, could she? This made it all worthwhile. Now that Gu King also knew Mu Wanning's identity, he would surely try to curry favor with her, both openly and secretly. This way, she would suffer much less bullying. That would give her even more reason to turn to the dark side, which made the whole thing worth it. I placed a hand over my heart and clicked my tongue. What a deadly affair. I didn't die from Mu Wanning's knife piercing my heart, yet I still ended up ruining my heart for her. I wondered, had I ever been this reckless before? It was standard procedure. Mu Wanning wasn't the most special person. She was merely a mission objective. My ultimate goal was to go home, and for that, I would stop at nothing. I spent my days in the hospital room, eating and drinking well. Gu King got rid of Gu Wanyu, along with that worthless stepmother of his. I specifically asked the system to play that scene for me. It was incredibly satisfying. His stepmother, Zhao Liangyu, was kneeling on the floor, clinging to Gu King's pant leg and crying out, "Even though the child isn't yours, I truly love you." I laughed so hard, my insides began to hurt. And Gu King's face, though, it was as black as the bottom of a pot. After that whole drama, perhaps by comparison, Gu King started visiting the hospital more often. He would even say things I liked to hear, giving me reports on how things were going with Mu Wanning. He told me the money was in place, and the right people were in place. He had already made inquiries. There were risks, but it wasn't a major problem. At that time, I truly believed I had managed to change the course of the story. That is, until the system woke me in the middle of the night to inform me that a hidden plotline had emerged. What was a hidden plotline? It's a storyline that wasn't apparent in the original design, but exists in reality. I hated these things the most. It was like when I inexplicably gained a fiancé, full of unpredictable variables. I was stunned for a few seconds, then checked the hidden plotline and was greatly shocked. It turned out that Mu Wanning's mother didn't die because of a failed surgery. I scrambled out of bed, still in my hospital gown. I peeked my head out for a look, then cautiously ran downstairs. I hailed a taxi and headed straight for the train station. I bought another train ticket to the imperial capital. Mu Wanning needed me, desperately needed me. Over 1,000 kilometers, a 6-hour journey. I didn't close my eyes the entire way. My mind was filled with images of how Mu Wanning would break down when she heard the news. For the first time, I began to hate this era. Transportation was underdeveloped, and the methods of communication were primitive. I could only dial Mu Wanning's phone number again and again, but it just rang, and no one ever answered. At 6 in the morning, when I finally stood at the imperial capital's first central hospital, I was too exhausted to speak. Forcing myself upright, I leaned against the wall and headed toward the room the system had directed me to. Mu Wanning had fainted upon learning that her mother's surgery had failed. I opened the door and looked in to see Mu Wanning curled into a ball, arms wrapped around her knees, staring toward the foot of the bed. "I'm too late." I said the words with difficulty. When Mu Wanning saw me, her eyes crinkled slightly in a forced smile. "There was an accident during the surgery. She's gone." I rushed forward and hugged her. "I'm sorry." Mu Wanning's eyes were bloodshot. She reached out and touched my face. "Why are you apologizing?" "I didn't think things through properly. It's my fault." I held her tighter. Mu Wanning pulled me closer. "Did you sneak out of the hospital? How did you get here?" I remained silent. I let her watch me, her expression complex, her features softening and hardening in turn. "Gu Xian. From now on, take good care of yourself. You're all I have now. If anything else were to go wrong, I truly can't predict what I might do." There was no warmth in her voice as she said this. It was only then that I noticed her corruption value had reached 100%. This was an extremely dangerous number. "She's sick." Mu Wanning got off the bed, making room. "You should get some proper sleep." "I will go see my mother one last time." She was now like a walking corpse, warm, but with no emotional stirrings, numb yet alive. I dared not disturb her. Only Mu Wanning herself knew, as she knelt in the frigid morgue, looking at her mother's prepared face, that her jaw was trembling. Originally, all she had ever wanted was to live a quiet, stable life. For all these years, she had never intentionally provoked anyone, always living a humble and precarious existence. She never intended to stand in anyone's way, yet some people simply found her to be an eyesore. They were constantly pushing her, driving her to the brink. The doctor I brought was excellent. After a 9-hour surgery, he came out still smiling to congratulate her. He said the surgery was a great success. But not long after he left, a critical condition notice was issued for Yi King. A massive intracranial hemorrhage. By the time they attempted to save her, it was already too late. After the examination, that doctor asked her bluntly, "Have you offended someone?" In that moment, Mu Wanning suddenly understood. This was the imperial capital. Before she left, that woman had threatened her. Returning after stepping foot outside the imperial capital's gates will come at a price. The doctor handed her the scan to look at. He said that someone had disconnected her mother's medical equipment, and the wound had been infected by an unknown object. The ward was busy and chaotic at the time. It's impossible that no one saw anything, yet they all covered for one another, and stubbornly no one would admit what had happened. Mu Wanning took a deep breath. She held Yi King's hand to her ear. It was utterly ice cold. She closed her eyes tightly, feeling a chill that pierced her to the marrow, as tears slowly streamed from the corners of her eyes. Mu Wanning heard her own voice speaking as if taking an oath. "I will avenge you. There is no writing this off. It's either they die, or I do." I was so exhausted that I didn't even hear the system's explosive warning alerts. By the time I woke up, the message box in my mind was exploding with notifications. During this time, Mu Wanning personally went to see Mu Cheng for a simple reason. She wanted him to see Yi King one last time. After all, he was the man Yi King loved most, someone she didn't want to disturb even in death. As for Mu Cheng, he was a scoundrel through and through. He and my father were so alike, they could have been real brothers. Comparisons inevitably lead to pain. In this respect, Gu King seemed just a tiny bit better than him. Because Mu Cheng wasn't just a scoundrel, he was also a coward. For all these years, Mu Cheng had been completely under the thumb of the wealthy Miss Chang Haitang. So, occasionally, he would recall the gentle Yi King from long ago, along with the daughter he never had to raise. He felt a sense of guilt, but he never dared to seek them out. When Mu Wanning came, it just so happened that Chang Haitang was not around, so he went with her. Mu Cheng cried uncontrollably, never expecting that the next time he saw Yi King, they would be separated by death. Mu Wanning just watched him cry. A wave of nausea washed over Mu Wanning. Mu Cheng's hypocritical display was truly disgusting. Mu Wanning wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, her words ice cold. My mother couldn't forget you, even on her deathbed. She didn't want you to know about this. She had a precise grasp of human psychology. The more she said this, the more guilt-ridden Mu Cheng became. She concealed the fact that her mother was murdered by Chang Haitang, fabricating instead a touching lie about the unwavering nature of her mother's love for him. In that moment, she silently apologized to Yi King in her heart. To make that wretched couple pay, she was willing to do anything. Mu Cheng's weeping was heart-wrenching, as he repeatedly apologized to Yi King and called himself useless. Behind him, Mu Wanning let out a low, cold laugh, a sound hidden within his sobs that was exceptionally ironic. You're Wanning, right? Mu Cheng remembered his daughter, his eyes red as he grasped her hand. All these years, I have wronged you and your mother. It's I who have failed you. Name a price, I'll compensate you. You see, businessmen are truly something else. They think money can buy anything. Mu Wanning pushed his hand away and shook her head. I don't want your money. I want your life. She didn't say it aloud. Putting on the act of a good daughter, she said considerately, After this final look, I will take Mom's ashes back to Jiangcheng. This will also be the last time we see each other. Next time, they would be enemies. You're going to Jiangcheng. That won't do. This is how my mother and I have gotten by for so many years. It'll be fine. Mu Wanning deflected, saying, Auntie Cheng, you should probably head back now. I haven't told anyone about this. I won't do anything to anger you and your husband. I'm tired. I'm leaving now. Seeing that she was about to leave, Mu Cheng quickly said, I'm sorry. Mu Wanning paused in her tracks. A small smile touched her lips, but she said nothing. As soon as she walked out, she saw me standing by the door to the morgue, rubbing my arms. I was still in my hospital gown from Jiangcheng Hospital, my face pale. She frowned immediately. What are you doing here? I wanted to see you. Mu Wanning reached out and took my hand. I asked quietly, That man inside, is he your father? I had already suspected as much. I was just testing her reaction. Sure enough, she added, My father died a long time ago. From behind, I watched as she handled Yi King's funeral all on her own. She didn't take Yi King back to Jiangcheng, as she had told Mu Cheng she would. Instead, she used the money Gu King had given her to buy a burial plot in a cemetery in the suburbs. On the day of the burial, the first autumn rain began to fall, a fine, persistent drizzle. Holding a black umbrella, I watched her scoop a handful of earth from the grave, place it in a small bag, and put it in her pocket. She will come back. Given the current situation, she will probably follow the original plot. I don't feel much about death, because I've seen it too many times. Life and death, to me, are like the final chapter of a game where you might fall at any moment. Hearing my question, the system ran an analysis using its light brain. The probability is high. In the original setting, Mu Wanzong stayed in the imperial capital for a month. I said calmly, a month. She will look for a way to connect with Chang Herong's daughter and sort out the cause and effect. After a year, when the situation has taken shape, should we return to Jiangcheng? Mu Wanzong's hands carried a bit of a chill. She wanted to reach for my umbrella, but her hands were too dirty, so she obediently lowered them. We'll make a trip to the hospital, then head home. The two of them walked through the cemetery with no one else around. This has to be the most desolate funeral I have ever seen, bar none. If there's anything you need help with, remember to let me know. After hearing her words, I knew the original plot had changed after all. I didn't understand why, so I could only wait and see how things unfolded. Only then did Mu Wanning's gaze return to me. I was a head taller than her. Before, I would only ever clamber around her. I wore a white shirt today, and it felt a bit cold when the wind blew. Mu Wanning took off her jacket and draped it over my shoulders. Buying clothes, yet you don't even get a warm one. I fiddled with my clothes, lowered my head, and smiled at her. Don't you think this shirt looks handsome? It's a bit like a wedding suit. Mu Wanzong's clenched fingers tightened and then loosened. After a long moment, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to say the words. I want your mother to see me, to see how handsome I am, and to know that I'm not a bad choice for your husband at all. Then she'll be happy down there, right? I reached out and put my arm around her. Mu Wanning, you have to believe that someone in this world will put forth all their effort for you, sparing nothing, not even death. My statement was very general, but it sparked a flicker of fear in Mu Wanning. She didn't know the source of this emotion either. She looked at my side profile. Why are you so certain? I averted my gaze and said in a low voice, you don't have to carry every burden by yourself. I'm fine. I patted my chest. I'm doing great. Seeing me put on a brave face, Mu Wanning pursed her lips. Didn't you say you would stay with me for a lifetime and give me a happy ending? Mu Wanning's words were so full of grievance that my whole body trembled just looking at her. The system said it was impossible for me to be with Mu Wanning for a lifetime here. Now it seemed even a happy ending was out of the question. I was silent for a long time. Mu Wanning raised her head and reached out to catch the rain, watching as the water slipped through her fingers, leaving only a faint trace. She could not hold onto the water, nor could she hold onto anyone. Her gaze began to turn obsessive as she turned to speak to me. You have to do what you promised me. Mu Wanning took a deep breath and said, you are all I have. After returning from the imperial capital, I tossed and turned in my hospital bed, thinking. I wondered if what Mu Wanning felt for me was obsession, or if it was love. I remembered that look in her eyes. In the original story, she would often look at Lin Zixuan in the same way. I hadn't thought anything of it at the time, so why did it feel so wrong now that it was my turn? I suspected that I had been wrong from the very beginning, but there was nothing I could do. In this mission, I had no choice other than to be in a relationship with Mu Wanning. The only way to stop her from falling in love with one person was to make her fall in love with someone else. I succeeded, but it was completely useless. Her descent into darkness was not mitigated in the slightest. I only had a little over half a month's time, not nearly enough to last until Mu Wanning could meticulously lay out this scheme. What was I to do? I furrowed my brow. Whenever I closed my eyes, I saw Mu Wanning as she was in the original story, ruthless and unstoppable, striking down any god or Buddha who stood in her way. I still remembered the scene of Mu Wanning's arrest. The woman wore a suit, and was transcribing Buddhist sutras. Her handwriting, like her person, was sharp and distinct, and though they were sacred scriptures, every character she wrote seemed to emanate killing intent. As the barrels of several guns were pressed to her forehead, she set down her pen, carefully wiped her hands with a handkerchief, and laughed aloud. She said, "I have been waiting for this moment for a very long time." I opened my eyes. I could not allow Mu Wanning to go astray. Once she fell down that path, there would be no chance for redemption. I began to meticulously think through the things Mu Wanning had done before, but the system, sensing my thoughts, quickly appeared to stop me. "Host, you must reconsider. If Mu Wanning has to do these things, then why can't I be the one to do them for her? Host, you are bound to the save the villain system, not the become the villain system. If I become the greatest villain, then Mu Wanning won't have to be a villain anymore. Isn't that a form of salvation, too?" My point was so logical that it found itself unable to refute it. At that time, Mu Wanning approached Mu Qian, who was ostensibly Mu Cheng's only daughter. Mu Wanning led her step by step into a personal hell, resulting in a fall from grace and a ruined reputation. She even found a woman to seduce Mu Cheng, took compromising photos, and gave them to Chang Haitang. Under the double blow of her daughter being imprisoned and her husband's infidelity, Chang Haitang was on the verge of collapse. However, what truly broke her was her husband's suicide by poison, leaving behind a will that granted all his shares to Mu Wanning. This will was indeed written by Mu Cheng himself. After learning what Chang Haitang had done to Mu Wanning and her mother, he secretly drafted it, perhaps to ease his own conscience. Given the known circumstances, I had to devise a plan. I couldn't let Mu Wanning make her move, but I also couldn't be the one to proactively advance the plot. I pondered all night without reaching any conclusion until Gu King arrived in the morning. When he learned that I had forced myself, despite my illness, to go find Mu Wanning, he was seething with frustration. Ultimately, he had been too harsh with his son. A little bit of kindness from someone else was enough to win him over. My eyes lit up. I had a bold idea. Gu King arrived carrying a container of chicken soup. The moment I smiled at him for the first time, he knew something was up. "I have something to discuss. If it's about Mu Wanning, don't even start." "Do you want to expand your career in the imperial capital?" I asked, smiling with narrowed eyes. Businessmen prioritize profit. The reason Gu King fell into Mu Wanning's hands back then was his desire to go to the imperial capital. Money was made quickly there, and he was itching for the opportunity. Gu King's face darkened. After a long moment he said, "Don't be ridiculous. This is adult business. Children should stay out of it. Mu Wanzong's mother is dead." As I said this, my face was devoid of emotion, my rationality so complete that even Gu King found it unfamiliar and frightening. Mu Cheng's wife, Chang Haitang, was the one who caused it. I stood up, took a couple of sips of water from the side, and asked, "What do you think she wants to do most right now?" Gu King remained silent, so I looked at him and continued. "She needs a weapon. If you can help her obtain this weapon now, she will, in return, strip a layer of skin off the Mu family for you. And if that weapon is aimed at the Mu family's only daughter, Mu Qian, what do you suppose would happen?" Upon hearing my words, Gu King stared blankly at his son. Was this really his good, for nothing son? "Did Mu Wanning tell you this? She would never tell me such things." "If she taught you to say this, then she herself is a weapon. How do you know its blade won't be turned on you? A person like that is far too dangerous." "You are my son. I would not harm you." "I can't guarantee that," I retorted, snuggling deeper into the covers with a scoff. What right did he, a man who was no better, have to judge others? "It's just that I was running out of time. Having already come this far, I didn't want to end in failure." Gu King, however, did see this as a good opportunity. It seemed he would have to go and meet with Mu Wanning. I was cooped up in the hospital for over half a month. Mu Wanzong seemed to have gotten busy and rarely came to visit. Every time I saw Mu Wanning after that, I could sense a change in her. It was as if she had suddenly grown up on the very night her mother passed away. Her actions became more straightforward, and she spoke less. Previously, she would occasionally take a jab at me, but now she only exchanges a few pleasantries each time she visits. If her affection level wasn't rising every day, I would have suspected she was seeing someone behind my back. I'm being discharged tomorrow. As I ate the fruit salad she brought, I asked, "When do you not have class tomorrow?" "I'd like you to take me back to school." "Sorry." Mu Wanning clenched her fists, then looked up and smiled at me. "I have to go to the capital tomorrow." "What are you going to the capital for?" I frowned instantly. I had no idea what Gu King had arranged. Surely he wasn't making her do something unscrupulous on her own again. There's a problem in Mu City, and they've asked me to go back. I don't really understand the specifics. Mu Wanning reached out to tuck in the corner of my blanket. "I can handle these things." "Don't go." Mu Wanning cut me off, saying softly, "Don't get involved in this." I pressed my lips together, giving no indication of my thoughts. How could I not get involved? She's formidable when she's rational, but like a madwoman when she's not. If I didn't watch her, and she did something she couldn't take back, she would be forced down a path of no return. It wasn't a risk I could afford to take. Mu Wanning assumed I had agreed. She stayed for a little while longer, and the moment she left, I called Gu King. I got straight to the point. "What did you tell Mu Wanning?" Gu King knew that when I called him, it was previously for money, but now it was for Mu Wanning. He put down the contract in his hand and chuckled. "I have to admit, that girl is truly promising. She's steady, ruthless, and doesn't even hesitate to act against her own father." His words didn't fill me with pride. They just sent a chill to my core. Was Mu Wanning still fated to follow her original path? Gu King's next words were, "You asked me to hand her the knife, and so I have." "What did you send her to do?" "Just to dig up some information. Don't worry. After all, she's going to be my daughter-in-law. Even if she doesn't care about her reputation, I do." Gu King finally thought of his own son and said, "Aren't you being discharged today? Come to our house to recover." "I'm going back to school." I had already begun to pack my belongings. I had to get to the capital a step ahead of her and do what she was planning to do. I vaguely sensed that something was amiss. The one walking down a path of no return wasn't Mu Wanning, but myself. To hell with it. I booked a train ticket to the capital and left that same night. However, after thinking it over all night, Mu Wanning concluded that no matter what, I was the most important thing to her. She had been giving me the cold shoulder for too long. It was only because she was afraid. She couldn't bear to make me worry for her anymore. Mu Wanning showed up with my favorite snacks, but when she arrived, the room was empty. "Excuse me, nurse. I'd like to ask where the boy from bed 412 went." "The patient in 412 completed the discharge procedures yesterday. Didn't you know?" Mu Wanzong clenched the bag in her hands. "Gu Xian, he's really something else." By the time I answered Mu Wanning's call, I had already arrived in the imperial capital. I looked out at the bustling, glittering streets, feeling a sense of pleasure. Kicking a pebble at my feet, I saw her 42 missed calls and knew that Mu Wanning had figured out my whereabouts. "Where are you?" Mu Wanzong asked, pulling a suitcase as she navigated the Zhongcheng train station, her expression as gloomy as the city's overcast sky, looking as if it could wring out water at any moment. "In the imperial capital." Mu Wanning took a deep breath. "What are you doing in the imperial capital?" "Doing the things I want to do." Mu Wanzong clutched her phone, her brows furrowed. My candid answer had suddenly left her at a loss. I kicked the pebble into the road and scoffed lightly. I know you don't want me involved, that this is your family's affair, but I told you before, I'm going to protect you. I'm the only one who gets to bully you, no one else. I will settle the Mu family's debts for you. I sighed, but can you promise me one thing? Mu Wanning didn't say anything. Her hand gripping the suitcase handle gradually tightened. I said softly, no matter how things turn out, love this world. Even if only for my sake, you have to be a little gentler with it. Just for the sake of all I've done for you, okay? Why should I listen to you? Mu Wanning's words were laced with anger. She hated this feeling. Gu Xian, are you out of your mind? Did I ask you to do any of this for me? Can't you just listen for once? Mu Wanning's tone was dripping with sarcasm. So you do remember this is my family's affair. Who are you to me? What right do you have to interfere? Do you think you're so great that you have to manage everything? Her barrage of questions left me stunned. On the other end of the line, Mu Wanning gave a cold laugh. Don't make me angry. Mu Wanning knew her words were pointless. She boarded the train as the call was disconnected, fighting the urge to smash her phone in a fit of rage. The old-fashioned train began to clatter, and the scenery outside rushed backwards with increasing speed. Mu Wanning leaned against the window. Of course, she knew the lengths I had gone to for her. Gu King wouldn't help her and act as her backer for no reason. Mu Wanning had also learned most of the details about my family's affairs from the people around Gu King. I had kicked my stepmother and stepsister out of the house with ruthless and swift efficiency. Mu Wanning closed her eyes, her mind filled with memories from all the years she had known me. He was different now, from head to toe. Gu King had even remarked that falling in love had completely transformed his son. Too many incredible things had happened to me, so many that Mu Wanning didn't dare to dwell on them. See, host, I told you it's not good to be hasty, the little system assistant said, its tone one of exasperation. Never mind that your persona has collapsed beyond recognition. With the way you're acting, it's not just your target. Even a random passerby would suspect you've been possessed by a soul with cheat codes. You're acting like you can see the future, and I've never seen you be so reckless before. Host, what on earth are you thinking? My gaze was blank for a moment, but I soon spoke with firm resolve. I have to go home. The mission cannot fail. But how do you know Mu Wanning will definitely follow her original path? The assistant asked. Host, you've already made you kinks and deviate a great deal from his original character. At the very least, he's been set on the right path. And Mu Wanning hasn't fallen in love with Lin Zixuan either. But damn it, her mother still died. My mind is a complete mess right now. Ever since I heard Mu Wanning's aggressive retort, I've had a bad feeling.